Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, joined by Impetuous Panda. Today's broadcast, of course, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. Today's going to be an awesome tournament. I'm really looking forward to it. The meta keeps evolving, and we'll see what the players have come up with today, Panda.
Yeah, more variety, a lot of cool decks. We saw, especially Castman, the winner from last week, is bringing a lot of spice on this week as well. So very excited to see him play. Well, maybe not the typical deck he's used to playing, kind of branching out into a new strategy and seeing how that works for him.
But we'll have to see if the format does also favor these players and Castman. It's going to be a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. All matches will be best of 3, and they get to bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. You get to ban one of your opponent's decks, then you have to win that best of 3 with your remaining 2 decks. Of course, we've got our sweet $200 prize pool with the top 2 players being re-invited back for the next tournament. And Castman, of course, is on his 3rd in a row. He got top 2 and then took the last tournament, and now he's back again for number 3 here.
We get
going
the players
up against Nimel.
Yeah, the player for today, Nimel, a player we haven't seen on Fight Night yet, ever, really. So it'll be very cool to see his debut and see if he gets that buff that we talk about so often. We have the opposite for Owe and Salty Simon, 2 veteran winners and participants in Fight Night, of course. Salty Simon with a huge streak at the very start of this year. We have Genesis coming back. We have Dilton, one of the best players from Germany, has really proven that, on Fight Night, even, in the Uniliga as well, over on the German side of things. And we have Gouda and Spoogie. Spoogie, a player that we haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen playing as often since the Masters Europe days with Austria when he qualified with them. Has a background in Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, so definitely a player that has mastered many different card games. And Gouda, someone that, of course, broke through with a Scion meta on ladder, but now has established himself as a mainstay player, not just a one-trick, but also a player that's been able to play and succeed on so many decks, and currently has, I believe, 1st and 2nd on the ladder. So, I mean,
wow,
you can't get more impressive than that, really.
Yeah, especially with the new balance patch and the new meta, some players that have maybe been sort of like in hibernation for a bit have come and broken back into the competitive scene, and they've got a lot of new and interesting decks to choose from. While the meta is still a little bit fluctuating, they can just kind of outskill people. And the first match that we do have set up is going to be that Castman versus Nim. Castman, of course, coming from Romania. The caster turned player went into the hyperbolic time chamber to train with some of the top players in Europe and NA to learn a lot of the ins and outs of the mid-range Demacia decks and matchups. Decks that, Panda and I have said in the past have been a lot more complex than they might seem at first glance. And Castman was really able to find the cracks in their opponent's game plan and make it happen. Meanwhile, Nim from Serbia, a country that we don't often see in these EMEA tournaments. But, I mean, if you're here in Fight Night, you're, of course, going to be a skilled player, and you get that debut buff, so to speak.
And Serbia did, of course, qualify to the very last Masters Europe that was celebrated with Baki as their team captain. And they did... okay, they definitely had some interesting strategies during the group stage. So definitely an innovative country, at least from my understanding. Nim wasn't part of that team, though, so it's someone that I haven't seen personally on the big stage yet. But as we mentioned, always with Fight Night, when players make their debut, either because they have more to prove or they're hungry for that, finally getting that chance to actually be in the spotlight, they always tend to do really well. So Castman, I think, is going to have a very difficult match ahead of himself. And there's some very interesting decks on his side of the lineup as well. Bit of a Rico Rex cosplay coming in, Scarzig.
A lot of Overwhelm. That is the theme here for Castman. We've got Wrath of the Freljord and Buried in Ice. Like, you're basically, this is like the greatest hits of Freljord, right? Where we've got the Ledros Atrocity combination, but then we've got tons of Overwhelm with Battle Fury, and now we've got the newcomers with Buried in Ice and Wrath of the Freljord really rising up. And it's very telling to say, I'm running Shadow Isles and Freljord. And when you're running the Shadow Isles, you typically have access to Ruination, which is one of the reasons that Buried in Ice has sort of remained under the radar until very, very recently. And making the choice to say Buried in Ice is better, I think is a very good call.
Not just better or not, but I think the fact that he's running the Avarosan Outrider, so he's going for Allegiance, only has 4 Shadow Isles cards. So in theory, you look at this deck and you might immediately jump and think, oh, it's a control shell with Freljord and Shadow. That's the usual mix. But really, it's just 4 splash cards of Shadow Isles. Everything else is going to be centered around the Avarosan Outriders. They just overwhelm and just being able to flood the board very quickly with things like the Ancient Yetis as well. And Birdie and Ice, the biggest thing is the fact that this deck is trying to close things out around turn 6, 7, or 8. When they cast Birdie and Ice, that next attack token they're going to have is going to have no blockers, essentially. So for Overwhelm, that's perfect.
But the next deck is a Pantheon Yuumi Zoe. We've seen this a lot as well with when it comes to Pantheon, right? The Yuumi just being able to quickly scale up a threat and try to close out a game quickly. But this, again, being paired with Freljord. The Freljord Targon, whenever I see this region combination lately, I'm like, oh no, Targon's peak. But there is precedent for Zoe Freljord from like the old Sparklefly decks. Rest in pieces to Sparklefly. But Buried in Ice, Wrath of the Freljord being present in this list as well. Grandfather Ramul, who was buffed a couple times way back in the day, just trying to find that overwhelm win condition. But you just have that natural scaling as well of Pantheon and Yuumi. And I feel like there's precedent for this deck to pop off.
Yeah, usually the Fated is triggered with Demacia and Targon, of course, but in this case, Elixir of Iron, Troll Chan, all very good options to also use Freljord as a region instead, and go for this triple Freljord theme that Castman has decided to play today. Looking at his third deck as well, fits this theme, fits the Overwhelm theme as well. We have Nar, Trundle, Darius, a mix of, kind of the usual Freljord Overwhelm package alongside the very strong, Noxus side of things. This is a deck that's existed since, most of these cards first came into the game with Rico Rex. It's gone through many different iterations.
I think that Rico Rex is actually on Nar Darius right now too.
Yeah. And it's become kind of the newest version, came like maybe a month or 2 months ago, where once again found a lot of success on ladder, especially from Rico Rex, and people have adopted it and have even played it in seasonals as an actual viable competitive deck.
And the current metagame has ironically really opened up a hole for Fallen Reckoner to kind of, have a niche for itself and demonstrate how strong that effect really is. And I've certainly lost to this card a couple times just because that long-term can't block value is just so good.
And still on Birdie and Ice, a deck like this usually doesn't go so far up in terms of the mana costs. But I do think the effect on a defense turn, as I mentioned before, when you're playing it out, eliminating all block, when you have a full board, maybe there's a stalled board on both sides, and you have a full board of Overwhelm units, you're able to then attack with essentially no blockers from your opponent for one turn. If you don't win that turn, you're kind of doomed because you wasted 9 mana the turn before. But usually these are decks that are trying to close out at that point. If they don't, they're going to lose anyway. If you
hit like a good 3, 4, 5, and you have that 3 spell mana floated, and you try to get that Buried in Ice on turn 6, like you talked about, and just instead of using it as a late game board wipe the way like Trundle Timelines will try to do, or combo with it that stairs, use this as just a mid-game AoE 2-turn stun and just try to go for that finisher.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the lineup for Castman. Very excited to see how it pans out in an actual competitive setting because, of course, on paper, these are not decks that you would automatically consider, oh, these are the tier 1 decks or the, high tier 2 decks that people are playing on ladder. They're finding a lot of success with. It's a more kind of out there strategy, but maybe Castman is onto something that we don't know yet about this current tournament meta.
It just goes to show, like when you're looking at Overwhelm, which is kind of rising up in the metagame, just simply because it hits the things that it used to hit. Because Pantheon was using a lot of Overwhelm with Zenith Blade to find some success, but there's not as much Bandle City, but a lot of decks still trying to play like small early mid game units to kind of jockey for position as they build towards their later game plans. And Overwhelm just wants to say, I don't care about any of that. I have the early mid-game tempo. There's not a lot of strong answers right now in the metagame. Things that would be able to answer these really thick HP pools are usually things like Vengeance or Thermogenic Beam, which can answer one thing and then you're kind of just left high and dry. And so just the ability to repeatedly develop threats that need to be responded to is a very interesting strategy to run your opponent out of resources.
We won't have any bans or a ban screen for this first series, but just so viewers are aware, the lineup for Nim is actually also quite interesting. There is going to be Pantheon Yuumi, so kind of a similar, not exactly a mirror deck because it will be a bit different than Castman's version, but the same champion combo is there. There's going to be a Jace, Elise, Vi, Sentinels deck as well, which I'm very excited to see in action. We've seen it before in Fight Night, of course, but it has been a few weeks since we last saw it here. And the last deck will be Fizz Lulu. PNZ shenanigans that we all know and love, especially the version with Jinx that Broken Ball ran a few weeks ago. Man! Also, this traditional version is, of course, one of the stronger decks and one of the best shells for Jordan Arms in the current meta.
Oh man, and Castman actually leaving it up says, I'm playing decks that are going to be fighting you in the early mid game for the board anyway. I'm going to have better stats on average. And so when you're playing a deck like Fizz Lulu that needs to set up a wide board and then cash in on it, you're going to be trying to block as little as possible. And if you can get a bunch of damage through that way, you should be good to go, especially running a Freljord lineup like this. You have so many like debuffs and frostbites that can also take a lot of the edge off.
Scarzig turn 1, always very good news for the target player. In this case, Castman has a different in-game name, but I Laugh You Lose is indeed Castman for anyone that may be a bit confused with the mix-up of names there. Bomberton's coming down and Mountain Go going to answer back. So 3-2 challenge for both players and just kind of a stalemate here, or an easy trade rather, for Nim, who does not want, obviously, the gem generation to happen.
You've got to give up that trade to keep the board under control. Hitting Lulu on 3 is fantastic. No support for the level up. This is also important as well. Like, you could have taken the 3 damage from the Mountain Goat just to keep... Oh, the Scrap Heap! I see. I thought that this wasn't going to be a very strong turn for Nim, but with the Scrap Heap getting the Flame Chompers out, we get this massive tempo.
Not just that, but huge at trying to kill off this Saga Seeker right away. Going to force a Troll Chant, proc the Faded as well, but not going to be enough to kill the Flame Chompers anyway. So, I mean, the trade, you survive, your Saga Seeker survives, but doesn't really, blow out Nim in any way. And still, Lulu Flame Chompers, incredibly strong way to start things off for him.
It's the miracle play for this deck. It's like the strongest tempo gain that you can grab. And if Castman did not have that that Troll Chant there to save this unit, it would have been almost curtains, I would say, to just end the game.
The tempo loss is just that big when you can't match the initial tempo of Lulu with Flame Towers coming down. Then you're just constantly you're falling behind already for the rest of the game, and you don't usually catch up back up.
And with this deck, again, the other lists are a lot more like direct and overwhelm focused, but Pantheon decks do still need to scale up quite well. And look at this beautiful curve out. The Bandle City Mare discounts the Fury Horn Crasher, and then this Mecha Yordle, when it attacks, it buffs the top 3 allies of your deck, +1/+1. And so if Nim can look at this wide board, and now you're in trouble. Because you're like, I have to kill this Fury Horn Crasher so it doesn't attack multiple times and buff up the board, but I also have to take care of this Lulu because it's just making my board so bad. This is, I don't think you could get a better curve than this, Panda. Nim is popping off right now.
I think that's always the case with Fizzlulu, though. I mean, no matter how the game starts, it just seems to me like it's always popping off in this mid-game area. The pressure is just always so intense. It's so hard to deal with. And when you have that top end of Yordle and Arms as well to really, push forward that tempo even more, that's where this deck becomes as powerful as it is right now in the current meta. And as you said it, I mean, just right away, complete control. The Lulu just get traded off here, and there are going to be at least 1 3 sisters here that can be used, but I think it's a little bit too early to try and go for any big plays.
We can go for 3 Sisters Flash Freeze to save the Saga Seeker. Keep going all in on that. 3 Sisters Fury of the North is actually the play. A little bit of a smarter idea here, so we can proc the Faded. But uses a little bit more mana. And also Castman making the choice to take down the Lulu and not the Fury Horn Crasher. So Nim is going to get another proc off of this thing. And if you can play buffed up units like with Yordle Captain here, that have these extra stats, you can trade, keep your board alive, and then things become massively threatening when it comes to Yordles and Arms.
And there is a Xenothiel here. There is obviously a big overwhelm unit with the Saga Seeker growing since the very beginning of the game, but there isn't going to be a rally effect. There isn't going to be a Cataclysm. So all of a sudden, it seems like you're just too far behind. You can go in for these big swings, sure, but your opponent's still going to be at a fairly healthy HP total, and they continue going wider and wider to the point where you're not going to have blockers.
Things are already coming down to the wire. We've got 11 HP to 9 HP. We've seen in the Demacia Targon builds where sometimes you can cheese out that win with that Cataclysm, to get that extra rep of your overwhelm. But now it's just going to be too late with the Flame Chompers in play. We've got 6v2, and this is going to be just a devastating attack. And the other angle you have to remember too with Lulu Fizz is they're running that Get Excited, they're running that Mystic Shot and Pokey Sticks. They can deal direct damage to your Nexus. Unfortunately, the Lulu on 3, even though that attack was foiled, I think that initial thing where you're forcing your opponent to spend all of their mana on combat tricks just to save their board and not develop to meet you means that you can't keep up. And we have exact lethal coming through, Nim taking that game. And who knows, Castman probably left this deck up, expected that it was just going to be incredibly potent, and is planning to 2-0 the other.
It was one swing away from winning. I mean, you had obviously, and there's very little interaction from PNZ, Fizz Lulu, in terms of just direct damage, yes, but not, silences, not a way to stop that Scarzig from actually dealing that massive amount of damage. But Fizz Lulu's deck is just a little bit faster, and I think that was clear with the matchup when you go into it, that it's a deck that's going to have that explosive turn 3. You can, if it doesn't have it, that would be a rarity. That would be the odd thing out, to not see the Flame Charmers Lulu combo. And the attack token was definitely in favor for Nim to be able to kind of abuse that to some extent on turn 3 and get that massive advantage that we talked about, where the board at all times was +3/+4 unit parity for him.
And so going into game 2, Castman's also going to shift gears, going for the Shadow Isles version of the Freljord list. And Nim going to try to take out the set with the Sentinel control.
Very heavy hand for Castman right away. I mean, you have the Jedi, it can obviously discount itself. You have a Sentry, but other than that, it is going to be a fairly heavy hand. And it's going to depend a lot on the top decks here for the next few turns.
Getting the Avaros and Sentry is a very strong pickup. You want to trade this down early, draw another card. And with Avaros and Outrider on 4, I think that Castman is in a position to have a very explosive mid-game, especially if the Avaros and Outrider hits a unit that you can draw right away, right? That's always the problem with Outrider. It buffs that gives the next unit in your deck +3/+3 and Overwhelm, but if your next 3 or 4 draws are spells, it's by the time you draw that unit and are able to play it, that stat boost becomes irrelevant. It's been one of the reasons that this, Allegiance Freljord has never been a serious competitor yet. But hitting this Allegiance on 4, hitting this Allegiance on 5, we'll see what unit received this, won the lottery here with the +3/+3.
There will be an explosive turn once this Ancient Yeti gets. We'll see how much Castman wants from now. And we're seeing it here. Not the best hit on the Archer with the extra stats, simply because it's more of a utility unit. You want to just, have the Frostbite effect, and that's really it.
And Castman's also going to be sitting on this Three Sisters for a long time. You need this Flash Freeze to stop something like a Vi or an Albus Ferris from taking down one of your big units. But theoretically, Castman, despite having like a pretty heavy opening hand, a pretty slow start, is playing against a deck, Sentinel Control, that wants to be very reactive. So there is plenty of time to just scale up, and then you're just going to get to Tryndamere and Wrath of the Freljord and Buried in Ice. Like, these top-end cards you typically don't see in an Overwhelm package can just come to bear in a matchup like this, where your opponent is just giving you almost unlimited time.
And a very odd choice to play out the Piercing Darkness here from Nim in this situation, maybe indicating his hand is really not that hot for this current stage in the game. There are going to be 3 copies of Vengeance in his deck, though, so he's going to have answers of like a Surprise Battle Fury, for example. You can't go all in on that unless you really need to if you're Castman.
If you maybe there is a Mystic Shot in the hand for Nim, saying, I've got the Piercing Darkness, I'm going to try to take this down before it swings. If you wait for the trade to go through, maybe you are opening yourself up to a Troll Chant with less guaranteed damage.
Yeah, there's a Mystic Shot. I mean, it was not that it was a bad play, but just the drain didn't matter at all there. You're at 20 HP anyway.
You're still at full HP.
If you had any other, better options in hand, you would play those out instead. So it seems to me like there's just a really bricked hand for this current situation that we're seeing now.
And when you look at Nim's deck list, again, for Shadow Isles PNZ, if you're forced into a play like that, your hand might just be like Albus Ferris, right? Or like some champions that you just can't play out yet. And Castman's also on Ledros Atrocity. Nim, it just has Vengeance and Shock Blast. The top end is Albus Ferris. So we need to start getting a wide board set up here. So Jace's Acceleration Gate maybe becomes a playable card.
Beam also one of the scary removal tools in the deck for Nim because he's so far behind. Having to just use it there for a 3/3 isn't ideal. Still, these massive hitting units are here. Maybe you have a Vengeance. Even if you do, you then have the chance to Battle Fury the other units. So there's not going to be a response here. That's just more damage coming through. Going down to 6 for Nim if there's no response. I think Castman can't take the risk of playing out Battle Fury. I think it's too much of a bait. But he's going to go for it anyway. Plays it out on the Archer.
Big call out with the Battle Fury. Saying, if you had Vengeance, you would have killed this Wild Claw before I attacked you, right? Goes in with the Battle Fury. And by putting it on the Icevale Archer.
Oh, no. There's no Vengeance. The lethal goes through. Castman ties a series 1-1. And, respect. I would not have done it. I know there's open deck list. I know Nim is probably baiting out of Battle Fury, knowing I have 8 mana, but goes for it anyway and is not punished. So really going through the NA style of thought there.
we know who Cass has been trading with. He's been converted, Panda.
We thought it was Rico Rex, but I think the sauce comes from somewhere else.
Listen, if there was a Vengeance there, you kill the Icevale Archer, but then your Wild Claw is still alive, right? You still push through like 4 damage there. You're still scaling up. I think that it was actually a really smart play simply because if you Vengeance, that's Nim's whole turn, right? Just responding to that damage, and then you still keep tempo.
Going now back to Freljord Targon for Castman, still playing out Saga Seeker on turn 1.
I can't believe I missed the Moonlight Affliction in this deck. What a spicy meatball.
There's a lot of things in here. A lot of different flavors melted together. I think a few are easy to miss, Scarzig.
But we've got Wounded White Flame on 3 at the very least, but no good spells to start proccing that Faded. You're going to proc all of the Faded all at once with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, again, kind of a bricked hand here with the Battle Fury, with the Viridian Ice. And this extra mana that's going to go unwasted, and you can't even proc the Faded. And at the end of the day, these are kind of like a one-turn timer engine type thing.
Oh no! Nim has to respect the troll chant. Can't go in with this fearsome unit. The Buru Sentinel has been such a good way for these decks to bully Bandle City in a lot of decks without strong early games. But Castman is just... he's making the fact that their opponent is so good, he's turning that against them because I can just play out double Saga Seeker and you don't know my hand is trash.
And he's gonna do it again. The attack comes in here. There is not a way to proc Faded currently in the hand, so throwing away the Saga Seeker in the process here, or throwing away the Blinded Mystic rather.
And yeah, the Blinded Mystic hitting the Buru Sentinel means that like you can't boost its stats by killing something in reaction. Now Nim has the information that there was no troll chance, so takes the opportunity to Mystic Shot that small Saga Seeker, and then one
big cleanup.
Thermo Beam, yes. So those 2 threats are out of the way. Glimpse Beyond we saw there from the Station Archivist, so Nim's gonna have another one of those coming up soon.
And very good news to be able to deal with both of these engines so early on and go into this phase of the game with a board completely clear is going to be good news. That being said, this is a deck that is built around multiple win conditions for Castman. He has a Pantheon still, he has the Wounded White Flame for that kind of round 2, and now he has Troll Chant, which is going to be a very good tool in terms of proccing Faded, but also keeping his units alive.
But
I believe you are muted, Scarzig.
Yeah, sorry about that. Wounded White Flame and Pantheon, there's still hope. As we all know, you can be behind, and then Pantheon, if he rolls the right keywords, he can take you down. But Aloof Travelers has a lot to say about that.
Still, I think that the pace of the game is definitely not going where Castman would want it to be. So 19 HP on the Nexus for Nim. And as we mentioned, this is a control list that wants to be very reactive, wants to take control of the game all throughout, and has the Vengeances we talked about. Didn't have it last game, unfortunately, when it was needed most, but still can be a direct counter to, the Battle Fury, and a massive one at that. An 8 mana tempo loss, essentially, on a target that already would want to be Vengeance anyway, from Nim, could be huge. And if Castman goes for the same ballsy play again, he might be punished for it.
yeah, you've got to keep your board alive. It's only a matter of time before Nim draws into something playable. It would be a real shame here for Game 3 to come down to the fact that Nim is playing a control deck that just gets a lot of bricks. We know that the Sentinel control doesn't have the same luxury as other control decks of just, I can sit back and do nothing and I'll eventually win. This build of the list that does not have like Ledros Atrocity as like an inevitability based finisher, but needs to kind of fight you in the early mid game to get a better advantage, can be more susceptible to bricking out. And for especially based on like the early hand we saw in the second game and now this game, a lot of the synergies that you're relying on to get that advantage don't seem to be coming together.
The big thing is his Bastion. If he's able to have that spell shield available for when the Battle Fury goes through, that could be huge.
Guiding Touch draws into Pale Cascade, so there is now enough to block the Buru Sentinel, and you can tell that Castman is just kind of banking on Nim spending cards, spending removal, getting rid of Pantheon and White Flame.
There's a Bastion response, negating not a Vengeance, but a pretty big spell mana-wise, and of course, Pantheon still left untouched there with the 5/4 Zilean. A second Pantheon drawn as well, just in case this one does end up dying. And the board is not looking extremely menacing for Castman just yet, but he's getting through those hoops. And Nim is, his card resource, even as you mentioned, his hand doesn't seem to be so hot considering the plays we've seen in the last few turns.
And the same play seems to have lined up for Castman. We've got a potential open attack.
He wouldn't dare, Scarzig.
He almost did it. He almost did it. But instead, going to go for the Zenith Blade here. And even if there is a response to the Wounded White Flame to prevent this from connecting, the Daybreak still allows you to draw the other Zenith Blade and still put it on Pantheon if you want. Proc that Faded. Get some bonus stats.
Station Archivist going down under 7 mana, so no Vengeance available anyway for this turn now. Mm-hmm. There are blockers, but neither can trade, evenly into any of these two overwhelm units.
And then when you're swinging in like this, you've got great stats. Pantheon's going to level next round. We just need to draw another Troll Chant or Elixir of Iron even. Wow, goes for the Moonlight Affliction here since you have Vengeance. But if you don't have it, I'm going to be pushing through a lot of damage here.
Yes,
still 6 mana open.
Vengeance is 6. My brain is still working in 2020 Runeterra mana costs. So it could be Vengeance.
Castman is punished. Nim has had a pretty awkward start, it looks like, throughout this early mid game, but at least has that answer when it matters. But Castman's like, haha, you've fallen for my trick. I've got second Pantheon in hand, and now the Pale Cascade to level him up at burst speed. Heavens.
And still, the fallback Hail Mary plan of having this Battle Fury in hand, one Vengeance down. If it's not a Vengeance, there are going to be few answers that can really deal with the Battle Fury otherwise. So we'll see if Nim has the right answers now in hand compared to the last game.
I like going for the Zenith Blade here, just to proc that Faded on the White Flame. So Pantheon will come into play leveled and is going to have that spell shield. Now Nim, casting a Progress Day found off of Ferris Financier, has no mana, gives the all clear for Castman to develop Pantheon. And let's see what keywords are gained. Lifesteal, Scout.
Scout's a big one.
Tough. Overwhelm, of course. Elusive, I think I'm seeing it there, Panda. Scout Elusive, I mean, well played. Spell Shield, Scout Elusive.
The attack is going to come in here from Pantheon. The Scout attack and then the second attack, of course. 10 mana to work with for Nim. He has to be able to answer not just one threat, but essentially 2 threats here with a 10-7 stat line on the Wounded White Flame, still making it a pretty big menace.
After this Pantheon swings in, we could just see the development of Wrath of the Freljord. Units with 3 or less power can't block, and that is all of Nim's board.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough mana to deal with all of these different threats. And the first attack comes in uncontested now. It's going to be a possible response from Nim. We'll see if he plays it out kind of reactive and tries to wait out to see if maybe he's able to win this by getting a huge value on a Battle Fury kill with a Vengeance. But I think it's unlikely, to be honest.
Oh, Ferris Financier's got to find something good. A 6+ cost spell from P&Z and Shadow Isles. What could it possibly be? This Pantheon still has Spell Shield. Finds
There's a Vengeance.
Discounted Vengeance from the Progress Day.
And Battle Fury on the Pantheon has a Spell Shield for 3 mana. Nothing that Nim can do. Game 3 going to go to Castman. He's able to win this first matchup with unorthodox Overwhelm lineup that Rico Rex would be very proud of, and advances now to the semifinals for the 3rd week in a row. And Nim doesn't really seem to have the debutante buff for this fight just yet, but he can still, of course, claw his way back up to the loser's bracket and try and make it into the grand finals at the very end of the day.
The Yorls and Arms like being left open, just saying, okay, well, I can sometimes beat this if they don't draw perfectly, but then just being able to 2-0 the other deck, right? Recognizing that, hey, my lineup might be unorthodox, but I do know the matchups, versus Sentinel Control. I know that you can't keep up with the fact that almost everything I play has to be directly answered with a pretty expensive spell or otherwise.
And I think we might be able to get into another game. There are still some games ongoing in this round 1. Owie versus Salty Simon is one of those matches that is currently ongoing. Obviously, it's a match that could perfectly be a grand finals, and maybe probably has been at some point in Fight Night history, considering how much these players have been able to show up at these tournaments. And Salty Simon, as we mentioned, had a very good streak at the very start of the year, where he just won, I think it was 3 Fight Nights, not in a row, but almost in a row.
He picked up a lot of wins and then got cursed somehow and was getting like incredibly poor luck and was get just the really heartbreaking eliminations, and then managed to win a seasonal. There's the Disc Solaire coming through from Owie.
And we are going to be in game 2 now. Simon's 1-0 up. And the decks are going to be for Simon. It's going to be Feel the Rush that we're seeing now with Sejuani. Going to be a Darkness deck. Going to be Echo Zilean. And for Owie, going to be Sundisk, Ziggs Talia with Arsenal, and Your Own Arms Rally as a 3rd deck.
And so when it comes to the Sundisk here versus just Feel the Rush, Shadow Isles, I feel like Sundisk has got to be pretty well favored, right? It's because the current forms of Sundisk get to run that Rite of Negation and that Quicksand, so you can disrupt a lot of the win conditions that Salty Simon is going to be looking for.
And for now, everything seems to be in order for he has the 0 already in order. Going to just play it out right away as things go on. And looking at the hand from Simon, he has all kinds of control ready to go. The Avalanche, the Ravine, has double Tavern Keeper to stay healthy, but this is not a deck that necessarily beats you by racing down your Nexus. It's more kind of the power of the Sundisk flipping and how the game can be transformed when that does happen.
When you look at Owie's overall lineup, leaving the Sundisk up, the other 2 decks being Talia Ziggs and then just Tristana Rally, Salty Simon probably, you just have to pick your poison at that point.
And there is going to be the Zareth now in hand as well, and the Endless Devout. So really all the big players in the Sundisk deck have now appeared in the hand for Owie. And do you think there's going to be a way for Salty Simon to really to stop this flip from happening in a few turns? Right, Negation even now to stop any of those big Freliter or Shadow Isle spells.
When it comes to Zareth and Azir, it's not the fact that you really care about Zareth controlling your board with these pings or even tripping the Roiling Sands. It's that once you get level 3 Zareth in play, he starts to hit your Nexus when your board is empty. And suddenly, if Salty Simon is on a 4-turn clock, Ledros isn't going to be able to get there. With Ledros and Atrocity, both of those potentially being just negated.
There's the Avalanche coming in. It could have been a renegation here from Owie, but he has a second Azir in hand, so really unfazed, and that's why he was so happy to go in for the attack with the Azir as well.
Yeah, it's with Sundisk, you can see how when your opponent is trying to clear the board and disrupt, you have this consistent pressure, but this self-assurance, this inevitability because of the Sundisk that you don't really care. And I think this might be a situation where Salty Simon, again, had to pick the poison, said, I'm going to play out the Sundisk matchup. Maybe we can get there. These more modern takes on Sundisk, I say modern, but it's only been a few days of development, are a little slower. We can see here the Sundisk flipping usually around turn 7, turn 8, rather than the hyper speed run Sundisk decks that want to flip it on turn 6 consistently. So there is a little bit more room here. And if OE does get too overzealous, plays out like a Xerath and an Azir in the same turn, maybe there is that tap under, and Salty Simon can sneak in a Ledros and just win with an overwhelm from there.
And the problem for always that he, this deck kind of requires a back and forth from the opponent in terms of units being played to pop landmarks, etc. And when there isn't that one, there's just, spells being played from Simon and just trying to heal back up with Catalyst. You are having to burn mana. If you're OE, you're having these awkward boards where you don't want any of these units here because they're not doing really much of anything. You want space instead for the Xerath, for the Azir. And already, Ledros coming down.
I really like this play, saying if I'm going to just play this out, because this is the key turn where I know you want to play your champions. And if you write a negation, it's really going to put a wrench in those plans. And so, yeah, here it is. Xerath and Azir looks like going to be the development here for OE. Saying, I have Rite of Negation in hand. I don't have to worry about Atrocity. Now that Ledros was played into that Roiling Sands, he's vulnerable. I can just pull him to the side with my Treasure Seeker, and I can go for a big swing. The level 3 Azir is going to summon a Sandstone Charger, and this is going to be lethal.
Time for the movies. Scarzig, the first of today. I think there might be a few different showings all throughout the day.
I think during the last fight night, there wasn't as much Yordles and Arms, so Sundisk was a pretty easy ban target, and I think only 1 or 2 of it snuck through on the broadcast. But yeah, this is absolutely massive. We've got, at this, I don't even think you would go for the Arcane just yet.
Gonna go for it now just in case, just to make sure he has all his bases covered, knowing that there's no response from Simon, knowing there's only 1 mana up, knowing that there's no counterplay whatsoever. I think it is somewhat safe to go for this now and just have absolutely full control with a failsafe of, like you mentioned, Rite of Negation in hand, just in case anything odd happens. But...
And by clearing the board, it makes Xerath hit the Nexus. And then next round, Xerath is going to hit the Nexus again or just remove a blocker. This is really the power of the Sundisk. You don't lose to the Emperor's deck. You lose to the fact that Xerath is killing 1 or 2 of your units for free every round, and you just cannot take back control of the board. And anything that can deal with Xerath's 9 HP gets negated or completely blown out of the water by Ancient Hourglass.
Overall on Sejuani, not going to be quite enough to find any kind of lethal for Simon here. Only 4 damage going to connect through. With Bled Ravine, potentially 6, but not enough to get to the 8 total.
And Salty, to be fair, Salty Simon almost got there, right? Getting to 8 HP. We saw this in set 1 with like Pantheon versus Yordles and Arms, that even a matchup that seems pretty lopsided, the players are able to still get within a stone's throw of where they want their win condition to be. But now that this version of OE's Sundisk, it's a bit more stable, a bit more reactive to the metagame, is just including that buffed Quicksand now, you can stop so many other win conditions from maybe going underneath or over top of you.
And there's a damage coming through the vulnerable on the Sejuani. The attack that's going to come through from this full board here from OE. And as we mentioned before, there was an attempt from Sejuani to try and deal overwhelm damage, to try and find a way to get some kind of lethal, but Quicksand really just stopped that completely. Sandstone Charger comes out. There's going to be the double whale killing off the Charger and healing up for 6 as well in the process.
Rite of Negation scoops both of these Withering Whales, and that is going to be the lethal put back on the stack. Game 2 goes to OE. And now Salty Simon is going to try to take game 3 with Freljord Shadow Isles. I think that honestly, that matchup is probably just unfavored in so many different ways. Like even Feel the Rush being included in the deck gets scooped up by Rite of Negation.
And it feels like if you're not fast enough to go under
Mm-hmm.
the landmark flipping, or you don't have an answer to a landmark, you're going to find yourself in a tough spot once it does flip, and it just seems inevitable, really, unless you're trying to play for a deck that goes under, that can apply enough pressure in those awkward stages on turns 3, 4, and 5 to really be able to get a win there.
I think the idea, I guess, if you had to like imagine a world where you could get that win, would just be you're hitting like Trundle into Sejuani, into Ledros, into Feel the Rush, and like you're just doing so many powerful things back to back to back that OE is forced to just play Rite of Negation and Quicksand in response over and over, and can't continuously develop to flip the Sun Disc. But it just ended up not coming to pass there. Salty Simon with another double Blighted Ravine draw, going to be much more useful in this Fae matchup.
Yeah, exactly. This is a deck that you know, it's trying to go wide. It's going to be the Fae Rolling Arms that we've seen so much of in the last 2 months. And this is a deck that always floods the board very effectively. But what if all of a sudden you have a way to clear that board entirely over the course of 1 or 2 turns if you're Simon, and you know, stop every other card that synergizes with these engines, with your own arms, etc.
Oh no. Fae Sprout finds the Gleaming Lantern, and it's a 4/4 now because of that buff. And then we get the discount with Grandfather Fae. This deck was toned down only slightly, right? With the Telescope nerf, with the Sharp Sight nerf. But the rest of this Fae engine is still so devastating when it just pops off like this. Salty Simon has to go for the Avalanche, kills the Grandfather Fae, takes the Spell Shield off of the Owl Cat, but we've still got 8 damage being forced through. No Vile Feast to clean up.
We'll see how Simon plays out this next turn as well. If he just goes for the Blighted Ravine right away, and that's going to be the case here, just making sure that Owie can't even really develop onto this board now, slowing him down, even just by threat.
What if you rally, though? What if you went? I would do it. I know that's not the smartest line. He's gonna show some patience there, but I think that I would cheese for the extra 8 damage. But going into this next turn, Owi's just gonna redevelop, right? We've seen this before, where Faes, you know, you're able to wipe the board, or you're able to trade them down initially, but they have this wave after wave of pressure. Vandal City Mare comes through. This is going to allow Grandfather Fae for 1 mana. We've got Blast Cone Seedlings potentially coming through as well.
And the chance here for the box to be activated still is going to be huge against this deck as well. Not just the board clear from Blighted Ravine, from Withering Whale, from Avalanche, but the box as well. Because this deck is able to kind of cheat the usual system of how many units you can play in a turn, the box becomes extra effective. And we're going to see it here.
Yeah, I think this is a great time to just keep wiping the board. If Owie can't get any pressure set up, you don't have to worry about the Yordles and arms. Salty Simon goes for the block, but holds the box.
I think it makes sense. The attack that was connecting there wasn't too big, and you know your opponent has to develop more anyway, so you can just punish it with a wider Blighted Ravine anyway in a few turns, or this turn even maybe.
It's always risky. Salty Simon with the classic pass, saying, play more, please. When you're playing, again, Swarm versus Control Freljord Shadow Isles is a matchup as old as time. This matchup has, like, taken many different forms over the course of the game's history, but, like, these early mid-game dynamics are always the same, of I'm playing a deck that wants to go wide versus a deck that has tons of AoE, and it just comes down to your fundamentals, right? How far are you willing to push your luck?
We'll see now if anything else comes through on this turn. If there's any more developments from Owie, maybe thinking a Gnar that might survive, but then all of a sudden there's a box that could be played this turn as well. So it's always just back and forth, this seesawing of threats versus answers that's going to happen, like, as you're mentioning, in these matchups. And you have to be able to not go all in, not commit everything to one blowout, because if you do get blown out by a Blighted Ravine or an Avalanche that hits 5 or 6 units, then all of a sudden you're not going to get back into the game. And that's going to be the case here. The box can be triggered to get both the Gnar and the Petricide Broadway, and we'll see if Simon goes for it. He has the mana for it.
After you've kind of wiped out 2 waves of threats.
Always waiting for the rally. Always waiting for it.
Oh my god, what a pass! When you have the Blighted Ravine and the box set up,
He had the backup of Vile Feast next turn if there was just a pass there from Owie, but he knew that this is a possible play and this is a huge blowout. Owie was not expecting it, or maybe, you know, took the risk anyway, and that's going to be now a rally. It doesn't really do much of anything here, just 3 damage connecting here. 12 HP on the Nexus for Simon, and big blowout with the Red Ravine popping now as well.
2 Blighted Ravines on Salty Simon's side is all you need to keep the Yordles and Fays under control. Gleaming Lantern comes through, but now we're a little bit low on card generation. And the Yordle and Arms isn't even active yet. But now
even
Simon,
if it is, it's going to be a blowout anyway. There's still more ammunition here for Simon. He has another Avalanche. He just top deck with a Vile Feast to make sure he can clean up things like the Gleaming Lantern that have 3 HP. And Owie's deck is not a deck that tries to have combat tricks to save units. It just tries to flood the board with cheap units that are kind of, you don't really care if they die or not. You don't have ways to save them necessarily. You don't commit to them. But in this case, it means that it's going to be another blowout once again.
And here we go. Salty Simon has piloted this early game beautifully, just answering all of these waves, getting maximum value out of the AoE. And Owie was, I think, just kind of hoping, right, for something like a Tristana or maybe a Telescope or another Mare to come out of the deck to get more generation. Whenever you're playing against Control in your Bandle City, you don't really, it's not as devastating as it used to be in the past for a swarmy deck like this to get wiped 2 or 3 times, because it felt like you always had the ability to generate even more and more threats.
Well, maybe the 3rd time is a bit much. I agree, the 1st or 2nd, you do have a chance to replenish the board, and it's fine. But this will be now the 3rd time that, a 2 to 3 to 4 unit board gets wiped on Owie's side, and we're seeing the hand. There's not much coming back from it. You're not even able to play out your own arms at any point in time because you just don't have a board for it.
So we've got 5 more damage being threatened. Salty Simon does have the Vile Feast to clear the Gleaming Lantern. And there's just been no Sharp Sight, no Ranger's Resolve. It's just been a bunch of units that are just trying to do their best versus waves of snow and ice. And they just can't really get any work done.
There's a Vile Feast, so really only kind of 1 damage being done there. Now down to 9 HP for Simon. And getting to the stage of the game where now he's in control. He has Sejuani, he has Ledros, he has the Tavern Keeper. Venge is not so great in this matchup. There isn't, as I mentioned, not going to be a big threat that you're committing to if you're Owie. But still, it seems now that you've gone too slow if you're Owie to be at this point, to still have 9 HP on the Nexus for your opponent, and to have only 1 unit on the board especially.
And once again, out of resources. We've got Owlcat as a 2/1. Blast Cone Seedling can have Barrier to try to go for something here, but Simon's got the Sejuani. That's just a big Frostbite plus a blocker. We've got 3 Sisters, so even this attack with the Rally, with the Yordles and Arms, is not going to be a big threat for Salty Simon. And this is a classic that we don't normally see, where the control deck isn't like going to kill you, but is actually just successfully run you completely out of resources and threat.
At this point, Owie has to take the risk of playing Yordle and Arms probably, and going for the Rally effect as well with these 3 units. And the moment your Arms is played, then the Ruination can just come in and wipe the board, knowing there's not going to be really any more units to be played, or else they would have been played before the buff comes through.
And you can just Tavern Keeper as well to get a blocker in case Owie wants to go for a swing initially, just to kind of test the waters. But there's the Yordles and Arms. Salty Simon can Ruination, and even if that 4 mana is, the last 2 cards are Gleaming Lantern plus, another Fae, with the 12 HP thanks to the Tavern Keeper, you still aren't even worried about that.
I think at this point Simon has to go for the Ruination, especially because knowing there might be, looks like I'm mistaken on that. Keeps the Ruination, goes for the Sejuani instead. The threat of the Rally effect now is going to be a problem, potentially. Not a game-losing one for Simon, but some damage will be connecting.
I guess the worry is just because if you Ruination, the Owlcat still lives. And if you have the Golden Aegis, then we've got exactly 12 damage.
And that's
So
the
now,
hope that the Sejuani would trade there, but it doesn't. So 6 damage could connect there. But the Range of Resolve was played instead, and no rally was going to be played out there. Now it's going to be Ledros coming down, chopping down the Nexus total to 8.
so Oe, like, again, it's so funny, right? Because like you're thinking to yourself, okay, the Yordles in arms and the rally, it feels like that they're always like about to lose, but they just have these means to come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially the spell shield on the Owlcat was the key thing there. That really, the Ruination just wasn't an option actually the whole way through, which is crazy to think about.
The final batch of cards that came to Oe protecting this Owlcat against the Sejuani, setting up for an attack into an open attack. Salty Simon does have that vengeance in hand, but is it going to be enough? We've got 3 sisters. Flash Freeze keeps the Ledros in play as a blocker. So now we've got a block on the Owlcat into a Vengeance.
I think at this point, there might not be enough tools for Oe to close this game out. Vengeance comes through immediately on the Gnar just to stop the Pokestick from even coming into play. Man, there's now only just these 2 units on the board.
I thought it was over, but Simon needs to end the game. Here's the thing, right? Like, you've controlled the board.
Well, that's the only way to do it.
Okay, that's how you end the game. Thank goodness.
The surrender comes through. Salty Simon able to withstand the attacks from the Fae all throughout that game. Able to clear the board 3 times. At a pivotal moment, couldn't really clear the board because of the spell shield on the Owlcat after Yordle in arms, but still manages to wither the storm and make it into semifinals with Oe getting knocked down to loser's bracket.
I was very impressed. We thought that the game was kind of doomed by just Simon's fantastic passes and board wipes, but still sticking to it and finding a potential lethal threat line there was impressive. It's 2 seasonal winners from the EMEA regional going toe-to-toe. That's going to be, no matter how doomed it looks, the players are still going to find a way. But we do have another game coming up, actually. We got through our first set with Castman so quickly. Some of the slower decks that are still making their way through round 1 were able to kind of catch the tail end of game 3 versus Genesis and Dilton.
I was about to say, Scarzig, let me guess. It's Aphelios. And that is going to be the case. It's an Aphelios mirror. The only way there could still be a game going on in this round 1. And it will be this game 3 between Genesis and Dilton.
And Cosmic Inspiration is going to tip the scales. Genesis getting this. Remember Cosmic Inspiration? It used to be refill 3 spell mana. It was like essentially 4 mana. They like had to double or triple nerf it so that like it doesn't give you mana back anymore. And they made it so that it's offered as a choice when you invoke, like very rarely. So, because it's just such a game-warping card. And now with the return of Aphelios and the return of Targon, we can see, how impactful it can be when these 2-1s become 4-3s.
I think the first few versions of the Celestial cards and the Aurelian Soul package were a bit crazy. I remember just the mirrors just made no sense. You would first and just start, spamming out free cards, free Celestial cards, and it was really a wild time in Runeterra's history. The nerfs came in rather quickly on Aurelian Soul, kind of died down over time, but now has found a spot. At least Celestial cards have found a spot as kind of win conditions within Targon.
So with the Cosmic Inspiration coming through, Dilton is now shifting gears, right? I'm at 18 HP. I don't need to get precious or try to get maximum healing out of the Star Shaping. I just got to find something that I can play and win. From this position, you're looking for something like the Scourge, right? Mm-hmm. Phasing into Severum here. Going to just get some lifesteal, try to get some bonus stats on the bench, get some good trades down. Equinox is going to be great to hopefully take care of a big threat down the road, because Genesis in this mirror has a Submersible, has the Ballistic Bot about to come down, and this is going to be massive elusive damage and continuous burn. Can a level up Aphelios really carry this game?
I don't know. Cosmic Inspiration is just too long term to really get outvalued even by something like Aphelios.
I just remember back in the day, Aphelios was a one-man army. I've seen Aphelios 1v5. Like, he's the only unit you have in play. And with, like, Severum and Gravitum and Calibrum, he just did not care how much he had to go up against. The value was just immense.
Aphelios is dead. So he has a one-man army, no more. You know,
listen, he got bit by a snake.
Can be deadly. Depends on the snake. If it's a celestial serpent, that's definitely one of them.
He has Calibrum and Sephirum, but not anti-venom.
That's one of the ones they tell you to watch out for. The celestial serpents, no antidote for that bite. And Aphelios goes down, but Victor takes his place, trying to do what Aphelios was doing so well here for Dilton, trying to keep him in the game, despite the long-term value of Cosmic Inspiration. Really making this a race where if you're not able to do something right now for Dilton, and it gets some kind of way to find a window of time now with maybe some kind of overwhelm or elusive, you're not going to outvalue Cosmic Inspiration long term.
And it's going to come down to some devastating over-the-top combo, right? We've got Victor finally leveling up, and that means you're going to be able to put a lot more value into play to hopefully just match up against the raw stats of Genesis, because as it stands, right, it's all about the Cosmic Inspiration and stats in play. Genesis doesn't have any champions, doesn't have any big celestial win con threats as of yet, and Targon loves to slow play. And if you take that stance versus a Victor now in play, all he needs to do is become Robo Pantheon.
So first of all, coming through though with the big stats, the extra stats of Cosmic Exploration and the elusive, there's going to be an Equinox that can be used. Other than that, the other damage here, it's not really going to work. I guess the Hush is also possible to take away the elusive.
That probably might be the line. We've also got this Supernova in hand, and that's going to be incredibly useful for removing one or two blockers, especially elusive blockers, to allow Victor to get that big swing. Getting some more resources with the Spacey Sketcher and Pale Cascade to draw more. That's all we got to do is just keep chump blocking. Even though you have stats, you don't have the keywords like Overwhelm yet to actually push through damage.
I'm expecting a big swing can probably come in at this point. The full board here for Genesis has to start dealing damage onto the Nexus and making use of these extra stats.
Ooh, I like the Trickster because the 3/3 stat line trades better into Genesis's board, but I also like the Messenger to play down, get a blocker, and draw more cards. But Equinox ends up being the pickup.
And considering how long this game has gone on for, there might be a timer problem as well for some of these players. Something to take into account, considering players usually start a little bit before the stream match starts as well. So this is going to be close to the 1 hour timer that, these best of threes are set for. And players might have to start, locking in the decisions much quicker than they would like to at this point in the game, especially in the target mirror where you have so much to think about.
The block with this Victor is so scary. I feel like you could probably gamble, take a little bit more damage here to keep the Victor alive. Because if he goes down, you have nothing in hand. I think you've got to keep this thing alive. Pale Cascade comes through on the Ballistic Bot to trade 1 for 1, stay alive, keep getting the created cards, keep getting the augment stacking and that consistent burn damage. We're getting an update that Dilton is the one that's behind on time, Panda.
I'm not sure how good that source is. It's contradicted itself. So I will let the explosions do the talking once one of these timer runs out.
I'm trying to, put my faith in Twitch chat, which is
it's
ill-advised.
Like you have to, leave room for interpretation in everything you say. Victor is still very much alive, though. Definitely not relying on Twitch chat. Instead, relying on himself.
Okay, the one-man army. Wasn't Aphelios.
And has the Overwhelm still, which is maybe a way that Dilton can try and push through damage here, but there's going to be double Star Shaping in hand for Genesis with so much mana to work with in the late game, so the life totals are still going to be very healthy now for Genesis.
Yeah, so Dilton is the one that's behind and has the you know, has to be the one to end the game. And all of these Celestial Invoke animations take forever. Written in Stars can maybe grab a Felios, but I think the risk of getting Victor and getting a Death Ray would just be like way too detrimental. And Genesis finds the Vi. Do we go for Supernova here? Going to use the Hex Core upgrade to pass priority back and see if Genesis taps down under a bit more mana. It's tough now on the Victor.
I think you might need the Golden Sister just to go for the elusive damage as well, alongside the Victor.
It's also a created card.
Mm-hmm.
With 5 HP and tough, we are perhaps a little bit tankier to get through this Vi.
And just some elusive damage connecting, I think it's not going to be enough. Again, at this pace, Dilton is going to continuously fall behind in terms of just the free stats that the Cosmic Inspiration has given Genesis. And the longer this game is drawn out, the more those stats will be relevant.
Yeah, and the Iterative Improvement allows you to get another Submersible. This is going to keep boosting the Vi. And now we've got Hush for Victor as well. So he's going to go down, and that's going to rip Dilton's only win condition here. Really unfortunate you're forced into a position where you've got to put all your eggs into one basket versus Targon like this.
It's a big Supernova now, though, on the Vi and the Submersible. You had the Equinox even for Submersible, but instead trying to make use of the Supernova to get two beefy targets out of the way, and Vi was definitely one of those.
So then Duskbringer is going to be the play. We have Guiding Touch to draw another card. There's still so much mana for both players, but Dilton is tapped out. If you answer those two big threats, you just have to hope. X-Core upgrade, maybe find Scout. We've got almost all the pieces of Voltron assembled here. Overwhelm, tough.
Gonna be a big
Fearsome.
pickup with the Great Beyond for Genesis as well, but I think really he wants to find some kind of way to deal with his Victor more than anything else, because just the units he'll be playing regardless are going to have more stats than his opponents. It's just this one Victor that is becoming a problem now, as well as the invokes that we're seeing from Dilton, the
Falling
Golden
Comet
Sister or Falling Comet could be options.
So I like this play, right? Your opponent just went for a Star Shaping. They could play a big elusive threat, but you've got the Hush. You aren't too worried about it. You can just go for Equinox to pop that Spell Shield, and you're opting to just go for the Traveler instead, because this is another created card that's going to give you another created card, and they're all discounted thanks to level 2 Victor. Cosmic Rays would be so good if that Cosmic Inspiration had not been cast earlier for Genesis. But you got to think of the time as well. Dilton, you don't have any time. Goes from the Hush into the Equinox to remove the Great Beyond, trying to clear a path for the Victor to get through. There's 4 elusive damage with the Silver Sister. We've got Pale Cascade to put even more onto the Victor. Great Beyond is still an 8/8, however. No elusive has been rolled on Victor as of yet, so Dilton cannot go for the lethal. Has to survive maybe 1 or 2 more turns. Going back into Genesis's hand, he's got the Spell Thief. What is this going to grab?
I mean, we've seen so many different spells play. We'll see. I guess it's just going to be a Star Shaping going for that long-term value still for Genesis. Trying to find another win con.
Threats. Star Shaping into the Scourge, but it's not playable. That's the big problem with Star Shaping, is that whatever you get is potentially just not playable. And the timer!
Oh, Dilton taken down due to the timer. We were talking about. This is a thing that is going to, once again, continue happening with Targon mirrors as Targon and Aphelios comes back into the meta. Players have to start watching out for the time from the very beginning of the series. If you're looking at your opponent's lineup and say, oh, they have Targon as well, this might go to that 1 hour threshold. You have to be wary of it from the very first moment, the very first game that starts off in the series. So very unfortunate for Dilton there.
Yeah, it just, again, it came to this value stalemate, and to the point where he was having to respond to Genesis's pressure and couldn't develop any meaningful win conditions. The Victor was scaling up, was becoming very scary, but just did not have enough time. But now we get a chance to look at how the rest of the bracket went through. Ironically, we got to see most of what went down in round 1.
We already know all the results, basically. It will be, of course, Castman versus Salty Simon in that semifinal number 1, and Genesis versus Fuji in that semifinal number 2, with players like Dilton and Owe going down, and Gouda as well. The player that is leading the ladder, has been dominating the past month in the ranked ladder, is all of a sudden finds himself in the very first round of the loser bracket, trying to fight his way all the way through against very tough opponents as well. Dilton and possibly Owe further down the line as well.
heavy hitting bracket, heavy hitting losers bracket is something you really don't want to see. You want all the top players to remain up there, and then maybe you are able to feast on some of the weaker lineups in the bottom. But when everybody's strong, somebody's got to go down there and fight it out. But we will see what the next round is going to look like when we get back from this break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just had a pretty jam-packed round one that went to time, but now we're going to be getting into the next round, and the players we have on the docket are Genesis, who we just saw the tail end of their set, versus Spooky. Genesis coming from Germany, again, a very powerful region, and now that we're kind of back in a value-oriented, decision-making based Targon meta, you know, a lot of these players always enjoy that at the top levels of competitive.
And we're going to have Spooky, someone that's coming from Austria, someone that we've seen, or I've seen before, kind of in the early stages of Runeterra as a competitive circuit in the Masters Europe tournament with Austria qualifying for their very first one. And he was one of those players that was in there. I'm fairly sure he has a background in Yu-Gi-Oh!, but I might be mistaken on this, but I'm sure chat will let me know. But he's a player that has actually brought a very interesting deck today to the tournament. Has Lee Sin in it, so I can't say I'm an enormous fan, but it is paired with Fizz in this case.
Lee Fizz.
We saw this at the tail end of a few seasons ago. It was gaining traction during the Shellfolk meta as this very surprising deck that had a really good win rate that I believe was Miss Assassin that was spamming it a lot on the EU ladder and popularized that a lot. And we haven't seen it since then, really, as much as other Lee Sin variants.
I guess it kind of makes sense. You want to cast a lot of spells because of Lee Sin, and then you just have this additional threat of tons of elusive damage. I love the inclusion of a couple copies of Syncopation as well. This allows you to do really silly things. with your Fizz and your Lee Sin, getting them to hit open slots, get tons of damage through, protect your units from removal. And I think this is going to be a nice showcase of how good Eye of the Dragon still is with the changes to Gifts from Beyond and Crescendum.
Mm-hmm. And the other decks that he will be playing are going to be Akshan Sivir, so nothing too crazy on that side. Looking at the split, especially the 5-cost split that we talked about, is always the one that's changing the most between different players and different deck lists. It's going to be triple Bruiser this time around, so no Radiant Guardian whatsoever, no Screech Dragon, just triple Bruiser, which I think is maybe the more traditional.
Yeah, I think it's a good.
Sivir.
Yeah, it's definitely a good baseline where the other ones feel like you're trying to adapt to something specific, and then Bruiser is just, yeah, I can snowball the game with this potentially. Or, if you hit your God curve of Akshan into Sivir on 4, Bruiser on 5, that's just the perfect setup. That's going to put you on a strong trajectory rather than trying to come back into a losing game or stabilize with, say, Radiant Guardian.
And the third deck will be Aphelios as well, so there might be another target mirror in this lineup between Spooky and Genesis. And for that reason, I will have to tell players now to be very careful about the timer. We saw already one timer loss occur. This is a kind of a new thing to find out, at least a new thing when it actually matters, because there hasn't been much target relevance since the timer has been implemented, so we haven't seen many timer losses. But in this new meta, where there might be these target mirrors that could go on for so long, players have to be very careful about the timer and about if it could cause them maybe a series loss because of it.
Yeah, try to make it so that the first deck you're playing is perhaps something a bit faster, and then try to save up as much time as you can for that game 3, and then you can really start thinking about your lines. If you have to play a double Targon lineup, you have to be very, very clean and know pretty much ahead of time what your entire line and what your win condition is going to be. Things can kind of shift rapidly from back and forth between the players as they're both invoking, and the keywords and factors at play are all changing around the Aphelios and the Victor, etc. But I think that generally speaking, you have the idea of this is going to come down to star shaping into a big win condition and just play more directly towards that.
And saving up those, Equinoxes and Hushes that we saw last game to have kind of these fail safes to deal with the opponent's win conditions as they start generating them. That's usually the back and forth that we're going to see in target mirrors quite often. Things like Cosmic Inspiration can definitely flip things to the side where, if it's going to go so long term anyway, I'm going to play this out as soon as I can and get so much value from it to really be able to fight and have a dominant position going to the end game like Genesis had in this last game.
When we get into the bans, I am curious to see what the players are going to opt for, because Genesis again has that Targon deck that we saw previously, but then just 2 Yorls and Arms lists. And when you look across the table at Spooky's decks, you're thinking, okay, well, there's this Lee Sin Fizz that's a bit of a wild card that you can't really evaluate. And then, Sivir, Akshan, and the Targon, the Aphelios list, right? So you're like, okay, well, there's 2 good decks and then a deck I'm not so sure of. And am I going to take the bait and ban that? Because we've seen this from time to time as well. You bring something that your opponent is unsure of, and they will ban it just because they don't want to give you a free win because they don't understand or properly know what their matchups truly look like into it. And at the very least, if they're unfavored versus your remaining 2 decks, because they know the matchup, they're confident that they can at least put up a better fight.
I'm pretty sure this Lee Sin Fizz deck also in the last Smash Europe tournament became popular on ladder, and a few countries even adopted it into their 7-deck lineup as well, as it's kind of like a wild card surprise factor. Similar to the, kind of taking up the same slot that a normal Lee Sin deck would take in the lineup, but it was a competitive deck. It kind of got phased out, I think, just because of nerfs to Battle City in general, and just it wasn't maybe as good as other Lee Sin versions. But it's definitely not a meme. It might look on paper like it's a random deck of cards, but this is a deck that has proven it can be competitive in the past.
Yeah, there's no Phase Sprout, there's no Papercraft Dragon trying to attach to Fizz or the Lee Sin. It's just you've got a lot of consistent damage with the Fizz, right? We've got Flame Spitters in here, so you've got an elusive unit that's hitting you for 3 or 4 or 5 damage every round, and you've got so much responsiveness to protect the Fizz from being removed. And even though Lee Sin can't OTK you, if you're already down to 8 or 10 HP, he doesn't need to do that much in order to hit you. And as long as Lee Sin comes down and says, okay, I'm going to kick your big threat back to your hand, then that's really all you need. So I think that theoretically we will see it come to fruition. But the fact of the matter is, when you're looking at Lee Sin Zoe, for example, that's just a deck that players have more reps on. And so there is perhaps a bigger gulf for misplays to maybe happen with Fizz Lee Sin.
Bans are now being decided. Ooh. So almost a consideration for Aphelios Vi Zoe to get banned instead. And that's going to be the case. Both players ban Targan. Both players may be scared of the timer, and they say, nope, it's not going to go to that. It's going to go down to player skill, and Targan is no longer part of this equation. Scarzig, I'm going to say it right now, I'm a little bit happy. Targan, when you're casting it, can be sometimes a bit much with the 30-minute games.
I think the idea there could have just been, if I leave my opponent's Targon unbanned, but then they ban mine, I'm just really unfavored because Targon has the potential to just set up and outvalue nearly anything. And so it's better to just ban out the Targons and then roll the dice versus Yordles, I suppose. We've seen Silver Akshan, especially when it was piloted by Castman, take a very aggressive stance, go for the throat, and just end the game with a rally before the Yordles can get set up. We'll see if Spooky can make it happen.
Has the Akshan in hand, as all good players do, but does not have the attack token on turn 2, unfortunately. So going to be a little bit slower to get things rolling for himself.
And Genesis has the Zaunite Urchin ready to bring this Flame Chompers into play. We've got the 2 Bomber Twins in hand. This is 2 chances of getting something incredibly strong, something like a Hexplosive Minefield, which shuts down Silver Akshan, or even a Preservarium for more resources.
The Lulu top deck not there, but doesn't matter too much yet because Genesis is also not on his preferred attack token on turn 3. Instead, it'll be a turn 4 for this PNZ deck, the Fizz Lulu deck for Genesis. But in this case, you still have one more turn to draw the Lulu and they can really get the explosive combo going.
So puts the barrier on the Akshan. This just plays around the Mystic Shot for this round, trying to keep the Akshan alive. But Genesis working on a very wide swing. And so Spooky going to go ahead and throw down the single combat now that there's not a threat of a Pokey Stick or a Mystic Shot to pop that barrier. You're getting a really strong double dip. And look at this, the Warlord's Palace already down to 2 ticks.
This is the Turbo Akshan meta we live in. So I think when you draw him on turn 2, you're able to get all the synergies with the barrier, with the single combat, even when you know it's safe to go for it, to just play for value on the board.
And Aloof Traveler was picked up by Genesis off of the Bandle City Mare, and this is going to snipe this Recurrent Bruiser, right? The most expensive card in the deck, saying, don't worry, Sivir, I got you protected. Don't worry, Golden Aegis, I'll take the hit for you. And we'll see if that's going to be enough to carry through versus this double Flame Chompers opening into a wide swing.
And this is some very fast Runeterra. I told the players to be careful about the timer, but I didn't think they would be this careful.
Just they banned the Targon, and they're saving even more time.
They're going sub 20, Scarzig. It's the speed run.
I mean, we've seen it before, right? When it comes to like the Yordles and Arms decks, you've got to just go greed, do as much as you can in order to make your win condition happen. And if the Yordles draw well, then that's just going to be it. So
Vagabond being hovered here by Spooky, just trying to really think.
I kind of like the Bruiser. If you go for Bruiser, then you aren't protecting from Aloof. But I don't know if Spooky's really going to account for what if they have Aloof off of Mare and I can't rally. Because if you get the Bruiser, Akshan's going to flip. You can just start putting keywords down. And if you get Fearsome or something of the like.
And I'm not sure you want to Aloof anyway. I think you really want to go for board tempo, try and go as wide as possible to try to end the game, really, with the 10 HP now on the Nexus for Spooky.
Yeah, so the Vagabond does automatically advance the Warlord's Palace, so that's going to pop. You get your Predict draw here, and what are we looking for, Panda? Maybe another single combat?
He just might be it, but the board is not really menacing enough to say, hey, I can attack with this board, and I'm going to win enough trades to attack again. It's not really the case. It's, just... And the Yordle Captain was found by Genesis off of the Zaunite Urchin, so a big play. Oh, so Aloof does come down in the end.
Now that Spooky has kind of spent a little bit more mana, doesn't have too much of a threat, the Aloof does feel a bit safer. Gets rid of the Bruiser, but Golden Aegis is protected. And you know that Genesis was trying to snipe that rally for sure.
And your arms was found off of the aloof draw, so gonna try and keep a wide board if possible if you're Genesis, and just try and go for the kill on the next turn. But there's gonna be right of negation in hand for Spoogie, so he has the answer ready to go.
I would almost pull the baboon, because so the 3/1 doesn't go into your 3/3. But maybe you're just saying, "Aha! I've got Shape Stone. I've got Shape Stone." You're just thinking it as loud as you can to try to force your opponent to respect. And this has kind of been, there's been a little bit of debate in the community about how YOLO should you go with trying to bluff the Shape Stone, and if it's correct to call it out every single time.
Gonna be a full trade here in the end. Akshan connecting, and that's really it. Everything else, except for the Petrified Broadwing that was also barriered, stays up.
So full trade down, and that just means Genesis is feeling pretty confident. Says, well, I've got Yordle Captain and these 2 Daring Pros in hand, so I don't need a wide board.
Gonna be a sharp side pickup at top deck from Spoogie, so despite the nerfs, still gonna be good at blocking off these elusive, getting the extra procs on the Akshan as well.
There's potential for Petricite Broadwing into a Golden Aegis. We know that Genesis kind of needs to take this turn to redevelop, to set up for Yordles and Arms. So Spoogie's actually got a lot of tempo, right? A lot of time to just chill.
A bit risky here, though, with if he plays the Golden Aegis, having no mana to back up the play could be risky with Get Excited possibly available, but now only 2 mana left for Genesis, so only Mystic Shot or Pokestick are up. And there looks like there will be, in the end, the sharp side being used here, and there's not going to be enough to kill off this Akshan, even with the damage from the Poro coming in, unless you have Get Excited available next turn.
I like this trade a lot. You know, protecting from the Mystic Shot, still getting this Daring Poro out of the equation. It's 2 more ticks for Akshan to get the Sentinel's Horde, and then we're going to get that delicious Font of Power. Draw 2 cards, and then discount all the cards as well. Broadwing going to try to come through and clear this Yordle Captain.
It still seems like it's just going a little bit too slow for Spoogie here, despite the attacks, but the trades coming through. He's, opponent's still at 15 HP. He's down to 8, and now the Akshan is, at the mercy of a possible Get Excited. If Genesis commits it now, Random Negation can go for a 2-for-1, potentially, but there's 2 Get Excited as well anyway, so
Let's just goes through, wants to draw the card, goes for the 1-for-1. You've got this Daring Power in play, and that plus your Yordles and Arms, plus the burn that you have in hand. Genesis says, I kind of have, the lethal already, but thanks to all of that combat, we've got the Font of Power now available, and we can go for the Golden Aegis to maybe swing through once again with this Akshan to keep the threat going.
And it's more the right negation that's a real problem. You can't just throw all these spells on the stack and go for lethal. There is going to be an actual answer in terms of denying a spell. So Genesis has to be very careful as they try and go for plan A, which is winning on the board, and then having that fail safe once right negation is played out or once there's no mana for it.
Mm-hmm. And Spoogie knows when you're against Yordles and Arms, the P&Z version, they've got a lot of burn. You've got to try to protect your Nexus total HP as much as you can. And when you're forcing your opponent to now have to keep 4 mana open against you this late in the game, with Bandle City's ability to put so many cheap cards into play and still have that burn threat available, Spoogie's going to potentially get strangled out of this game because eventually you're going to be forced to tap under. And there's it. There it is. Bruiser hits the board.
Get Excited number 1, Get Excited number 2, and Mystic Shot gets put onto the Nexus. 8 HP being threatened. Spoogie did not respect the triple combo, and that will be him losing this game 1 to the direct burn here with no potential for Right of Negation, with only 3 mana available.
When we look at the hand, there's probably a read that there was some burn, but because that Mystic Shot wasn't used to clear the Akshan or the Petricite Broadwing, perhaps it tricked, right? You think, okay, maybe my opponent doesn't have the burn because if they had a Mystic Shot or something, it's very free here. But we saw Genesis kind of give up on the board very early and start playing towards that win condition, the burn of the Get Exciteds right away.
And he was so far behind that at that point, I think even if he obviously had considered the fact that there could be 8 points of direct damage, he had to, watch out for with invocation. He had no board at that point. He had to really start doing something, trying to find some proactive ways to not just survive, but to actually win the game himself. And I think you have to go for that route. You couldn't just play very cautiously.
Very true.
That game.
Yeah, if you play it safe and you try to keep your board alive at the expense of your Nexus total, it just means that your opponent can just kill you easier without needing as much burn. So going into game number 2, Sivir Akshan going to try to now take down Demacia Faye. Got Tristana and Gnar in hand, but none of the Faye engine to back this up. Genesis' setup might actually prove to be too slow versus Spooky with Sivir on 4.
Yeah, going to be maybe a mirror of Petrified Broadwings here, but as you mentioned, you don't have that explosive combination of cards that you really want to see in the early game for the Faye deck.
Blast Cone Seedling comes down with Barrier, gets that free damage. But Vagabond steps in to take over for Akshan, gets that Warlord's Palace ready to go in play. And we've got potentially, Sivir plus Cataclysm can get a very powerful snipe versus a Tristana or a Gnar. Look at this double champion draw.
No contract whatsoever, so nothing that can help Genesis, on the stack for these trades either. So Spooky's just going to go for it, just going to commit to these trades. He's happy with them, of course, getting the 2-for-1 onto the Blast Cone and forcing maybe the trade from the Broadwing.
What I like about Broadwing, right, is you get one really strong trade, and then it just kind of sits in play as like a Flame Chomper. That's just going to set up a better trade for you down the road. It's something that your opponent really does want to account for, because if they don't use that Pokey Stick or some card to ping it down, there's always the threat of, having a barrier or a sharp sight put on it, and then it gains that HP back and becomes super detrimental.
Cataclysm being considered to take down the Gnar, it's going to be a very annoying card to deal with if it does end up transforming, and even just once it gets a Pokey Stick once with Quick Attack, it's already kind of a problem.
Because then you get the Pokey Stick to maybe like pop Sivir's Spell Shield. If you'd want to play her down this turn, she gets pulled by the Petrified Broadwing. So just a hedge here, it looks like. Merciless Hunter, let your opponent get the Pokey Stick, and then maybe try to set up Sivir and Cataclysm down the road.
Yeah, sets up the vulnerable, able to kill off this Gnar maybe next turn, just has to make sure it doesn't level up this turn, which might be difficult if Pokestick is the option, if it is committed onto the Nexus. Probably not at this stage of the game, but it's a consideration for sure for Genesis.
That's probably it doesn't want to go for it. When Gnar levels up, you do put vulnerable on something. So Genesis is might just be saying, okay, I'm going to leave this Gnar in play and try to trigger that vulnerable on a better target than the Merciless Hunter. And with this Gnar vulnerable, there's no point in maybe trying to go all in on it.
Now there could be a Pokestick into wall up here to stop the Sivir altogether. And it could be punished by Cataclysm potentially after the fact.
Yeah, because the Cataclysm does allow a stunned unit to go back into combat, an interaction that we don't see very often, but a lot of players kind of dislike.
One of the least intuitive things to exist in the realm of Runeterra, the fact that stunned units can enter combat in any way.
Indeed, that is the Pokey Stick going onto the Nexus. So that way, once this Gnar goes down, you get to play the second one potentially, and then vulnerable goes onto the Sivir, and then you can clean her up. This, however, does get punished by the Cataclysm.
Mm-hmm. That's the case there. Still Sivir with Spell Shield, so still knowing there's not going to be any way to answer. There's only one mana up for Genesis regardless, so two Gnars now taken down, two champions taken down. Sivir still very much alive and with her Spell Shield, so going to be a threat that Genesis has to deal with at some point in time.
A lot of resources gone into answering those champions, but Genesis has been able to put up a good mid-range threat by just playing such strong cards. Now it looks like we've bought enough time for the Fae Swarm package to enter the hand and take over. Gleaming Lantern is the opener. We've got Loping Telescope for 1 and enough mana besides for that Blast Cone Seedling. We'll
see now what Spooky wants to go for. Has to really rely on the Palace popping to get that value flowing once again. The hand getting a little bit dry here compared to Banner City that, kind of is always a flowing river of value.
And Tristana enters play. So now she's leveled up. We've got a nice quick attacker versus Spooky's board. Tristana's got enough attack power to cover things like Sharp Sight. And so this could just be another, powerful development. Petricite Broadwing being offered up here. We know that if you play the Merciless Hunter, it kind of just gives you a 1-for-1 into the Broadwing. So this just puts something a little bit more threatening in play. How much damage do you think Spooky can take?
2. It seems like it's a decision. Gonna let only the Blast Cone connect. The Tristana is gonna be blocked there in the end. And
this is very weird to see Faye have the engine so slow like this. It's playing a very honest game that we typically don't see, where it's just, I'm gonna play good, decent units on curve. And that's exactly what Spooky's trying to do. We're gonna have this palace pop open here eventually, and that will hopefully give Spooky the resource advantages they need to close out, or at least get back into a dominant position, because now that Tristana is in play with the phase, you're 1 Golden Aegis or 1 Yordles and Rallies away from Yordles and Rallies. Yes, that is the name of the card now, chat. From getting just completely blowing you out of this game.
Range of Resolve could be massive at trying to keep Tristana alive, but there is going to be a Sharp Sight potential that would take out the chance for a rally here, if there was one even in the consideration for Spooky.
Yeah, we've got the Ranger's Resolve. The rest of your trades are still going through. It's just a matter of how much you value this Tristana. She's still vulnerable from the Merciless Hunter from before, so you can potentially clean her up. And Genesis is just thinking, if you rally just for the sake of taking down the Tristana, I've got another one in hand.
Both pulls there with this combat attack and the last one as well, not making use of the Sivir's quick attack. I'm not entirely sure why, considering that she has spell shield as well. There wasn't the last one I was thinking about Wallop potentially, but even then Silver still had spell shield. So
Spooky's it doesn't look too worried. Seems to have a plan, just keeping this Sivir healthy, not trying to tempt Genesis into doing any plays that would want to pop the spell shield, I suppose. But yeah, it goes for it here. The Pokey Stick to clear the Broadwing. Sivir's going to attack solo. This rally, at the very least, does pop open that Warlord's Palace. You get the Relic of Power. Maybe a Sandstone Charger comes through rather than the draw, but at this point, you definitely need it. You're super behind on board and card advantage. Genesis managed to pick up the Arena Mecha Caster, which is just another AoE buff for this massive board with Yordles and Arms besides.
And even if there's just no way to get lethal this turn for Spooky, and looking at the board that his opponent has, there's nothing to survive. I think even next turn, considering the attack on Tristana, the impact as well, Yordle and Arms is also a possibility. So overall, just a very weird turn here from Spooky.
So there's the pickup of Bruiser. So Sivir gets to come in, take down this Tristana, but now we've still got an incredibly wide swing. 11 damage already being presented, so Yordles and Arms is going to be gangbusters on top. Second Tristana comes through in the hand into Blast Cone Seedling.
As well. With the impact, you don't even need the barrier at this point in time, just need the extra damage. And not even the idea of like a single comet or something that can take down anything on the stack here. Surrender comes in, and Genesis wins the series 2-0. A clean sweep here on Spooky, who seemed to just not find his footing with his Akshan Sivir on either of the 2 games. Just didn't really have the high pressure early to make it than we expect with Akshan, and just the kind of the sequence of events that tends to lead to a Sivir blowout. In this case, both games seemed really subdued from Spooky in terms of his game plan.
The second game especially, right? Just, I have double Tristana draw, I have double Gnar draw. Just having the time and the tempo to just set up Gnar, and then Spooky was scrambling to answer it. And then, again, putting so much resources into answering those champions meant that when the Tristana and the phase were coming down, they were able to start taking advantage of the fact that Spooky had no cards and not a lot of resources to keep things from spiraling out of control from there. And any like value that Sivir could have gotten, especially with the Merciless Hunters and the Broadwings working in tandem to control the board, those strong trades just seem to not be taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm. We look at the bracket to see what happened in the other semifinal, and it looks like Castman's reign of terror hasn't come to an end just yet, but it has been slowed down. He has been dropped down to losers bracket, and it will be Salty Simon versus Genesis in the winners final. Owie has survived and did end up beating out Nim in that round one of the losers bracket, and Dilton and Gouda, we still don't exactly know what the result is, but Castman will have, a tough adversary regardless.
The lower bracket is going to be a really fun one as we move forward, because we know that Gouda is a really strong player. Owie still hanging in there as well. So a lot of great games, no matter where you look on this bracket. But the winners finals is going to be next between Salty Simon and Genesis. So we're going to get to that when we get back from this short break. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, joined by Panda, and we are about to jump into the winners finals. We've got Salty Simon and Genesis. Salty Simon, of course, the seasonal winner coming from Sweden, and, just doing his thing. He's been on, even with what seems to be like bricky hands, he's still making the magic happen. He's broken the curse, finally, the Fight Night curse, apparently, and he's back on top.
I'm not going to mention the Sweden thing too much, because last time I did that, I was trying to hype up the narrative of him caring for his country when he won the seasonal. Winner's interview, he says, I don't care about my country at all. So never again. I do not trust Simon. We are not part of the same brotherhood.
He travels the globe. He's a vagabond trying to find the strongest opponents to play cards against.
He's also a very good player who has brought a fairly spicy lineup in terms of what we've been seeing the last few weeks in Fight Night. This is one of the decks that we saw a bit of in the round one when we caught the tail end of his series against Oe. And it's going to be Trundle Sejuani with just the very usual failure control with Shadow Isles. All the usual suspects, Feel the Rush, obviously, Urination, Atrocity, etc.
I also like the inclusion of Sejuani over Tryndamere. We don't have like any faces of the old ones or stuff like that care about having that extra 8 cost unit, and then you just have something that you can play in the mid game if absolutely necessary.
And deck number 2 is going to be a favorite of yours, Scarzig. It's going to be Darkness. I was waiting to see if production would actually put with Darkness, or else I would have to say your favorite was Echo Zilean, but it will be Darkness coming in. As always, this deck has been a deck that has changed over time with the addition of Wallop. It's become a mainstay card, really. But we're still seeing kind of the one-of copies of things like Mist Call still having a powerful effect in the meta. And despite the Catalyzer nerfs, still obviously very much a strong card.
Yeah, the Catalyzer and Conch nerfs do hurt this deck's early game, but what it does has proven to be so powerful and so consistent. I don't think you really mind giving up some of your early game power. And this is certainly a little bit more appropriate for how this deck is positioned, in my opinion. And we even see Salty Simon not running 1-drops. We'll see some builds of Darkness opt for Otterpuss or Hapless Aristocrat to just hit the board early. And you might even consider that an even more of a need at this point to have a better early defense. But saying Salty Simon just saying, well, I've got Ishtali Sentinel, I've got triple Withering Whale, and that's really all I need. And if you find the right matchups, you don't need early game at all.
And the third deck in the lineup for Simon will be the Zilean Echo that we have seen before in Fight Night. And just again, a deck that can be very strong. We kind of memed about it last time as well, as a deck that you're not scared to face on ladder. But when everything goes right, when Echo levels up, when you have the corner break, it can get out of hand very quickly if you're not careful. It's a deck that has these kind of very high highs if everything goes as planned.
I think this list has it's starting to become that thing where only like really good players seem to be able to get that win rate with it. And every time, I'm playing on ladder, it's just the players are just hoping to high roll and can't really like find the different lines that you can maybe stall for or maybe pivot to in order to get that extra value. Like we've seen players remain flexible and play towards Zilean outs, play towards Fallen Feline outs, rather than going all in on Echo into Rally. And I kind of felt initially that this deck was just, you try to level Echo and then Rally, and that's all the deck does. But we've seen from week to week as players have brought it, the list has proven to have a lot more nuance. It too gets to take advantage of the buff to Quicksand, so your ability to trade down your opponent's board or defend yourself and buy more time is even more pronounced. And once the Sun Disk hype dies down, once the sun sets, this deck will be here to take over and be that, very tempo-oriented Shurima list.
But it is a deck that also, I think every single player that has played Runeterra in the past few years has faced it and just seen it, die by itself. And like, okay, I'll go next.
Doesn't do anything.
Exactly.
You play triple Fallen Feline, you predict 6 times, and you still don't get any Hexite crystals. Salty Simon, a player who is, for some reason, the most consistently unlucky when on camera, is playing a deck that I've seen other players get unfeasibly, unreasonably unlucky with. So I have to hope that the Feral Prescience can fix that curve.
And we'll see what the outcome of that luck or being unlucky will be in the next hour or so as we go along with the series. Reminder, Genesis lineup is going to be the Felios deck with the Vi and the Victor combo, and paired with just 2 very strong Yordle and Arms decks that, in theory, are going to have a hard time against the board clears from the Freljord Shadow Isles deck, even the Time Bombs and the potential Fallen Feline finding really good effects against those wide boards. So we'll see exactly how the lineup pairs as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the ban phase looks like from Genesis' perspective as well.
The Yordles and Arms, like that, again, that gambit of you've got to ban one, I still get to play some version of the other. They're both very powerful in their own ways. The Fae package did get nerfed a little bit with Loping Telescope. Bandle City moving away from Conchologist, even though you do get that strong card draw, because it doesn't have that good body that can stick around and maybe get buffed. you don't really care for it in the Fae version, and it was kind of moving away from it anyway. So basically what I'm trying to say is the deck still does what it wants to do. It's just, a half step slower.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we have a chance to see the Aphelios deck from Genesis while we do wait for the ban phase to start up. I'm not entirely sure how close we are to that coming online, and if players are ready to go for that for this Winners Final Series. Yeah, looks like we're into the ban phase already.
Wonderful.
And players are now deciding. Genesis has to really consider which of these three decks is going to be more problematic.
I have not seen Darkness at all this patch. Not on ladder or anything. So I'm really curious to see if it is well positioned. I know that Simon is a believer. When he kind of shifted into playing a lot more control-y decks, he adopted Darkness and really enjoyed picking it up and learning it. And so bringing it now, after it has been nerfed and hasn't really been seen, really just goes to show that he is confident in that deck. But now we've got Echo Zilean versus P and Z Yordles and Arms.
And attack token on 1, which means attack token on 3 for Genesis. If he finds a Lulu, he will have an explosive start here. The drop border with its measly 1 attack, just, trade it away into the Flame Chombers with the Flame Chombers still surviving. And still, you're looking for that Lulu top deck if you're Genesis.
We've got Fallen Feline and then Scrying Sands, Feral Prescience. We can trade into this board while also looking for this board wipe. And if we're able to make that happen, hopefully we can set Genesis behind. I think the dream, right, is for Salty Simon to get that leveled up Zilean, leveled up Echo, start getting the time bombs down to keep the board under control. If there is a big Yordles and Arms like swing and trade, Salty Simon might just be able to revive the entire board with a Chrono Break.
Now we're seeing the up and downs of not having Lulu on 3, where Genesis just looks dejected. He looks at his hand. He's like, well, what do I do now? What is this?
I honestly like playing the Emperor's Deus. It's like one of those lines you don't like to do because this deck is usually your board is completely full. But if you're trying to get early tempo and just deal some chip damage to set up for a burn out, like we saw Genesis do previously, then the Sand Soldiers do help with that a lot. But now Salty Simon does locate the Hexite Crystal, and this board is looking ripe for the picking.
Thanks for closing out that statement. For what it's ripe for, Scarzig, we were all, doubting in our minds if it was a fruit ready to
or
be
if it was just smelly.
Or just smelly potential as well. That's another way to look at it. But for the picking is going to be the option that Scarzig has gone for, and that's going to be, a factual statement because the entirety of this board will be destroyed by the crystal.
And this is the board wipe you want to see. And Salty Simon, in the previous set we did see from Simon on stream, was still very, very patient when it came to using those board wipes, right? The Blighted Ravines, etc., versus the Vandal City decks. And so this Hexite Crystal now, you don't need to cash it in here because you've got the stuff on board already that trades it all down. You can save the Hexite Crystal to respond to a Yordles and Arms.
Echo, really the only option to be played out here. Could be a second Fallen Feline, but I think Echo is the way to go with the attack token and the quick attack as well.
Yeah, you get the attack token. Unfortunately, not enough mana floated for the time trick, but with the Scrying Sands, it looks like Echo is about to level up.
Unfortunately, 1 stick in each eye, and Echo will be taken down with its pathetic 2 HP.
4 mana, 4/2, but he's able to live.
And this
We're
is
predicting
usually
once more.
The line of plays that makes me not respect Echo Zilean as a deck. Echo's played out, I just kill him. I'm like, okay, next.
I know. Your Mystic Shot OP. A gift for Mystic Shot. I remember after the Merciless Hunter nerf that became like the new meme. It's a gift for Mystic Shot.
But the level up is huge. Allows it to survive, allows the quick attack to come through. There's not a Mystic Shot to answer from Genesis, and now has to deal with an Echo that is leveled up. There's a lot of attack coming in, and no attack on the Zona Urchin to block.
And
even
now
so
gets the 0 mana time trick in hand. This is another predict draw, so we can get Chrono Break. We can get another Zilean or something to just reinforce this board and get more card draw if need be. And what is the pick here? Absolver seemed to be the grab. Yes.
As you mentioned, you still have that crystal kind of threatening to say, hey, if you develop blockers, what you have to do to block my units so you don't die next turn, I'm gonna just destroy them anyway. So it's a hard spot for Genesis now.
Yeah, Chronomancer. And it's funny, right? Because when Predict was revealed as a mechanic, everybody kind of intuitively sensed how powerful it would be as a mechanic. And this deck just... I think Sivir Akshan kind of showcased it first, right? With the Relic of Power, a Predict into a draw, allowing you to find the perfect piece you need to tie together your current board state and find that win.
Oh, no.
The Chrono Break was found off of the Chronomancer, put on top, swing in recklessly, force your opponent to spend mana responding to your board and wiping everything, and then you revive and go again.
This is what we were talking about. If the Echo dies last turn, you win the game and you say, all right, this deck is terrible. Well, because you didn't die, all of a sudden you're going to lose this game for Genesis, and you have to start respecting this deck in terms of the high highs it can reach. And we're seeing it here. Units that did end up dying will be brought back from the dead at this point.
I know. Simon hit what he needed to do, and Genesis has not a Lulu in sight. Here comes the resurrection. Echo's coming back in for another attack. We just got to keep developing wide here with the Daring Poro. We do have Get Excited as well to take down this Echo. Stops the time trick. A Salty Simon just go for the Hexite Crystal here. Wipes the Daring Poro, clears the Yordle Captain, deals some more damage to the Nexus, maybe still trying to find that lethal.
We're down to 5 HP now for Genesis, so still not over yet, and Simon is pretty much out of fuel entirely with the Echo being taken down now as well. Has only the Hextech Crystal in hand.
Yeah, and has to save it. It's going to be direct damage to the Nexus regardless, but you have to save this as a way to wipe the board when a Yordles and Arms or something comes through. The Mare boosted up to a 3/3 does become a bit problematic, however. There is a lot of HP still on Salty Simon's Nexus, so without the Yordles and Arms, you know, you can take a lot of damage here.
I'm going to set this up, I think, for, the Hextech Crystal, just to clear out the entire board here.
Hexite Crystal. I think that because Genesis didn't develop another unit, Simon has the read that there's not another unit in hand, and was hoping to set up an open attack there, but Genesis, because of that Hexite Crystal, held one unit in reserve.
Still going to be some damage connecting on the open attack, if there is one, depending on what the draw is for Salty Simon here.
Oh no, such a strong effect. Set up, flip the Echo. Chrono Break for a rally. Is it going to be enough to get the final damage around the sides? I don't think it is.
There's going to be enough blockers. You can't go for it yet.
Oh my god, Salty Simon did the perfect thing the deck wanted to do, and it's just a couple points short. Genesis still has the scrap heap in hand, could get something really devastating like a Shadowtech Walker or an Earthshaker that Salty Simon just would not be able to respond to, but continues to go wide here.
And Simon is not running any kind of Mystic Shots or any kind of direct burn to the Nexus other than the crystals themselves when he does find them, so he has to play the drop order from hand.
Oh my god, the Yordles and Arms, and that is going to be all she wrote. It's way too much damage coming in.
Well, it's only 12 on this attack right now. There's no rally effect just yet, so there is a chance.
You've got a Chrono Break just to revive your shrimpy boys. We need Voice of the Risen or something.
The drop borders have assembled now.
Oh, the Voice of the Risen. We needed this last turn to try to trade.
It's still not enough.
It's still not enough. You've got to trade all of this down. We still got the Daring Poro. We've got, if we top deck a spell or something that we happen to not need, we can discard it with Scrap Heap and get another unit. What is Salty Simon's final draw? A Zilean! We needed this so much earlier to get these time bombs, to keep the board under control, to get more draws. It says look through the deck.
And at this point now, seeing the last card played, you know that there is not going to be an answer to the next Yordle in Arms that has been waiting in line. And that's going to be the surrender coming in from Simon. Genesis takes the game one. It looked doomed once that Echo survived that double Pokestick in the early to mid game. We thought it was over. The chrono breaks came in at the right time for Simon, but even still, Yorlin Arms proves to be just too powerful for these.
The get excited, preventing the time trick generation and the card draw from the Echo, I think was what really did it. Missing out on like 2 or 3 potential draws from the Echo. And then once that was answered, the deck didn't have anything to pivot to.
And right away, we go right into game 2. Salty Simon has to try and fight his way into this series, trying to win this next game. It is a do or die moment, of course, best of 3 in Fight Night as usual. And Genesis has a chance now to make it up into the grand finals and have that secured spot, not just in the finals, but have that extra life as well.
Fallen Feline, at the very least, played turn 1. The Hexite Crystal is going to be a little bit diminished in this matchup because of the threat of Ranger's Resolve. But looking at the hand, Genesis is actually kind of bricked out right now. Fae Sprout finding something playable. Grandfather Fae. This is going to take us off to the races.
I don't want to go to the races, Scarzig. I want to stay home.
It's too bad. Zilean is here, finds the Hexite Crystal, predicts for the next draw. Ruinous Path might be the play. Get some more card draw. There's only 1 copy of Ruinous in the deck, and now Genesis is starting to set up. And the thing about Salty Simon's deck is you can go wide, but you don't have a lot of threat, right? Like the drop border's 1 attack, Zilean's 1 attack. So you're free to just like take a bunch of damage and just keep setting up in your opponent's face. She Who Wanders? No. I mean, the rest of these options are terrible, so you might as well. You save Equinox or maybe Voice of the Risen. Oh my god, Genesis pulling She Who Wins from Loping Telescope. Please don't do it to Salty Simon.
Echo does come down as well, though, and this is going to be, again, a scary board to look at from Simon, knowing that the crystal is there. It's going to be looming, and Genesis knows it as well. Has to be careful how much he wants to commit onto this board.
Gnar going to enter the arena, start getting pokey sticks. We can see that both decks are kind of operating on the same axis, right? Of I generate a lot of cards, I'm playing decent threats, and then I'm setting up for a bigger combo in the mid game. But at the very least, Echo is able to respond thanks to the Scrying Sands, take down the Gnar, but now we do have Pokey Stick that can finish off the Echo. Oh wait, the level up, pardon me.
Yeah,
let's go.
Level up comes in, same as last game. Once again, now just maybe has learned his lesson. Gonna wait till level up happens to then decide, do I have removal to kill this Echo or not before wasting a Pokey Stick like that.
Everything in this deck is vulnerable to She Who Wanders. I'm still like just too focused on that card. Genesis kind of has the triple Yordles and Arms draw. So if Salty Simon is able to get this board wiped or keep it under control, Genesis will not be able to pivot into anything. There's Pharaoh Prescience.
Finds a Chrono Break right away.
Finds the Chrono Break!
This is a full board almost as well. So, and because Genesis didn't want to trade off any of his engines last turn, he's already down to 12 HP. Gonna be a huge swing. Voice of the Risen as well, plus the 3 mana still up for Chrono Break. And this could be game.
Yeah, you go for Yordles and Arms to like try to wall this out.
Crescent Strike is big if Genesis is really scared of
doesn't take the Crescent Strike. Says, I'm already up 1 game. If they're going to just do the thing and high roll me, then so be it. But those are some really bad telescope offerings.
Has the Wallop, which is going to be good for this first attack, but not for the second. Only 4 mana now remaining for Genesis.
And so there's a boom, boom, trade. Even if you picked Crescent Strike here, it doesn't save you from this Chrono Break, right?
Well, Genesis says no. Surrender comes in, and that will be Simon tying the series 1-1. We're going to go to a game to decide who ends up taking the series or not. What was the ban on Simon's lineup? Were you aware?
I did not. I was not able to see it.
I think it was too fast. Oh, we're seeing it now. So Darkness is the last remaining deck for Simon. It's going to be Simon, or Darkness rather, against this Fae deck for this game 3. As a Darkness expert on this caster desk, how would you rate it against Fae?
You can't keep up with the Fae. Now that the Fae is a bit slower, you have a better chance, but once they get set up, you can't respond to their setup realistically. You have to get like double catalyzer So you have like, you need to have like double catalyzer into Rogue Maker so you can start like pinging stuff down. Outside of a situation like that, you're going to be constantly on the back foot. Keeping the Senna is nice, and the Rogue Maker, like all the pieces are there for Simon. It just comes down now to, is Genesis going to have an explosive enough start to keep that pressure up and force a rally?
Genesis goes for the delayed good luck, the real tournament meta. Coming in, the mental battle between these players, obviously. Everything matters, Scarzig. And now he's distracting Salty Simon. Might make a misplay possibly in this final game 3. You know, you never know. But right away, the catalyzer comes down and the trade with the Broadwing. But the extra bonus damage on the darkness has already been found for Simon.
Yep, catalyzer comes down. Doesn't trade into the Broadwing anymore. So we get our nice little flame chompers chilling. Phase Sprout picks up the Librarian. Gleaming Lantern allows you to develop one more unit across for this wide swing, and second catalyzer is going to be the pickup.
And, you know, 4 damage on Darkest, that's going to be a little bit... it's going to be enough to really handle pretty much the entirety of the Fae board, which is the really scary thing. You don't want to go too much higher, really, because there's a certain point where, you know...
Oh my god. You can't pull the catalyzer yet. You've got to attack, force this trade down. And now Salty Simon is on a fantastic trajectory here. Heading into round 4, we can set up the Rogue Maker. We get 2 mana, deal 4. And then Senna is going to keep the board under control for free from that position. And now second Senna means we're going to get Dawning Shadow for a board wipe. Vhagar is actually the development.
Simon getting all the
well
draws
played.
he could ever want. With
well played. Okay,
double
so this is exactly what
all
you
the
wanted
champions.
to see.
He has absolutely everything he needs now in his hand.
Aloof seems like a good pickup, but you don't really care about the Ruination or your Mini Morph or your Rekindler from this point. The early work has been done. The double catalyzer draw, is the Miracle Maker. There is a wide board for Genesis, to be fair.
It is looking scary. You're going to have the Ruination possibility next turn, but this turn already is very scary with a rally in hand.
Ring! But and Darkness is only isn't discounted yet because you went for Vhagar over Rogue Maker, but it is boosted. So now we've got like 5 or 6 damage.
I think from here is this a problem?
I think from here you just got to trade down the Vhagar and let Senna carry.
This is a problem, Scarzig. There's a rally in hand for Genesis. There's a very wide board attacking here.
Oh, well then never mind. I was kind of feeling myself. I was hoping for Darkness to close it out, but even with the double catalyzer draw,
it's not over. But this is, it's a lot of pressure coming in from Genesis, much more than I think Simon would have, anticipated at this point in the game.
Yeah, it was just a lot of wide attackers, especially with that first catalyzer going down to the Broadwing, not actually being able to trade something away on the board. That's so huge for what this deck wants to do, is the catalyzer trading away on board. So Genesis is able to find a wide board into a rally, and Salty Simon does not have any of the Withering Whales.
Lethal? It's lethal?
Yes, it
lethal.
is.
Oh no. And this is, the magic of the Fae. Magical beings. 3 damage, 7 damage, impact damage, 8 damage. Genesis wins the game 3, closes out the series, finds himself now in the grand finals of Fight Night for this week, and Simon knocked down the loser's bracket in, incredible fashion. We thought the Darkness deck had a perfect start, double catalyzer, but it just couldn't keep up with the amount of pressure that the Mushroom Wing was able to put out on that turn.
Yeah, getting the Grandfather Fae is so important because an Owlcat's a 3/1 with Spell Shield that Darkness can't really deal with consistently. There was, again, no Withering Whale, no Vile Feast, no Pokey Stick to kind of help keep the board under control. It was just, I play a unit, then Genesis plays 2 units, and then Salty Simon plays 1 unit, and then Genesis plays 2 units, and then you just naturally fall behind on board. If that rally didn't exist, the stabilization was certainly about to happen with Senna. But we didn't have the right pieces in the right place. They were all there, but the tempo just was not.
Check out the bracket now to see how these, the outcome here has turned out with Genesis winning. Going to find himself in the grand final. Simon, of course, going to drop down to losers semis. Going to wait for his opponent there, but we still have round 2 matches in the losers bracket still ongoing. This happens when players don't ban targets. So I think there's a few target mirror matches stuck in a loop over there. But I think we'll be able to catch some of them. Castman's still alive. Oi's still alive. And Gouda the current number 1 and number 2 on the European ladder, is fighting for his life on the loser bracket side of this. So we'll see where our producer will take us, which one of these series we'll be able to catch. I think it's going to be Owie versus Spoogie.
Yeah, both those players have good perspectives at the very least, and we get to see perhaps from some French perspective from Owie. The players, I mean, the decks that we're seeing on display here are now a little bit more settled. The Sun Disc has given us an angle where you can run like a tempo-oriented or maybe aggressive lineup versus that, but in a tournament where you can ban it, you know, the meta kind of really opens up after that. Oh my god, it's the Lee Sin Fizz versus Talia Ziggs.
Not what we expected to see once this series opens up, but pleasantly surprised.
This is real Runeterra.
It's going to be Owie 1-0 down in series. So this is a tournament point, match point, however you want to call it, for Owie. Has to win this game to stay alive and to try and fight for just a continuation of his loser bracket run.
We've got this nice mid-range deck, but generally speaking, Talia Ziggs has like not a lot of pressure in the early mid game, but then suddenly explodes out with a big development with Desert Naturalist getting you a Rock Bear and a Restored Devout in the same turn, or Talia swinging in with Overwhelm and a ton of rocks. But Spooky has the setup here with Lee Sin that's leveled up, has the Fizz in play that's also leveled up, and now the damage is going to start pouring in. Owie is on the back foot because there's no reactivity in the hand. You just have to keep developing your big targets to the board and hope that it's enough.
See what this turn looks like for Spooky, though. It's a little bit awkward. Not really that much spell synergy, at least not proactive ones. You don't want to play Will, of course, at this point in time. So,
yeah, the nightmare is you play the Arsenal and it doesn't roll Spell Shield and it gets willed and then you lose. So Owie can't really invest in the Arsenal until he's backed into a corner, or until you have like, you know, 6 or 7 landmarks destroyed this game. And when you're not playing Zilean Xerath, you know, you don't have that critical mass of landmark generation with that you normally see in those lists, because look at this, the board is already full. We can't go for Rockhopper or Unraveled Earth or anything like that. You just have to chill with what you've got in play currently.
And of course, Lee Sin, surprisingly taking a few hits in the last balance patch with Twin Disciplines being hit, and of course, not Eye of the Dragon directly, but Crescendum and Gifts was hit, of course. So the consistency of building up that wall so early on in the game is not really there, and players have probably fallen off of Lee Sin for that reason.
Oh, 7. Yeah, 7 on the Arsenal. It's a decent idea. We'll try to go for it. And we do not hit the spell shield. No!
Willow Ionia can come in. Spoogie inviting Owie to attack.
But doesn't pre-Ionia, so we get the scout attack. I guess it doesn't matter. This just gives you the action before your opponent's able to attack. Yeah. Oof.
The potential for Hourglass here, if you choose to, if you don't want to lose the tempo of playing this out from hand, that could be an option. But you're maybe scared of
Hourglass, maybe into a deny, but no, just lets it rock. At the very least, always still at 20 HP, right? Lee Sin is going to kick something back into the hand or kill it. Fizz is going to deal 3. We're heading almost into round 10, so that the Scattered Pod is also going to gain elusive. And the attack here is just to get some more board space, it looks like.
Just to send a message, Scarzig. Let Lee Sin know that, you know, be careful, because 2 of these dudes and he's dead.
Yep, so there's the Lee Sin level up. Puts the Flame Spitter on the Fizz, so now this is a big elusive threat with Impact. So that's basically a 6/2 perma spell shield elusive, right? As long as Spooky can have the spells in hand for it. Playful Trickster, no! Everything is going so bad for Owie.
So this could be a pretty dangerous turn here now on the defense for Owie. He has to be very careful. With the buffs coming in, Lee Sin now down, or up rather, not down, up to 9 attack. Becoming quite the threat here.
Yeah, no overwhelm required. Here's the thing with Lee Sin, right? Everybody's used to seeing the OTK, but his real threat is the ability to just have Challenger and Barrier and just answer everything for free, or Dragon Kick turn after turn after turn, and you just lose to that.
Syncopation as well, Playful Trickster. All are possibilities here.
Yeah, Playful Trickster, the Dragonling, go again.
We'll see what is going to be committed here, what the final answer is, and if Owie has anything he's able to do here. I don't think there's many options other than just Hourglass, really. So the hand kind of very linear for what Owie can actually do on this turn on defense.
Mm-hmm. Has like the Talia and the Ziggs, but there's just, again, you don't have the tempo, you don't have the time to do anything. Hourglass and the Restored Devout means that you can duplicate it with Talia after this combat does go through.
And Deny has to come through here, I think.
I wonder how much you care about the Hourglass, because you can just go for Playful Trickster. And then Owie's down one blocker. Unless you've got Desert Naturalist that just pops that statue back open, and then you get a Rock Bear instead of a Devout.
Looks like it will be the Playful Trickster committed here in the end. And Owie, sometimes, you look at the card that's being played, you're like, wait a minute. You might not have even been accounting for that.
Yeah, Playful Trickster is not a card we see very often. Usually, when you've got the one Fizz in play, he's either just going to get answered or he's going to solo the game, and the Playful Trickster doesn't really matter in that equation. But Spooky has another massive attack.
This is big. Explosive Minefield is massive here for Owie.
Stops the Lee. We've got Syncopation, though.
Oh, no.
So we can attack and then Syncopation the Lee Sin back into the attacking position. I've been telling everybody for weeks, Panda, that Syncopation is ridiculous, and we're about to see it on display once again. Viego starts to sharing the technology with the rest of Ionia. Viego was the only deck that was really running this. Azir Aurelia mildly experimented with it, but this is cash money.
Oh, he still seems a bit confused onto what is happening here. Talia going to come down for him. Going to try and, again, stun once again onto this minefield.
Yeah, Talia's just going to duplicate the minefield, but you're still so far behind. If only we had like one more way, like at least Unleashed Energy or something to pop this open. At the very least, I don't believe it's lethal. Not this turn, finally.
Not this turn, because you have to wait to syncopate after the blockers are committed, and maybe just Owie just doesn't block and just accepts it and can't possibly die here. So
So now we're going for the 1-for-1. We've got Talia, a Restored Devout coming out.
You have to attack with I, though, I think, to force the block, to make the block appealing to Owie to get another action if you're Spooky.
Yeah. Oh, don't fall for it. Oh, no. This is so rude. Every ridiculously oddball card that Spooky has in the deck is being employed here. Stunned Lee Sin. Stunned Lee Sin taking down the Talia. You still got Barrier, and it's just crashing into a wall.
We still have Arsenal next turn, Scarzig. It's not over yet. You gotta believe.
Listen, we've got Ziggs dealing some burn damage, 18. And so now we just need Arsenal to roll. Well, we've got an elusive blocker now, so it needs to be like Overwhelm, Spell Shield, all kinds of nonsense.
Super elusive.
Lifesteal.
New keywords.
Lifesteal, Scout, Elusive Challenger, Overwhelm. You gotta roll everything.
Really, Lifesteal is the important one.
Rockhopper passed. Arsenal comes down. And no Lifesteal? Hang on, it's down at the bottom off screen, right? No lifesteal!
That's a problem. This arsenal was not well equipped enough. It was missing the key weapons, the key technology, and it will not be able.
Wait a minute, it's gotta have lifesteal, right? It's like cut off from the bottom of the screen. Quick attack, augment, overwhelm, elusive, fearsome, impact, challenger, scout. No, my god. If we had scout and lifesteal, we go back up to 20 and we can maybe buy ourselves another round or two, unironically. Yeah, but no lifesteal. First, didn't roll the spell shield, so it got sent back to the hand with Will of Ionia. And now, getting every keyword under the sun, but no healing.
Has the scout attack, and of course, get the overwhelm damage through. For this first attack, second attack, probably going to kill off the elusive. Maybe going to go for Lee Sin if he thinks there's no spell synergy in hand whatsoever. But that is, of course, unlikely.
Yeah, the arsenal can go in, attack the scattered pod. Oh, clears the fizz.
So it's lethal with the impact as well.
With impact and overwhelm, just sniping the smaller targets.
Unless, can Deep Med find anything?
Deep Med into syncopation.
Twin disciplines as well.
Deep Med into syncopation or twin disciplines to swap the fizz out of the way to put a tankier blocker down.
Trinket trade. Oh no!
Healing potion!
No!
Oh my god!
I'm done.
Holy!
I'm out.
Everything is working against this man.
That's it for today.
Look at the face. No!
That's enough. That's enough Runeterra for today. I'm gonna go have dinner, Scarzig. Enjoy the solo cast for the remainder of this tournament.
Okay. Top deck pokey stick, but there's a deny. Trinket trade. Every single card in Spooky's deck that doesn't do jack has been employed here to magnificent effect. We've got the flame spinner coming down onto the Eye of the Dragon to put challenger on Lee Sin. What a game! Owie was finding lethal in so many different ways, fighting back against this. Even with the quicksand, you cannot prevent this lethal. What a I would love to see this go to a game 3, but this is just so messed up.
That was tough.
The spell shield does stop the Dragon's Rage. Now I'm thinking about it.
But twins is found though, so
finds the twin. Okay.
Still finds the way to call it the game, and that will be Spooky getting this win
Perfect
here.
lethal because, you know, taking the attack away from the Eye of the Dragon wasn't enough. Oh my goodness, what a game.
And Owie getting knocked out in the process because of that health potion, that trinket trade, a trade that he did not agree to. But
got you baited by the syncopation, right? Blocking the Eye of the Dragon with the Talia. The playful trickster came through. Didn't roll the spell shield on the arsenal. Didn't roll lifesteal on the arsenal. If you had gotten that potential lethal and then also had healed back up to 20 from that scout attack, then you would have been able to make it through with the Ziggs popping a landmark or something. But oh my god.
Yeah, valiant defense from Owie, but just still not enough in the end. We still have another match of this round 2 of Loser Bracket going on. Castman versus Gouda is still ongoing. I think we can jump into that now. Our producer can lead the way into that series. I think it might probably be on a game 3, I'm expecting. And looks like it's still a game 2. Sundays versus...
but not for very long. We've got 2. Look at how big. How did you make them so big, Castman?
Castman is playing with his food. That's a 2-0 win for him. Thanks, Castman, for wasting our time. And instead, we'll go into a break and look forward to the next match between Castman and Spoozy.
Hang on, wait. That was game 1? Hang on, I'm getting word that might have actually only been game 1 somehow. That's how that Pantheon got so big. It's because he was in play for like 20 years.
These players have hacked the timer. How is it still game 1 in Loser Bracket round 2? that cannot possibly be.
Okay. So now going into game 2, we've got this Freljord Shadow Isles Overwhelm versus Sundisk. And we have the potential to get a lot of early mid-game tempo against a deck that's, playing Rockhoppers and, just very low HP units in the early game. And once we get to the late game, there's always that chance you catch your opponent without the Rite of Negation or something, and Buried in Ice or Ledros Atrocity type stuff can come through. We'll see how much work that Castman can do in this early mid-game.
Trapper comes down. The classic 3-mana play for Freljord, and Devout will come back and answer. Taking care of the Overwhelm unit instead.
And there's the attack. So at the very least, the Devout goes down, and then you curve this beautifully into Desert Naturalist to get a Rock Bear and a restored Devout for a wide swing back. You might even keep this board alive. You might keep these units alive. It's decent HP pools all around to block Overwhelm if you think that you're playing towards either a mid-game dominant strategy or just a late-game Xerath and Sundisk will carry me strategy. Look at all of this beautiful development in Azir. This counts for 3 summons for Azir.
And, the way that the deck from Castman is trying to play the game, trying to flood the board quickly and have this, not just tempo, but these big stats, already that plan is kind of going a bit south, considering the board that we're seeing now from Gouda, who is not necessarily playing for the board. He just has this upside of this combo with Desert Naturalist and still has the Sundisk potential for the late game.
Yeah, I think of playing another Devout here is great, because then you get another 3/3 that you can trade easily, becomes a landmark, sets up Rite of Arcane. This mid-range package is also what used to carry Xerath Zilean against any other board-based deck. You can't keep up, and Castman is afraid of Quicksand from any turn from onward.
I'm also afraid of Quicksand, Scarzig. It's a dangerous thing to get caught in.
You've been watching too many cartoons, man. Quicksand is fine. It's not going to get you. Let me tell you, when I was a little kid, I thought that quicksand was going to be a much bigger problem than it actually turned out being.
Scarzig, you have to get out more. It's out there. Quicksand is a dangerous thing. Believe me, on my multiple travels across all the continents, I've fallen into quicksand more times than I would care to admit.
Yeah, the European quicksand.
You gotta be very careful.
We don't have quicksand in America.
One of the upsides, definitely.
But, yeah, we're just swinging in, trying to force the board down. It looks like Castman's just trying to clear the board and maybe clear a path for a big Tryndamere Atrocity or like a Tryndamere Battle Fury kind of play.
Xerath being hovered, considering the explosions ready to go off once these Preservariums do end up popping.
Yeah, going to be a ton of card draw, a ton of value and resources, and Castman has been a player that's demonstrated time and time again that they are unafraid to take more audacious lines. And so we'll see if there's just going to be like a big Sejuani setup here. Try to take down the Xerath, for example. The Overwhelm at the very least will punish Ancient Hourglass.
There's going to be the pop of the Preservarium, and now the level up for the Xerath as well. So another threat to deal with if you're Castman. And this game, like I mentioned, was already looking kind of bad for Castman, considering he had to be the player with the upper edge in the mid game in terms of stats on the board. But that is not at all the case here, with Gouda having full control over the current board and also having the better late game in theory.
Oh my god. So again, we don't have the Hourglass to protect the Xerath, but gets a second Xerath, so everything is Daijobu. And now with the Unraveled Earth into the Azir, we've got the movie, right? This is everything complete, I think, just about. We need one, and yeah, with the Xerath leveled. And so now Xerath becomes a 5/9, enough HP to survive being given vulnerable by Sejuani.
And the second showing of this film today, for those who might have missed the first, there might be more in the future, so do not worry. Get your popcorn out for the next one potentially, but like you mentioned, Xerath with the extra health going to be able to survive the clash with Sejuani, and again, it seems to be a very tough spot for Castman, especially considering that 17 HP still in the Nexus for Gouda, so there's no surprise that can really happen here, even with Battle Fury.
And with the Unraveled Earth in play, Castman cannot develop from this position. Everything that gets summoned is going to get zapped for 5 damage by the Xerath. Ascendant's Call being pulled off the bottom of the Emperor's deck thanks to that predict. Normally, it's always on the bottom of the Emperor's deck, vulnerable to getting plundered by these nab decks that be out here in the streets.
Gouda,
but I mean, let's do it. If you gotta, the thing is Gouda's like, okay, now it's my turn to play with my food. I'm gonna pass. Let you get these unraveled Earths out of the way so I can summon Nasus and Renekton next round.
It's gonna be 8 HP still for Castman. Not a lot to work with. No board whatsoever. Has 11 mana. Can bring out Bird in Ice. But Rite of Negation will stop that in its tracks. And the 4 mana upswing in tempo for Gouda as well, if that is committed. Or 5 mana, rather.
Yep, there's the Buried in Ice getting negated. And the Surrender. Gouda taking round 2, game 2, cleanly with Sundisk.
We're going to take a final game 3. This is still, for those viewers tuning in now or maybe a bit confused, it's still round 2 of the losers bracket. But somehow the game 1 between these players lasted around 45 minutes, apparently. Right, I think it was more the round 1 between Gouda and Dilton also lasted a very long time. So it's been kind of the carryover of delays happening here. But we still have to decide the winner of this match that will be facing Spoogie in loser semis. And it's now 1-1 between Castman and Gouda here.
And Castman again brought this triple Freljord, triple Buried in Ice, Wrath of the Freljord, sort of overwhelm based lineup. But going against Echo, I think you might be able to do a lot of work, right? You just keep attacking over and over again. And even if Echo is able to revive and rally, their stat lines just are going to be worse than you on average. It's going to come down to, I think, how quickly can Gouda flip this Echo?
Mm-hmm. Crazy start. Drop order on 1.
0 mana 1/3. Oh my god, how busted. And now another prediction. The trick here, right, is just to keep rigging your draws. The power of choosing what your next draw is going to be, fixing your sequence. We've had so many decks in Runeterra's history that if you can draw the perfect like 1, 2, 3, 4, it just massively increases your win rate. And that's what this deck is trying to replicate. You know, you draw your 1 mana predict into a 1 mana predict into a 2 mana 2/3, just really busted stat lines over and over again, right? Right, Panda?
Really just wants to make sure that Echo levels up on time. So he's going for all the predicts possible to make sure that Echo his talent is so pathetic that he needs to level up the turn he comes down or the game's over.
That's basically it. You've got to play a 4 mana 5/3. A 4 mana 4/2 is just not realistic.
Look at that. That Yeti has more stats than Echo. The Troll Chan is going to become a problem as well. So I think this is a problem for Gouda. Anytime he wants to attack here, it's going to be an issue with Troll Chan being available for Castman as defense.
So we've got just to predict to level up the Echo, and Gouda is planning on swinging with the Echo, getting that time trick set up. So whatever you predict for that doesn't really matter. You're just going to overwrite it. And also, viewers, when you predict, you shuffle your deck and then put the chosen card on top. You can't double predict and then stack your next 2 draws.
Gonna trade the Echo, it seems like.
Oh, just gonna trade the Echo away.
Knowing that maybe Troll Chant is gonna be there. Well, it's still there now. If Castman wants to save 2 of these units, I think he's gonna want to, considering his current hand, not super unit heavy. And the 2-for-1 is always going to be just so fantastic when playing this deck.
Yeah, at the very least, you still get your 0 mana time trick. And now you're just kind of looking for the chrono breaks and stuff, right? Or another Echo, maybe a Zilean to come through and get more value.
Not the most enticing of plays. Maybe Fallen Feline if you're considering the chance for a Hextech Crystal to get you back into the game with a kind of free value on the full board, but gonna be tough here for Gouda with the Echo being taken down. Quicksand not also that great of a draw, unless you're disabling like a Battle Fury unit on the Overwhelm.
That's probably your best bet. The quicksand is going to take away overwhelm at the very least. So that's really all you care about, is just hitting 2 targets and then chump blocking. But with Voice of the Risen, we have some up trading potential at the very least. And Castman's actually drawing a very powerful early mid-game curve. There's no like heavy bricks with Ledros, Atrocity, Wrath of the Freljord, just everything just coming down and being threatening. Fortunately, drop border comes down onto the board. Hexite Crystal goes into the hand. Echo remains as the only option and is added into the hand as well from the predict draw.
All the topics he would have hoped for, he found them. I mean, these are the big power plays he was needing to find at this point in the game. Has a way to deal with overwhelm as well, which is the big one with the quicksand.
So we can slam down the Echo, but the key thing is this is the turn where the cadence isn't proper. We've got to find Chrono Break so that we can trade down the board. Perfect. Trade down this board and then Chrono Break to resurrect everything and then set up for Echo next turn. Because there's still 2 more Chrono Breaks in the hand, so we can keep this resurrection chain potentially going.
Only 2 attacks come in though, so playing it kind of safe to some extent if you're Castman.
Very smart by Castman.
But also kind of setting up for the crystal, so you're kind of stuck between like 3 different walls that are closing in on you if you're Castman. And neither seemed to give him the answer he wanted. 4 units to be taken down now. Unfortunately, he does not have a Chrono Break of his own. Would have loved one at that point in time.
Fallen Feline actually does seem like a really powerful option here. Zilean is going to get you like time bombs and stuff. Just skips. What are you looking for here if you're Gouda? More Chrono Breaks, perhaps. We do have the predict draw from Echo and the 3-mana Chrono Break, so we can just attack. Just go all in, right? Because you can just resurrect. It doesn't even matter if Echo is dead. Chrono Break's going to bring him back too. Voice of the Risen also being brought back.
Should be game, it looks like, with the massive swing here. Only 1 blocker available in the Trapper. The Atrocity can't be used defensively even alongside Trapper. There's not enough mana for it. And the Ancient Yeti is not the top deck you would want from the Sentry to try and find a way to survive this game.
Time Trick. You could find Station Archivist to try to pull another spell. But now we've got Chrono Break resurrecting that board for another wide swing. Voice of the Risen and Echo working in tandem to make everything a threat. And that's going to be Gouda taking down game 3. Echo Zilean doing what it wants to set out to do.
Castman, our previous Fight Night champion, now taken down in this round 2 of losers bracket. Gouda, our ladder champion, current ranked 1 and 2 on the EMEA ladder, advances to the next round. We'll have to face Spoogie and Echo Zilean, demanding respect from the players, the viewers, and us as well. That we've been memeing a bit, but it has been showing up and has been showcasing why players like Gouda are bringing to a tournament like this one.
Yeah, you get to sit through your opponent just predicting over and over again. And again, the ability to like find the perfect card over and over again. We saw how well it did in that OE matchup, having the perfect card. And that's what Echo Zilean tries to do. But with that match concluded, we will be going to a longer break. And then when we return, we'll get back into the next set of finals of the lower bracket. So stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to jump into the losers semifinals between Gouda and Spooky, players who have brought some very inventive lineups. But we finally get the chance to look a little bit closer at what Gouda has brought.
Yeah, we have seen parts of it, especially Sundisk. I think the only thing on stream at the very tail end of some series we were able to catch the last part of. But Sundisk, this deck, nothing too crazy from what we've seen the last 2 weeks since the changes came in. Is there any card you would say it's out of place or a surprise?
I'm looking at the Devoted Council, which does make a lot of sense. The more mid-range style of Sundisk nowadays does open it up to like some more aggressive strategies and some burn. Sometimes the Sundisk players feel like they're kind of covered because of Rite of Negation. You don't have to worry about like big blowouts like Decimate or Atrocity as much. But if you are rolling high, you get like, Rockhopper into Unraveled Earth, and you can get a Xerath down early. You play Devoted Council, and it just keeps repeatedly healing your Nexus over and over. And any sort of tempo or aggro or even overwhelm strategy that your opponent might be relying on to kind of cheese out a win or get that final Hail Mary before your Sundisk flips is kind of just negated by Devoted Council. And it's a 1/6, I believe. It has like Soraka stats. So it's a good blocker in its own right.
Second deck for Gouda will be the Zilean Echo we just saw as well. A deck that not only a player to bring it in this tournament, but it's a deck that, again, demands respect at this point because it has had 2 pretty great wins until now. The combo with Chrono Break, especially, the fact that you can predict, you can be consistent in your draws for the most part, is massive. There are some downsides. Echo's health is one of them, and just overall, the deck really relying a lot on Hextech Crystals and Chrono Break, depending on the matchup, which can be a problem if those aren't found. But if it hits, it's a deck that has a very scary game plan.
One important thing we saw as well from Gouda is skipping the predicts, where you get offered 3 options and you can just skip and get offered a random 4th option. And when you're drawing through your deck and thinning it with the drop borders and things like that, getting that 4th option that you need, especially if it is a Chrono Break or something like that, that can be the line that you're looking for. If you're fishing for something very specific, don't just take a choice that's not as good. Hit that skip button and try to actually get the card you want.
And we've saved the best deck for last. It will be Victor Lee Sin. 2 very scary champions in their own right. Eye of the Dragon, Ballistic Bot, and Station Archivist accompanying them. Of course, no more Crescendum shenanigans, which is maybe why you go into this region combination instead with Lee Sin now. That's the decision of Gouda at the very least. And overall, a deck that can definitely do some crazy things. You have Ambush in there as well. So many avenues to just OTK on pretty much any turn past turn 4 or 5.
The Lee Sin decks, we always had like the side win condition of Zoe becoming like a big threat, dealing a lot of elusive damage. So now we're just kind of incorporating Victor into that, where we have this thing that's just sitting on the board. It's getting protected by Twin Disciplines and Deny and Nopify while scaling up and getting tons of keywords. And then you might just kill your opponent with Ambush. Lee Sin is kind of there to hold the fort. And this is going to be similar to like when we used to see like Zed Lee Sin back in the day, where we had 2 incredibly powerful champions working in tandem. And it was kind of up to the player to choose which champion they wanted to focus on more, depending on the matchup and the board state.
I'm curious to see what the ban will be, because I mean the lineup is so audible that it's gonna be a bit harder to decide what's a ban out of Sundisk, Echo Zilean, and Victor Lee Sin. It's not the usual, things you might expect here. Whereas Switch lineup is a bit more consistent, but again, 2 odd Lee Sin decks in both of these lineups for each of the players.
Targon usually ends up getting the ban just because the long-term value, the inability for certain decks to deal with maybe not one Celestial at all, but certainly not multiple. Vi, always a very threatening answer to a lot of board-based setups like Vi sniping your Victor, or maybe popping your Lee Sin's barrier with a Mystic Shot and killing your Lee Sin could be incredibly detrimental. If you're going for a value-oriented long-term game plan, the way that this Lee Sin deck might, then maybe you don't want to play against Targon.
See which of these options will be finally the ban. It looks like it might be Auction Zipper potentially, but I think, as you mentioned, I think Aphelios and Targon is the scarier of the 3.
it's, you know, normally when we see pick bans, it's like, oh yeah, you know, my opponent brought this deck basically specifically as a ban magnet, and they want to play the other 2 decks. But now we're getting these players just not even in a fork. It's like this 3-pronged attack of like, you're going to feel terrible no matter what you ban. Everything else is just so threatening. And the Sivir Auction, you're like, is this a bait? Is Spooky known as like a top tier Sivir Auction player that I have to fear? Maybe I can call them out and think they're going to misplay on it.
5 seconds left. The APM for the last minute switch, just in case there was a time traveling stream sniper. He goes for the last minute switch and hits the Aphelios deck instead. So no Aphelios, no Targon. Praise the Lord. And it will be Akshan Sivir on game 1 for Spooky.
So we've got Victor Lee Sin. I've seen some players posit that this champion combination is heretical, that it's not actually that good, but we'll have to see if Victor can carry. Double calculated creations means that we can get Ballistic Bot, we can get Neandroid, and maybe this is the new crescendum, right? This is my 2-mana spell that's going to get a really busted 2-drop into play.
I don't think this hand is looking so hot for Gouda.
At least Spooky doesn't have Akshan. Got 1 more draw to maybe get it. We've got double Vagabond as well, so it's going to be a massively accelerated Warlord's Palace.
I'm not sure I would call this hand calculated at all. Has Eye of the Dragon, but other than that, it's looking a little bit gimped going into this late game.
Victor was calculating. He's like, I was calculating, but man, am I bad at math?
I think so. I think it's been proven.
So got to go for Concussive Palm to stop the Broadwing here. Really, really valuable top deck here to stop so much damage from coming through. And now Gouda is perhaps able to set up Victor, but you're so worried about this Broadwing. You've got to find a way to get it out of there.
I have a Dragon comes down. Probably not going to live for very long, considering the Petricide Broadwing is very much still on the board. Was stunned, but still can challenge this Eye of the Dragon next turn and try and get out of the way.
So there's Victor, has the Hex Core upgrade, and then Death Ray. That can maybe zap this 2-1. You start to get the Dragonling. And we have to top deck into something to protect Victor. Because the Sharp Sight would do it, right? Sharp Sight plus... Oh, and then Vulnerable. Okay, so I think Gouda might pivot. Let this first Victor go down, and then just play the second one from hand. But we're very low on mana. We can't keep up on board from this position. The fact of the matter is that getting that Dragonling from the Crescendum with Eye of the Dragon and Zoe allowed you to get so many free units in play without spending a lot of mana. And now that you're in this position of having to just play to the board naturally, you can't float mana the way you want to keep proccing Eye of the Dragon.
We'll see if there's going to be a direct open attack to clear out both Eye of the Dragon and the Victor, or maybe try and clear it out with a Sandstone Charger coming out instead. Maybe a Sivir accompanying with a Sharp Sight backup, potentially if Sivir isn't played.
I'm thinking if you want to Nopify this, if you Nopify the 5-2, they don't get the freebie with the Vulnerable. But Gouda is going to let it go through. Now, the problem here, too, in case you're wondering, viewers, if this first Victor goes down and then the second one is played, this other Hex Core upgrade will not affect the new Victor. It's like Tom Kench, where it can only use the generated spell that it generated.
I would say that tough matters, but it actually doesn't. If it was just a Merciless Hunter, that might be the case, but Sandstone Charger and Sivir are both out and about now on the hunt.
And now a beautiful wide swing from Spooky, recognizing that I just need to be aggressive. I need to force the tempo in this matchup. Even without the Turbo Auction, the rest of the draws were good enough to get there. And with this big swing, we're pivoting into Concerted Strike that begins to counter everything that Gouda wants to try to set up beyond this. And will the trade just go through and then you set up double Ballistic Bot?
A lot of pressure right away coming out from Spooky, especially controlling the board more than anything, controlling the threats from Gouda that he wants to keep alive.
And we just got this wide swing. Lee Sin can trade into the Merciless Hunter. And now we will have Lee Sin plus a second Victor maybe set up. Is that going to be enough to hold the fort?
I don't think so. You're down quite a lot of HP already. Not just that, but the control of the board especially. There's even a concerted strike. If Lee Sin isn't careful, he can possibly get taken down as well. And that won't be stopped by Noblefy.
Next turn, Gouda is going to have access to 7 mana. So 4 of that going to Victor. And then maybe a Calculated Creations with the Hex Core upgrade. Does also give us access to Noblefy. Lee Sin would get Barrier and Challenger. Maybe try to kick this Sivir. But then you're playing against like Sharpsight and the like. Now that Gouda has been forced to tap under, there is the threat of Golden Aegis here. Spooky's considering it.
Mm-hmm. Noblefy cannot hit this, of course. 4 mana on the Aegis, and there's a Challenger still in play that Gouda has to be careful about. The keyword comes in for Victor.
Yeah, so doesn't even go for anything like Calculated Creations or Iterative Improvement to put Challenger on the Lee Sin to preemptively just swing on something before the Sivir gives it quick attack and barrier. So misses out on an opportunity there to answer a threat. And I think Gouda was perhaps thinking, I'm just going to try to put Lifesteal on the Victor and get some life gain back from this.
Iterative Improvement being hovered.
We would be able to put barrier on the Lee Sin this way.
Yeah, that's the plan here, trying to play one of these spells to get the barrier on Lee Sin. Sharpsight cannot kill the Victor due to the recent nerf, only +1 attack on the Treasure Seeker.
So if you get the Broadwing, you have a 3/3, and then with a little bit of help, maybe you can take down the Sivir. There was the potential to get the Treasure Seeker because it gives you a spell, it gives you another attacker with the Sandstone Charger, but Spooky's in such a dominant position here that the open attack threat is what you need to consider. You might not have a chance to actually even use the Waking Sands. And we head into the next round. Spooky does have just another potential swing with the Sivir again.
Double Sharpsight. Not really the same potential for surprise lethal as before, because the plus attack is just half, basically, compared to before.
So with the vulnerable on the Victor now, the Hex Core upgrade doesn't matter too much. This is just kind of a free spell that you get to set up for Lee Sin to give him barrier. Spooky's actually running very low on value. Like, Sivir has to just carry. With no Absolver, it just comes down to, can I force Gouda to trade everything away here?
At this point, he has to put the Lee Sin on the stack and force get the barrier out again to keep it alive, because otherwise it's lethal. Only 4 HP on the Nexus for Gouda.
And so now Spooky recognizing, what if I just go wide, if the hand is all spells? We know that Petricite Broadwing is in hand, but the key here is Sivir's going to give quick attack to all of these units, so you aren't trading the board away. You're playing purely for defense. And so now then there's Sharpsight. That's going to boost up this to a 4/5, so there's no threat of the Broadwing. That allows you to pop open the Warlord's Palace. You get the burst speed Sandstone Charger, and then that is going to allow you to push through the lethal thanks to that buff.
I think that's it. I think there's nothing that can be done here from Gouda. Deep Med to try and find some kind of a solution. Finds the ambush, finds the deny a little bit too late, and that's going to be it. No defense available for Gouda in this case. Going to take the final 4 from Merciless Hunter, commits, and game 1 goes to Spooky. Gouda now has to continue fighting for his life, as he had to do against Castman in that last round.
Nice. I mean, the focus speed Sandstone Charger is amazing when you're just about to have that unit advantage over your opponent, to get that 5/2 swinging through. It was a shame to see the Calculated Creations just sitting there in the left side of the hand unplayed. There just was not enough time or enough mana at all. I think that Gouda was only had 2 spell mana at any given time throughout that entire game. That wasn't the sort of matchup where you're able to kind of sit back and just react the way that Lee Sin decks typically like to do.
Yeah, that's why I said the hand was so doomed, because against Oxcon Silver, you're playing so on tempo, so with, like, every single mana point matters so much that you can't just, play calculated creations early on. It's just not really feasible. So having 2 of the 5 starting cards in your hand be calculated creations is already, a bad sign for that matchup.
And as we head into game number 2, we've got a Lee Sin mirror match. One side employing Fizz and Vandal City, the other employing Victor. So there is more potential for Spooky to do like fancy footwork and combos and shenanigans. But then Gouda just has Victor that, if is left alone, can become a massive threat the same way Fizz will.
Not sure about mirror match. Maybe like a broken mirror. They're just staring at each other's souls, but just very different stuff going on with Victor and Fizz. And just the cards that are being used, aside from Eye of the Dragon and Lee Sin and I guess some of the Ionia package, radically different decks in terms of what they're trying to do.
Gouda not going for the Ballistic Bot just yet. Could go for Time Trick if you want to get the Dragonling. It just depends on how aggressive Spooky's going to be. Yeah, you aren't going to be able to block the Shadow Assassin anyway, so I do like just developing the Ballistic Bot instead. A 2/4 is nothing to, nothing to sneeze at, I believe is the saying.
Scoff at, no?
Scoff at? But anyway, yeah, it's still a very tanky guy. And so now we're just going to attack in, right? You've got the stat line advantage. There's only 1 mana available for Spooky, and you can take 3 here very easily, I believe. But you've got to worry so much when you're against Lee Sin Victor. Look, you can see this protection of the life total. Conchologist has already done its job, picking up Retreat. This allows you to recycle the Shadow Assassin to draw another card and also activate your Eye of the Dragon.
Being set up now by both players, so the beginning of that feared Eye of the Dragon wall is setting up. But when there's only one, it's really not that big of a deal. Especially when you're going to have, kind of different OTK paths with things like Ambush, for example.
Picks up Rush. 1 mana spell, give an ally +1 and quick attack this round. Not often seen.
What do you mean? It's broken.
I mean, Rush Flurry of Fists. I think that's the only time we ever saw that happen. But if you're not counting for it, right? There's no way Gouda's like, what if they got Rush off a trinket trade? So maybe there is going to be like a value trade or something that you're going to look for later on in the game, and that could certainly help. And it's just a 1 mana spell that helps you proc your Eye of the Dragon, helps you proc your Fizz down the road. So I think it's a pretty smart pickup.
It's +2 essentially on something like a Lee Sin if it has Overwhelm. So can be stronger than it looks, definitely. Lee Sin coming down now for Gouda. We'll see if there's going to be a response from Spooky as well. Kind of a stalled out board right now. Neither player wanting to attack, neither player wanting to give the Dragonling value to their opponent.
And this is exactly the situation that Gouda wants to be in with this Lee Sin deck. When your opponent is just kind of playing defensive, is sitting behind Eye of the Dragon, you can just keep building up your Victor over and over again. It is important to note, and we did see it in Spooky's match versus Oe, there's a Will of Ionia lurking in this deck. So who knows if Victor's going to roll every keyword but Spell Shield.
And there's a Lee Sin coming out in response with a challenger. So we're going to challenge the Eye of the Dragon. Only 1 mana up to try and do something to save this Eye of the Dragon, but it's not going to be the case here.
I know. Seeing a Lee Sin deck like this that needs to not just have 3 spell mana open seemingly at all times does open up these opportunities for you to use your resources and combat tricks in a way to disrupt their setups a little bit more consistently. But Victor also attacking alongside Lee Sin, pushing some damage. Trying to slowly work on a unit advantage, going for a much wider swing, right? Lee Sin with the challenger, pulling something to the side, and then Victor and Ballistic Bot go in, perhaps with Ambush, to try to fish for that lethal.
And there is the Will of Ionia. Maybe we'll see a double ambush play. 1 on each side, and then you can't possibly save against both, because Ballistic Bot and Victor, their attack will probably scale to the point where it could be almost an OTK if left unanswered.
With Yeah, with Ignition and the Hex Core upgrade being created every single round, you know, that's +2 attack for free from created cards. Victor's going to level up here pretty soon as well. So then you're able to force through even more aggression with like the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo being slightly discounted.
But both being challenged now, trying to find something to save them if you're Gouda. Time Trick into Time Trick, maybe? I don't think that's the way to do it. And it's looking tough here.
Yeah, we could skip. Get a 4th random option. It just picks up the Time Trick instead. Gonna let this go through. Victor number 1 goes down. Threat averted. And the Ballistic Bot too. Thanks to Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, the Yordle Squire was able to go through and clean that up. So now we're back to square one with Gouda, trying to scale up these units. And who knows if this ambush is going to end up being a brick the same way Calculated Creations was in game 1.
Maybe a repeat play here from Gouda. Challenging. I do like it's a lot more challenging with the Eye of Dragon and not with the Lee Sin or anything like this, because it's going to get challenged anyway. But more to that, you want to be careful with the Will of Ionia. You want to make sure you don't go too far into it. Looks like it might be the case anyway.
Beautiful. So we've got the Lee Sin that's able to kick Spooky's Lee Sin back into the hand. And if you can get enough tempo, it makes it very difficult for your opponent to spend that 5 mana developing the Lee Sin and have meaningful protection for him. Pushing through
stop this,
10 damage now. We have Will of Ionia. Gouda does have Deny up. But it looks like Spooky's just going to put Barrier on the Lee Sin so that you take the damage, but the Lee Sin doesn't die. If you survive the Dragon Kick, it goes back to hand. That is too much damage to take, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Will. And Deny's there for Gouda, so he has the backup plan to make sure he's dealing with his opponent's threat while dealing damage in the process. 4 HP on the Nexus for Spooky, unless he can do something here in return.
I thought the hand was a little bit delayed, but was there a double Will of Ionia draw? But just not able to put both of them on the stack here. You have to put another spell down so that, again, your Lee Sin just goes back to your hand and you can maybe try to pick up the pieces. Looking at Gouda's Victor Lee Sin, there is no Mystic Shot, no Get Excited, so we don't have to worry about going over the top as long as you can stabilize and maybe play out this Eye of the Dragon.
4 HP now on the Nexus. Eye of the Dragon coming down, hopefully for Dragon Link next turn and a chance to try and get some lifesteal back, but the Ignitions keep coming in as well.
Ignition, yes, just this consistent burn damage, free spells generated for Eye of the Dragon, and you love to see it, right? We've seen Eye of the Dragon, when you have to play it manually from hand, it's so draining on your resources to have to commit that every single time, but with the Hex Core upgrade, with the Ignitions, it's a great position to be in, and we'll see. At the very least, I'm glad this shell isn't Ezreal Karma, like where it's, you know, it's an Ionia PNZ deck, has that same control-y shell, loves Eye of the Dragon for defense, but then has more proactive threats with the Lee Sin and the Victor.
So, you know, a chance for Time Trick, or just maybe the Palmer doesn't make too much sense unless Lee Sin is played, so just gonna play it reactively if you're Gouda now. Just, you're in control of the game, your opponent's at 3 HP, you have to keep things going, you have a wider board as well, and the Ignition coming in next turn. Plus a double ambush is still definitely going to be a possible problem.
We'll see how far Spooky can push this. Has the Fizz in hand. Fizz is leveled. There's still the Flame Spitter to deal some damage, but Gouda's at 20 HP, and this deck isn't built to OTK the way the Targon version is. You want to deal some chip damage first with the Fizz doing a lot of work, and then Lee Sin just kind of comes down to either hold the fort or deal that extra burst of, like, you know, 6-ish damage.
Ignition comes in, 2 HP now on the Nexus for Spooky. But again, there's no Mystic Shots in the deck for Gouda. It's all really just the Ignitions that are the burn possibilities. And now the chance to lifesteal, if you're Spooky, is what you really have to focus on.
So here we go. Now Spooky's Lee Sin is leveled up.
Do we see a possible palm on the Dragon Link? I don't think that would make that much sense, no, over Lee Sin? Or would it?
I mean, there's no mana. I guess it just depends on what if, you know, who cares if they get the extra life. You know what I mean? Ballistic bot going down. It's kind of a it's a pretty even trade, I suppose. It just keeps you in position to end the game within the next couple rounds. Now that you don't have ignitions anymore, you're still able to go pretty wide with your Dragonling still being spawned next round, and then time trick into double ambush.
Double ambush is maybe the way. Will of Ionia is there to answer one, but can't answer both. Not just for the elusive, but maybe just for the stat buffs as well, potentially. So all the counter tricks going to go on the stack now for Gouda. Has obviously the barrier for Lee Sin, no problem.
And yeah, look at that, the Sonic Wave, because it creates the Resonating Strike in hand. That counts as you adding a card to your hand to trigger Ambush's second effect. But yeah, we don't even need to cash these in yet. We force Spooky to react and respond and then see what we can do. By not assigning the Ambush, however, it does just allow that block to go on the stack regardless.
So actually finds a way to really stop all the possibilities for Gouda. He has to time trick or deep med to try and find a way to maybe deny something here. Finds a twin. I guess he can use it to get the health on the Dragonling instead.
And then Will of Ionia comes through on Gouda's Lee Sin.
Now we're back to +2, and there's nothing that Gouda can do at this point here.
Yeah, I think you go for the ambush, because then you just have the inability of this Eye of the Dragon to even attempt to block.
Notify is found on the initial retreat onto the Lee Sin from Spoogy's side, so all of a sudden now the 4 damage will be connecting.
So we can
You just Notify. Retreat, no?
You Notify the retreat so that you're... No, then the Will of Ionia resolves before the Eye of the Dragon's Rage anyway. Right? Because the Will of Ionia is going through... Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought the Will of Ionia was going through on the Dragonling and not the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
So then you deny the retreat.
Did we miss something? Gouda?
Listen, Lee Sin mirrors are complicated, right? I mean, you Notify the retreat because the retreat was going on to the onto the Lee Sins that your Dragon Rage
exactly to
still
stop the kick and then exactly. So it all came down to the very start of that chain, the combat trick chain. You just have to stop the retreat from happening, and then the damage from the Dragon Kick would come through. But Gouda missed it, and that gives Spoogy a chance to come back into the game. He has Syncopation and Lee Sin.
I mean, we saw it versus Oe, where your back's against the wall, and then you say, Vandal City, come through for me, baby. Trinket trade off the top. Into Scrap Heap.
There's 2 elusive blockers, so Fizz has to calm down.
Yeah, we've got Flame Spitter. We can try to Dragon Kick the Lee Sin. So I think Gouda still has this, but yeah, you never want to give a Lee Sin deck any extra opportunities to try to make something happen against you.
Oh.
Scrap Heap, discard Syncopation. We find Bouncer and Bolt, it looks like was the pickup. This is the Challenger Impact Mecha Yordle. So now we can pull 2 elusive blockers to the side. Lee Sin going to deal 4 to the Nexus. Bouncer and Bolt deals 1 more. And then no mana for Flame Spitter.
There's only 1 mana left for Spoogy. You have Ambush to make things elusive, though. With Poro Cannon adding cards to your hand. And you get the lifesteal as well, the +4.
And then, yeah, again, Gouda has so much mana to just respond to this. Ambush blocks the Fizz, and that's going to be
there's a surrender. Gouda able to tie the series. Went through some extra loops at the end there. Could have made it a little bit cleaner, but still finds the win he needed, and we'll be going to a game 3 between these 2 players. No more Lee Sin mirrors available. Praise the Lord once again.
I mean, we're just not used to seeing spell stacks like that. I mean, we haven't had like long spell chains in the game like that in a very long time. Now that
I'm the first to miss that. I'm the first to see a stack of spells and be like, all right, I'm gonna not do the right play every single time. So
we got to hover the eye. We got to use all the resources at our disposal. But yeah, if we had seen like the Nopify onto the retreat, then that would have already closed out the game. But you got to remember too, these players are playing game after game after game against the best players across the EMEA region.
Especially and so, Gouda, he had some very long series in round 1 and round 2 of the losers bracket up against Dilton and then Castman. All those series were incredibly long, so he must be extra tired. Also, rank 1 and 2 on ladder, so he's been putting in maybe too much time in the last few weeks, and it goes to show in his skill, but also maybe in his tiredness in some of the plays as well, hoping he reaches that stellar level once again in this final game 3 to see who is going to be facing Salty Simon in the losers finals.
And when you're playing Echo Zilean, Lee Sin Victor, you're trying to just bring some heat into the metagame. And especially when there are decks that are all centered around these really ridiculous lines of play, there's so many things that need to be considered here. Finally, we're seeing some time bombs out of this deck. I think this is the first time Zilean's actually made an appearance.
At least early on the turn, he's supposed to on turn 2 like Akshan normally does. Time Bomb is found. I'm not sure how effective the strategy of the crystals and the Time Bomb are going to be against this deck, though.
The Time Bomb does kill Fizz, though. He is not able to avoid this damage. But we got Tiny Shield, though, to give him 1 HP thanks to the Yordle Squire.
That will be the play, keeping Fizz healthy and alive in case any bombs explode in his vicinity.
Just going to go for the Scrying Sands, picks up another Time Bomb. Okay.
One bomb okay, but 2.
So now we've got the Zilean about to level up, and then instead of Hyper Predict Rally, we now have Value Shenanigans Zilean versus Lee Sin. Let's go.
Time Bomb number 1 comes down. Echo has been found as well. Closer and closer to his level up off of those last few predicts on Zilean and the last one as well there. Time Bomb number 2 also going to come down this turn.
And so this detonates the first Time Bomb, and then the second one will detonate at the start of the next round. And so now, and Shadow Assassin has to be thrown into the Time Bomb here just because you need to draw a card. You have to find more resources to reestablish after this wipe. Gouda has effectively doubled their hand size versus this tempo deck. All of the elusive ideas that Spooky had are off the table.
Did he not notice a second Time Bomb? I mean, I don't think he would ever play Shadow Assassin outright into an exploding Time Bomb. That seems like a...
Both players showing the fatigue, showing the cracks here in the losers finals, losers semifinals. There's still one more round to even get to the grands for both of these players potentially.
And Zilean leveled up is another kind of threat, another kind of like Zoe being a threat with Lee's Index, similar here. Zilean isn't usually, I think, the main star of the show with Echo and Chrono Break, etc. But now that he's leveled up, is going to be kind of eternal value for a deck that sometimes does run out of value when you don't find the right predicts.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to come down probably to just Lee Sin. Just play him out and then just let him bully the board. But Spooky doesn't want to go for that. Going to try to keep proccing this Eye of the Dragon. You're worried now about just the raw value and the Echo. I wonder what Gouda's afraid of here. Doesn't want to play the Echo just yet. Going to go for the Time Trick first. Aspiring Chronomancer is what you actually do want from this position because you need more stuff in play to take advantage of Chrono Break.
Yeah. Echo would be leveled up if he's played now, so would be at 3 HP. Maybe scared about some sort of challenge effect. Would be the only thing I'd consider at this point because the attack token is still available for Spooky now.
But now with no threat of Lee Sin, just Bandle City, I guess you're like, oh no, I have to predict first to level up Echo so I don't get blown up by double Pokestick. So now we got the Chrono Breaks in the hand. We're going to get another Echo thanks to Zilean's effect, and that becomes a copy of Called Shot. You get to shuffle a Parallel Convergence into your deck, and then draw 1 card. Parallel convergence is one of the other aspects of Echo's kit we don't see a lot of, that allows you to create an ephemeral copy of an ally starting a free attack.
There's a crystal now as well as a time bomb that can take down this entire board here. I assume an attack would come in first, just the trades anyway, and then if the trades don't happen, you have a time bomb to come in after the fact.
Goes for the ancient prep, predicting again, looking for those chrono breaks now to kind of force through. Everything that, you know, Guta's going to play gets duplicated by Zilean, so we could play a time bomb here, get another fleeting time bomb the next round, and then you're just wiping Spooky's board over and over while also damaging the Nexus. We have potential for double Hexite Crystal. There's no real way for Spooky to answer the Zilean. You want to get this off the board with Will of the Ionia, but he's still 2 mana. You just play him back down.
And I think before, I wasn't really respecting Echo Zilean all that much, but seeing what this deck looks like when a Zilean levels up early does make it seem, you know, a much more complete deck. Whereas before, it seemed to be all in on this combo of Echo leveling up and Chrono Break, etc. But now with Zilean leveling up, it just, you get that much more value that's so hard to deal with. And the Stalin and Zilean is quite good, the 2-5.
When, well, especially against a slower deck like this, you just play the Zilean. If you miss the time bomb, you're predicting anyway to level up your Echo, so you have more shots at hitting the time bomb and then getting this hyper level.
There's a will being used on the Echo, bouncing it back to hand. We're going to see if we see a time bomb in the end. I think it's going to be the case, yeah.
Plays the time bomb, so now we're going to get a fleeting time bomb, and this is going to draw you more cards and just keep wiping your opponent's board. And this, like, Shurima idea of mid-range through attrition, right, where you aren't dealing a lot of damage all at once per se, but when you're wiping your opponent's board at the same time, you just get these free swings, and now it's so hard for Spooky to come back into the game when Guta has so many cards in hand and so much rally. There's Voice of the Risen stack, by the way, because you can play Voice here and then get a fleeting Voice. I've never seen 2 in play at once, but that sounds actually dreadful.
And Time Bomb's so efficient at dealing with Eye of the Dragon as well. If I would have known, I might have played Echo Zilean long ago, because every time those Dragonlings come up, the bomb takes them down immediately after. Even with the triple setup, when Lee Sin was so prevalent on ladder, would be a fantastic way to clear that out.
So just plays the Shellfolk, gonna pass. Excuse me, you said I see Shellfolk in chat, so I said Shellfolk, but plays a drop border. This deck probably should have Shellfolk. When you build it, Panda, you're gonna find a way. You're gonna be like, I don't need 3 Voice of the Risen. Let me put a Shellfolk in here.
I'm not sure I'm gonna go that deep into the hole. Sounds a little bit dangerous.
Into the meme. You don't want to go exploring in the meme forest?
No, I've been there. I've done my time.
The Shellfolk lives in the magical lagoon on the other side of the meme forest.
I've done my my piece with the memes with the Shellfolk, and now I let them down to rest after the nerfs.
Doesn't even play the time bomb.
I mean, you have a full board of attackers with this measly Eye of a Dragon and this pathetic Dragonling blocking. I wouldn't either.
Harsh words,
to be honest,
for the Eye of the Dragon. Tell us how you really feel, Panda. Wipes. Oh my! Doesn't even attack. Says, I don't want you to block anything. I'm wiping this. You better have deny for my 2 mana spell.
Oh, the health pot.
Otterpuss, like it. Look, Spooky's deck hand is mostly spells, so you can't keep up with these wide boards. And there's still no Chrono Break in this equation. With Hexite Crystal resolving, this means Zilean's going to give you another one next round.
Poochie's going all in on these 2 cards. Twin Discipline on the Dragonling. Retreat to then return for the Eye of the Dragon. Never mind the 6 attack. It's the 6 units with 3 or more attack on the other side. Just keep these 2 alive as long as possible. That's the game plan.
And here is the swing. We've got a time trick in the hand and maybe even find a Chrono Break and rally on top of this. The board is just so threatening. And this is the best you can do, is just to chump these 2 things. Return to burst speed out the Yordle Squire.
Desperate times, Scarzig. You gotta do what you gotta do.
This is... Oh, okay, chat. I'm just going to come clean. This is incredibly satisfying to see a Lee Sin deck backed into a corner and unable to do anything.
Station Archivist doesn't find any kind of a chrono break. Ruinous Pass is a potential burn tool as well, so wary of that 2 HP threshold for Spoogie as well.
Yep.
Time Trick into chrono break.
And there's 3 mana for it, baby. You just throw it out there because Spooky there's no way you have to deny at this point. And
Shenimo comes through. Game 3 has been decided, and Gouda with Echo Zilean will advance to the losers final, take down Spoogie in the process, who cements himself in the top 4 spot for this tournament. And we will have a pretty fantastic losers final between Salty Simon and Gouda.
Yeah, well played from both players. The games are really back and forth, really fun to see the Echo Zilean pop off. And then the Lee Sin, the Fizz Lee Sin has so much like versatility, but when you fall behind, you just can't come back into the game when one Eye of the Dragon is trying to hold down the fort, when your spells aren't Guiding Touch and Pale Cascade that are healing you and drawing you cards, but they're things like Pokey Stick and Flame Spitter that need to be more proactively used. You can't sit behind the eye the way that you used to be able to.
And pretty crazy to think that, the next matchup between Salty Simon and Gouda, both players are running Echo Zilean. And we might see possibly the first ever Echo Zilean mirror in Fight Night history. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Giant Slayer and Wisdom. We're about to jump into the losers finals between Gouda and Salty Simon, 2 legendary European players going toe-to-toe here. Gouda, top ranked on the EU ladder twice and also in an A somehow. Salty Simon who broke the curse and managed to take down a seasonal tournament in one of the spookiest, shards in Runeterra. I'm glad to see these players play against one another, especially the showings they put up today.
And both players that have definitely grown over the past 6 months have become, I think, better and better, have definitely improved as players. And Gouda initially came into the scene as this like one trick on Sion, and people didn't know because he was really only playing Sion for most of that season, doing very well with it, but didn't really branch out as much, didn't have success in tournaments. But now is definitely a very complete player that everyone respects a lot, and he's proven it this season, even more so with the first and second spot on the ladder, but also here in a tournament setting, bringing Echo Zilean, as has Salty Simon. And again, like I said, definitely a historic moment in Fight Night
players history. Yeah, I mean, these players are like so in tuned with picking up decks that aren't properly respected and forcing everyone else to understand how good these lists can be. We've seen it in real time over the course of several weeks and throughout today's broadcast. Panda and I have been converted to Zilean Echo believers. Salty Simon did it with Plunder back in the day and Nightfall. Gouda bringing Sion to the forefront and innovating on that deck. When it was first conceived as an archetype, it was like, oh man, Twin Blade Revenant, we're just going to run this. And then after the Twin Blade Revenant nerfs, and then Sion had to shift gears, Gouda was at the forefront of that innovation, kind of keeping the deck meta relevant. And now here with Echo Zilean and Darkness, right? Like Salty Simon bringing Darkness to this meta, really shows that they know what is good and they're confident.
And I believe that the Echo Zilean list is exactly the same for both players. So they either, got it from the same source or have given it to each other, have maybe even, given each other tips on how to perfect it. Salty Simon is a player that has been playing it for a while, I think longer than Gouda probably, so he has maybe the experience on his side. But it is a deck that I think still hinges kind of on the fact that you're leveling up Echo perfectly on pace with your game plan, but also having to predict that chrono break and having to predict that Hextech crystal that can completely swing the game one way or another. So there is a high roll aspect to the deck as well, I think.
And when we go into this deck and evaluate it, we've seen like the full gamut, right? Of, okay, I'm playing Fallen Felines, I'm getting tons of Hexite crystals. We just clean, okay, Echo died, but I still have Voice of the Risen. It shows a lot of like pivoting, a lot of potential game plans and lines within this list. And within the mirror, I wonder if there's a prominent line you want to go for, or if it's just, we want to high roll Echo every single time, or does it depend on if you're attacking on evens or odds? If you're like, oh, well, now I have to focus on the Zilean line and try to outvalue the Echo. There's going to be a lot of dynamics in play. If that mirror does happen, we'll see if one of the players are like, oh, I don't want to play against Echo Zilean, I got to ban it.
And the remaining decks for Gouda, we just saw him playing for Sundisk and the Victor Lee that we saw before. But Simon, a player we haven't seen maybe in a little bit longer. Some new viewers might have forgotten his lineup. It will be Darkness, as you mentioned, a deck that didn't have that much success in the winner's final. Seemed to just go a little bit too slow to handle what Genesis was trying to put on the table with Yorlin Arms specifically. And also the third deck will be a Freljord Shadow Owl's Control. So a very different lineup to what Gouda has. Despite the one deck being essentially mirrored, everything else around it is completely different.
We saw Simon just, try to take a loss from Sundisk or whatever, and then try to beat everything else. But I wonder if in this matchup you do have to ban the Sundisk because the Lee Sin and the Echo Zilean are maybe a bit more fair for you, or do you have to ban Lee Sin? It's just one of those things where there's so many weird decks in Gouda's lineup that you can't confidently say this is the ban, I think, outside of maybe Sundisk, just because and then you're worried that it's like recency bias, right? Where you're just overestimating how good the deck is because it's been performing so well lately, but your lineup might actually be appropriate into it.
One thing to note there with this last deck, we're seeing the Shadow Owls control deck from Salty Simon. If it does end up facing the Echo Zilean, the box is going to be a really good tool at dealing with Chrono Break, at dealing with the Echo, especially when it comes down. Even if he's leveled up, 3 HP is not going to be enough to be able to withstand that. So there are many kind of tech choices that will be able to get really good counters on the scarier parts of Echo Zilean, I believe.
And so then if Gouda is considering that, bans the Freljord Shadow Isles, I could see Echo Zilean giving Darkness a run for its money if they hit that early curve. Because when you're going so wide and you're rezzing your board and rallying, the Darkness matters very little. And even though Salty Simon was blessed with double catalyzer, Rogue Maker, Senna Vagar, if your opponent is just tempoing you out, it doesn't matter. And with the potential extra value generation of a leveled up Zilean, you can keep up with the darkness by just, well, I just have more and more threats. And this was one of the things that, you know, made darkness not seem as good as it eventually became, because we were within that Vandal City metagame that was just generating threat after threat after threat. So your board wipes didn't matter. And it comes down to probably Ishtali Sentinel into some direct burn, if we can even go that late into the game.
I would say it's hard to predict matchups. If you would have told me 2 months ago that we were going to be seriously discussing the matchups and the between Mono Shurima, Echo Zilean, and Victor Lee Sin in the losers finals of a Fight Night tournament, I would tell you that, you know, something has gone terribly wrong, or terribly right maybe, in the last balance patch.
Big shout out to Riot for this last balance patch. We were really like copium, looking forward to it. Everybody and their mom was writing like balance wish lists and stuff. And it's a banger. This meta is absolutely obscene. You might not like the meta, but it is different. And it's allowing these really innovative players to play their favorite lists, right? As soon as, you know what's going to happen, as soon as Jorls and Arms gets officially nerfed out of the metagame, Broken Ball is going to take over the world with Jinx Lulu, right?
Talking about players playing their favorite list, I'm still not able to play deep. So take that back, Scarzig. I'm waiting for some kind of deep revival.
Listen, when the patch first hit, I was playing against deep, and the deep players were like they went completely insane. They inhaled so much copium. I played against a deep deck that was running Go Hard. I played against a deep deck that was like running like triple Grasp of the Undying and Slaughter Dogs.
If you look at major archetypes in Runeterra, I guarantee you Deep has had the worst average win rate across the last few years.
It's because Deep players are stubborn, and they always play Deep in metas where it's not right, so they drag the historical win rate down. What? Deep won that seasonal in NA, you know, that one time several months ago. That I can't remember exactly.
That was some card game stuff. That had nothing to do with Deep. No.
It was a pocket tournament meta that really favored Deep. But in terms of ladder, I will say that Deep. Oh wow, Ice-T is bullying me in the chat right now. Deep Omega Lol, NA Omega Lol.
Every time I think about Deep being possible, it's always like this meta where Scout is resurging, because that's every single meta, and then I'm like, okay, no, never mind, it isn't.
But deep players definitely have, I think, the longest running streak of copium.
When they nerfed Dredger for the first time, I was about to quit this game. I'm like, how can you possibly nerf this poor dude that is just trying to toss some cards?
And the reason they nerfed Dredgers, by the way, is because of Atrocity. So this is, again, a reason that Atrocity, so many decks are getting caught in the crossfire. How do you buff Deep? What do you want to do to it, Panda? We got a little bit of time.
Everything. Just give it everything. +1/+1 on every unit.
Give it the Taric treatment. Give it the Taric treatment where you buff every card that's meant to go in the matchup.
Give Nautilus Spell Shield, and when you go deep, you rally. Like Galio.
Slaughter Docs, 2 mana.
Bring him some nicer sea monsters. What's up with all the Celestials being so massive, and, you know, you have to have parity between the sky and the sea, you know? It's like the balance in the world.
Maybe Nautilus, you know, you shuffle the sea monsters back into your deck. He levels up, you get the discount, but then he draws like maybe 2 sea monsters. So your 7 mana Deep becomes a bigger like tempo play with Devourer or something. I could see it.
Let's try and analyze the bans here. Mono Shurima has been taken out of the lineup for Gouda, and it will be Darkness not making it through to this final, losers final. The 2 decks remaining are going to be Echo Zilean for both players. The Mirror, Hope, Iam is still alive, and Shadow Isles Predator Control also available for Simon.
Ooh, Freljord Shadow Isles Control versus Lee Sin has always been a historical matchup of, you know, the battle of denies.
Oh no, we missed the Mirror. All right, we need to get a win here on Victor Lee Sin.
And keeping Victor in the opening hand, I like this. Again, the Echo Zilean is going to take a while to, like, they get set up quickly, but whether or not they can convert that setup into an immediate threat remains to be seen. But Zilean on 2, if we can get Time Bomb, that value engine is going to just pop off immediately. It's going to leave the station, become a bullet train. We didn't get a glimpse at what the predict was, but we've got double right of negation in hand at the very least, so Salty Simon has some protection versus Dragon Kick. Quicksand also allows you to keep Victor at bay, so both sides do have a chance to, hold back their opponent's win conditions and focus on what they want to do.
No gifts, no problem. Iterative Improvement comes out instead. 2 Eye of the Dragon is now on the board. Unfortunately, both will be dying to time bombs, or at least Dragonlings will, if they do come out from their lair. Dragon lair. That's where they are. Between rounds.
Gouda saying, well, I'm at 20 HP. There's nothing threatening in play right now. I don't want to put this extra spell on the stack to get the Dragonlings. And we're seeing a little bit more nuance to how this card is being used in this matchup, right? In this archetype, is you just don't want all the Dragonlings all the time. Because as I said before, without Targon, without your spells drawing you more cards, you have to be more picky about when you cast these spells to get your Dragonlings.
Victor now coming online, the first of the Hex Core upgrades available to be used for 0 mana. And we will see now which keywords Victor will be able to find here. Obviously, trying to bypass combat early on would be crucial. Some kind of elusive to get
quick
damage
attack
through, or quick attack even.
Nice.
That's one way to do it as well.
I wonder if you're going to take the risk with Victor to go in with quick attack. Even if there is a quicksand, like you have to spend an absolver in order to trade up into the Victor. So I think it's a fine thing to just swing in.
Especially after getting tough on this second upgrade. It's always the second one that's tough, but instead it will be regeneration.
Nice. Victor popping off. Ooh, do you take Echo or Time Bomb here? More Time Bombs, level up the Zilean, go for value mode off the Station Archivist. Yes. Yep. Both sides doing things, doing very strong setups. You love to see it. It's always it's so unfortunate when one side kind of just runs away from the game. They get their win condition online very quickly, but
you have to attack now. You have to attack now, or else these 2 other Dragonlings will be dying to the second Time Bomb. And I think Buddha knows this possibility is there.
Yeah, just swing in for sure. And if there is a quicksand here for some reason, then there's no second Time Bomb coming through. You get a little bit of healing, top yourself back up to 20, and the fact that this Victor is now going to start scaling up really, really hard is pretty spooky, to be honest.
Gonna find a deep med here, it looks like, for Gouda. Finds the ambush, which could potentially be a tricky card if there isn't a quicksand or a way to deal with that later on.
And this is important to note, because the attack token went over to Salty Simon, the countdowns proc, their round start effects proc first, so the Time Bomb does activate before the Dragonlings come into play. And now Echo is leveled up, ready to go. Chrono Breaks are now into the deck. And if we strike with Echo, we can get the 0 mana time trick and potentially fish that out.
Maybe a chance for Spirit's Refuge as well, just to get the kill on Echo, if that's what you're going for. I guess Twin could also do a similar thing on something like a Victor.
The big problem is if you do a combat trick that allows you to kill the Echo, he can still just bring himself back with the Chrono Break, right? He still gets that strike. So I wonder if you just try to, you just block with the Dragonlings just to hold back this attack.
Yeah. That's a play.
And then if there is a Chrono Break, if there's a rally. But if we look at the list, I mean, there's no Mystic Shots or Get Exciteds. The only way for them to, if you Spirit's Refuge, there is Quicksand to maybe take away the barrier. So yeah, just chump. Just have faith.
Lee Sin coming down now as well, so the whole party is here. Victor Lee Sin, the ambush potential without any kind of direct answer. Being a burst speed card, right negation, can't do anything against it.
This looks like a skip to me for Salty Simon. Zilean, you got to remember, Zilean's also now going to create another time trick in hand, and it's there's just so much value, so much potential to find those cards, find like fallen feline and start getting hexite crystals that are also going to be duplicated. Gouda, even though things look pretty even right now, there's always a chance for Salty Simon to just immediately jump out ahead. Scout, quick attack, regeneration, augment. Can we get overwhelm?
You can just ambush this Victor now with Scout. There's no quicksand right now in hand.
And so, yeah, with no quicksand, I think you might have to go for it. We'll see if Gouda wants to force that. There is a Chrono Break in hand. The Fleeting Echo that was played becomes a called shot, so you can draw one more card.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. He's going for it.
Wait, oh, there is the quicksand! No!
Ambush.
So you attack, there is the quicksand. But this is still a scout attack, right? So even if there's a quicksand to respond to this, you can still crack back in with the Victor and the Lee Sin. The quicksand going to take that away from the Lee Sin too. No barrier, no challenger. You would have to have Sonic Wave to give him challenger again so that he could actually dragon kick.
You can twin here to keep his Victor alive. But you're still at the mercy of the Chrono Break. If anything ends up, if too many things end up dying, this is the two-sided attack Chrono Break. It even allows to defend properly for Simon because of the fear of getting the rally on a turn you don't want it.
And with this Echo potentially being able to attack the Victor, you get that time trick, and then you can predict into like Voice of the Risen or something to buff this board, and then Chrono Break and rally and swing back in against this.
Ghost of Palm. Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult spot for Gouda. He really was banking on this kind of all-in of ambush, and sometimes it just wins you games. There's just no answer. We saw with Castman earlier with the Vengeance and the Battle Fury. You just go for it, and the Scout attack with 8 attack would have been it. Would have been lethal. OTK in 2 attacks.
So it has to be Concussive Palm here. This just means, again, with the Chrono Break, the rally is going to keep this big threat out of play. And we saw earlier in the bracket, right, where if you're able to keep the Echo from generating a lot of cards, then you don't have to worry about your opponent's threat value. But now we've got, again, this time trick being presented, and we can still just get another card, still mana for Chrono Break, no mana on Gouda's side to notify that. And the Voice of the Risen was indeed picked up. If that Rite of Negation had not needed to be cast, with the full combo would have come through.
Chrono Break going to be played out. Can still get an attack from... I don't know if you want to attack with the Echo even. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, just get another time trick.
Mm-hmm.
Gouda is going to get a couple more Dragonlings. And every time we think Lee Sin is in a bad spot against a wide board like this, the Dragonlings always seem to be able to hold the fort. We'll have to see if a time bomb can be found.
It is, but no mana just yet to play it out this turn.
And Salty Simon just now turboing through the deck. So many fleeting cards being created. Has another fleeting Rite of Negation. And another Quicksand. Absolutely brutal.
There was a second attack you could have done there, no? With the Dragonling? With the Ephemeral? Just to heal 2?
Yeah, you could have gotten 2 more healing, that is true. Since the Chrono Break attack was cashed in.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. If he ends up losing by just 2 HP, that might come back to bite him as we move further into this game. But it does end up happening. We talked about it so many times. When someone rallies on your turn and you know this confusion of who has the attack token, you always end up missing out when you do have one.
And yeah, so just a little bit of chip damage coming through. Salty Simon is just trying to maneuver in a position where, you know, a rally is going to be truly backbreaking. We do have 2 Chrono Breaks in hand now. Gouda can see that there is a Chrono Break, but thanks to the Dragonling offsetting some of this damage, thanks to Lee Sin potentially having the ability to get barrier on response, there is, of course, that Quicksand still in the hand. There's no way to actually protect the Lee Sin here. You just got to give him enough HP to survive the Echo straight up in combat.
Dissolver now also coming in. Still the Chrono Break available for 3 mana.
So we can calculate creations or Poro Cannon in order to put barrier on the Lee Sin, and then when the Quicksand comes through, we can respond to that with Spirit's Refuge.
Mm-hmm.
And you've managed to save your Lee Sin, but now then you're just, okay, I have Nopify for the Chrono Break, right? Because if the Quicksand is used here, then at the very least you don't have to worry about the rally anymore. And the Spirit's Refuge is a one of finally finding employment here in this
doesn't kill the Echo.
Victor.
That's the biggest thing. Echo does end up surviving now after this swap of combat tricks. So it can still time trick, can still predict more, can still kind of fall into this endless value cycle with the Zilean leveled up.
And with that exchange of spells, the Eye of the Dragons are also going to create more Dragonlings, get more blockers, give you some resiliency against that rally. Lee Sin is still alive in play, so we do have the chance to find, just the Dragon Kick. Try to get some damage through. Calculated Creations maybe creates Nandroid here, an elusive threat that we can maybe boost up by also just overwriting and summoning these Daring Poros. We have Iterative Improvement as well to get another one. But no, just wants to kick this Echo.
I also want to kick this Echo sometimes.
I mean, if this deck catches on after this performance that we've seen from it today, I think we'll all get a little bit sick of this 5/3 time-traveling boy. Dragon's Rage now being put on the stack, only 4 damage being presented. So weird to not see this be a potential lethal swing.
The deck operates very, very differently to traditional Lee Sin Zoe, of course. Much less OTK potential and much more just the spell synergy with champions that are able to scale quite well with both Victor and the Lee Sin as well.
So Scrying Sands drains a little bit of attack from the Lee Sin. This means that Echo will go back to the hand rather than dying. But you've got the Chrono Break, but I guess that Salty Simon is just saying, well, I'm just going to take advantage of the value here rather than trying to go all in with the Chrono Break and let it get nopified or denied. Because if that's the case, you don't get that copy back with Zilean. And from this position, you're feeling pretty good about just going for a value line. Will Salty Simon deck out? We're going to be seeing like tons of like called shots and extra echoes being shuffled into the deck, I imagine. Feels like there's so much card draw happening. And with this, again, double Eye of the Dragon just holding the fort, it's so difficult for Salty Simon to even set up a meaningful rally play.
Yeah, looking very tough here. I mean, just a stalemate for both players. But again, no matter how Guda wants to play this out, he's not going to outvalue the Zilean. It's just not possible. Especially with the cards are able to replay that can be so strong, like Chrono Break, for example. It's a difficult situation. And because the OTK isn't really a viable win condition as much as it was in the past for Lee Sin decks.
Called shot comes through. This is going to shuffle another Echo into the deck. We get Parallel Convergence, and you just draw another card. We have Time Bomb still in hand. That can clear this final Eye of the Dragon, potentially start chipping away. Fallen Feline as well. I feel like once Voice of the Risen hits the board, it's going to be over. Because then you can get another Voice of the Risen through Echo's effect, and then you've just got too much damage being threatened on a wide swing alongside the Chrono Break.
Quicksand being picked up, so you have that failsafe, or going to be picked up. You have that failsafe. Hextechers are coming in now, though. So alongside Time Bomb, just the board clears now are going to start coming in. And Notify has to happen, or some kind of deny effect has to happen, especially if these spells aren't, replayed next turn.
Yeah, once this comes through, it means that Zilean is not going to create the copy. Because you have to keep your Dragonlings alive versus this Hexite Crystal. Doesn't want to nopify, doesn't want to Rite of Negation that nopify. Salty Simon is finding the avenues to which to force Gouda to spend these negates and eventually the Rite of Negation will be there to stop the final deny, hopefully, versus the Chrono Break, and you actually get that rally that you've been looking for so many turns. Leveled up Zilean, leveled up Echo have been in play round after round after round, and cannot seem to find that weakness in the wall to break through.
The Android comes down as a possible win condition alongside Lee Sin now for Gouda, but there's more than enough time off to come in, round after round to just continue pelting this entire board.
Once the Eye of the Dragons go down, that's going to be it. You're minus blockers, and then you're minus even more on board because you aren't getting those Dragonlings anymore. And Gouda's done a great job of holding back the Dragonlings as an emergency block versus a rally if Salty Simon does want to go all in. And it's forcing Salty Simon to respect. Too many fleeting cards being developed into the hand means that the Time Bomb is actually overwritten. And
with Quicksand, there's no real relevance to the angle that Gouda's trying to get here with the elusives.
Just a little bit of damage coming through turn after turn from both players. But Gouda's running very low on resources. There's some elusive threats, there's some denies, but all of this is on the back of Lee Sin at this point.
There's a double Quicksand as we were talking about, and all of a sudden both threats have now been dealt with. Echo gets bounced back but does survive, so isn't terminated forever. And Chrono Breaker, of course, just able to perfectly take on to the Neandroid, and especially take it down to 1 HP, so it's now at the mercy of the crystal.
Excite Crystal, this is the fleeting one from Zilean, so you do get it after all, which is interesting to note.
Animation comes through now, the second deny, and this is pretty much Gouda being milked entirely. His whole hand has now been decimated over the last 2 turns, having to react to all the value that Zilean is generating essentially for free. And now we see the point in time where even if Gouda is able to survive to this point, he can't find a viable win condition to really get that win before he just gets outvalued, which is, you can't be stopped at this point unless Zilean is taken down.
Mm-hmm. Voice of the Risen hits the board. We've still got that Chrono Break in the hand.
Oh, double twin though. That's a way to start. Maybe trying to find some surprise lethal. But even then, now it's been nerfed, so it's even less likely. The massive attack now finally coming in. There's no healing available. There's a Chrono Break available, and this, I think, has to be the final swing.
We can put a little bit more into the Dragonling.
It'll get just quicksanded anyway, though.
Yeah, the fleeting quicksand in hand, which we can see. Salty Simon, this leveled up Zilean has just completely allowed Simon to have response after response, where you're able to force your opponent to be out of resources and say, aha, now you've spent that card, I can take advantage of it. But now, Salty Simon having extra copies of Quicksand, extra Rites of Negation, extra Hexite Crystals, allows you to keep potentially threatening Gouda over and over again. And now, finally, with this Chrono Break, we're still able to survive just barely, thanks to Concussive Palm.
Chrono Break now comes through. Again, no life so now available. You do have just enough blockers more than enough blockers to block everything here, but your board will be decimated in the process.
This is still game 1, by the way. Lee Sin versus Echo Zilean has just become this value grind, and Salty Simon has a lot of resources in hand, but we've got these triple ancient preps that we can't use. They've just been eating up space in the hand, so Zilean can't create any value anymore. Station Archivist, maybe look for another Chrono Break.
He's going for the Neandroid lethal. I think you have to play Quicksand this turn, so it's there again next turn. Or
yeah,
play out the
quick. Yeah, Echo's not going to be able to create the Quicksand.
There's lethal next turn with Twin Disciplines and the Neandroid. If there isn't an elusive blocker.
Not like this.
Or if there isn't a way to stop, Quicksand or Scrying Sand even would do it as well.
Just gonna keep predicting. Finds Hexite Crystal, that won't be able to stop the Neandroid. You can give it HP, but you've got to give it attack as well.
Well, you have Lee Sin as well. Well, that would be killed actually. So, it's we'll see.
So we can
Go
put.
all
So we
in.
have to do twin disciplines for HP, twin disciplines for attack. Got to give barrier to the Lee Sin. This is exact lethal. Feral Prescience to predict. Has the Hexite Crystal. Twin disciplines. Going to put attack onto the Neandroid and also put barrier on the Lee Sin so that the barrier lets him resolve.
Oh no. Gives the attack to the Lee Sin instead. Minus 12 on the Nexus. Is this finally it? Can Simon do anything about this?
Chrono Shift on the Zilean. Unbelievable. Gouda finding the win with Neandroid. Ran Salty Simon out of answers? The Eye of the Dragons bought so much time. Absolutely nuts.
I think there was definitely some way to sequence that better to be able to find, but it was so complicated because of the way the hand size work, because it's so hard to get the cards, replay the ones you want in the turn you want. So there was so much going on in that game, actually. Maybe too much resources on Zilean's side where
the only thing I probably would have changed is you just have to start overriding your units with those ancient preps, right? When your board is full, you ancient prep to predict, and then you overwrite that ancient prep with your other one and predict again, and then do it again.
There was definitely, it was an extremely complicated sequencing to even be thinking about, Neandroid's going to be the thing that's going to, get me in the end. But there was definitely, I think, things that could have been done. But again, like I mentioned, it's kind of like these decks, like Shelf Folk, even to some extent, where you have so many decisions to make that you think are so invaluable or really don't matter as much, but they end up leading to this bigger picture that does end up mattering.
And again, that was just game one. We still got more games to play in this set, potentially. Now we've got Echo Zilean versus Freljord Shadow Isles. Your ability to just res your board and rally after your opponent's potentially wiped you with a Ruination or an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine is going to be very palpable. We don't have access to Ledros and Atrocity as reliably, and Gouda has Zilean in the early game as well, thinking about picking up this Time Bomb. There's one Rite of Negation in hand already, doesn't want to pick up the second just yet, doesn't even attack, doesn't want to give Salty Simon value of Catalyst. Is going for a pure value-oriented game plan, it looks like. I don't need to deal early chip damage because you're just going to heal it. I'm just going to focus on getting my engines up and then threatening you with rally instead. Simon passes right back.
I mean, he's going for the Zilean level up. That's the part one of what Gouda's trying to do here to outvalue his opponent. If his opponent isn't playing for the board, necessarily just playing for kind of adding those layers of long-term value to his game plan, either with the Zilean level up, either through having Hextech Crystals in the deck.
Voice of the Risen, very spooky. Simon's on 8, has enough mana for Blighted Ravine and Avalanche. So Gouda's not going to extend into that. So here it comes. Gouda doesn't go for Chrono Shift or anything like that.
And there could be a Blighted Ravine as well this turn. I don't think it's necessary just yet. Maybe if Voice is played.
It always feels so bad, right? Where you feel like you should do something just to be mana efficient. But this, again, just gives Salty Simon more value.
Yeah, there's a Blighted Ravine. In answer to the Voice of the Riven, that's enough value to make that play.
Then you get a little bit of healing thanks to that big swing you just took. And then the token comes back to you on 6, setting up for Sejuani to come through. Salty Simon running the Field of Rush with Sejuani for the specific purpose of having this mid-game power play. Second Zilean comes through from Gouda. Instead, we get the Predict, another Voice of the Risen being offered up. Not a lot of Predicts have come through just yet. I think we need one more to level up this Echo. Oh, my mistake. He is leveled.
With how slow that first game went, both players are playing against the clock as well. Is it going to go to a game 3? Especially Simon, that knows it has to go to game 3 for him if he wants to win it. They have to be playing as fast as possible and trying to win the timer war as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which is always hidden from us, unfortunately. It's in the top corner there.
20-something. But The Sejuani now was able to take down the first Voice of the Risen, but another one is picked up. We've got a beautiful swing here. And at this point, you're just calling out Simon. Okay, what kind of resources do you have? Are you worried that I have quicksand in hand?
The chance for a flash freeze, yeah, on the Echo. Can you block with the Zone? You're taking a big hit still. That is true. You can even absolve her in this case. Yeah, and you're going to. Yeah,
you absolve her, get the extra attack on the Echo, and what this allows you to do is still strike through that frostbite so that you get your time trick. And if Salty Simon chooses to respond to this with Flash Freeze again, Absolver's Return comes through.
And Guido running out of fuel. This is the case where you're flooding the board with all your options early on because you're maybe growing impatient.
Oh, finds the chrono break.
That's big. That's big.
Yeah, now that Echo's gone down, we chrono break in order to revive Echo and then attack again. Does the predict pass there just to see if Salty Simon's going to do anything else. Chrono break comes through. And Salty Simon is thinking, okay, how much damage is coming through? We've got Echo coming and Voice of the Risen. The only thing you can do is Flash Freeze, but you still can't stop everything.
That's it. Well, I guess if you'd let your sword only die, yeah. That's Flash Freeze the Echo and down to 3 now for Simon.
So we deny at least the time trick, and now you're at the mercy of any sort of wide board plus a Hexite Crystal. Salty Simon has to draw some AoE here right now. Does have second Sejuani in hand, however.
1 copy of Rune's Path as well.
Station Archivist going to look for it. Hexite Crystal's found. We can get a fleeting copy in hand right now to cast.
Still going to be 1 off. Yeah, I think maybe Time Trick is the way to go. If you again...
Yeah, we can Time Trick. We can find another Chrono Break to bring this Echo back to life.
Don't do it to him. Scarzig, don't do it to him. All right, the Rune's Path. If he would have picked the Hextech Crystal into the Rune's Path, not going to have the mana for Chrono Break if he goes for it now.
Yeah, I wonder if Fallen Feline would have been good there. Time Bomb. Doesn't take the Time Bomb, though. What are you looking for, Gouda?
The guy said just predict, Scarzig. Don't question the man. He's predicting as much as he can.
He's peering deep into the infinite possibilities.
He's trying to find out who's going to win this series. And he's just going all in. He's going all the way to the past when Simon was first born and seeing where the timeline takes him.
But has managed to find a bunch of Scrying Sands to save the Echo from Sejuani.
That's a valiant effort, you know? Sejuani's a scary woman on a hog. And Echo needs saving. He's been doing a lot for Gudo all throughout the day.
And so the play here, you're thinking, okay, well, I have to just chump with Sejuani. Probably use Catalyst to heal. And Echo's going to get that time trick again.
Into the Chrono Break.
I've never seen Echo Zilean put up such a massive threat with only 2 or 3 things in play. And there's so much
free
mana
value,
too.
baby.
Get a drop border, time trick again. Skip. Skip.
The chain is over. Skip.
Go fishing. We have Rite of Negation in hand. Just skip and then play time trick. Yeah, he's doing it. Station Archivist.
It's happening.
You like to see the quicksand? Catalyst. Okay, we're healing. We're living.
Wait, there's no mana for it anymore.
I know. I thought you were going to go for Archivist and try to look at the top cards of the deck. Sejuani goes down to the
Simon goes
time bomb.
for the all-in, and he gets negated. They tell him, no, sir. You shall not play Feel the Rush. No rush will be flowing through your body. Station
no rush
Archivist
is felt.
into Scrying Sands. You can't even... You're going to just just keep predicting, Gouda. Do what the guy tells you. Keep predicting all the way until you find corner break.
Now you're thinking with portals, baby.
No one's dead, but you can play next turn anyway.
Unreal. I've never seen that many chain predicts. Both of these players have demonstrated like the just possibilities of this list. We'll go up to 8.
Wait,
we vengeance the 3/3. We're alive.
Hopium.
And then
Simon.
there's Chrono Break. Rallies again.
Simon trying his best, but Echo Zilean reigns supreme. He couldn't do it in game 1, but Gouda can definitely do it in game 2 and seals his ticket, punches his ticket into the grand finals. We'll have to face Genesis, who is playing Yorlan Arms on 2 of his decks alongside the Felios. And we'll see if Echo Zilean can fare. Simon couldn't do it in the winners final, had some trouble in those matchups. So we'll see if Gouda can do it differently, but already cements himself in the top 2 of this week's event.
These games have been so intense. And I wonder if that first game, like, we're getting into this return of the renaissance of just these really complicated board states and decks. And you could honestly like spend a lot of time reanalyzing that game to see if there's like a different line for Gouda to maybe win a little bit more quickly, or for Simon to even win that game even quickly. It might not even have gone that long, but the grand finals are also going to be a banger. Genesis with the classic Yorls and Arms versus the innovation of Gouda. But we will get to that after this break, so stay tuned for the action-packed grand finals. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. If you're just joining us, you are just in time for the grand finals. Gouda and Genesis about to go toe-to-toe. Gouda, who just fought their way back up from the lower bracket to face Genesis, who has been waiting patiently and is ready to go. Very strong player from Morocco. Gouda is top 1 and top 2 in EU, and apparently has a high-ranked account on the NA shard as well.
And Gouda, of course, his claim to fame was during that kind of sorry special he did with Morocco, qualifying them single-handedly almost to the Masters Europe tournament with that crazy ladder run he had when Zilean released. But now has cemented himself as a top player, more so now today, showcasing Zilean as a actually very competitive, very strong deck, piloting it incredibly well against Salty Simon in the losers final as well in that series, and now having to continue this heroic run of having to go fight for a bracket reset against Genesis, playing decks that are very, very strong on paper. You know, it's going to be 2 Your Own Arms decks with the Fae package and the Fizz Lulu package, and then an Aphelios deck that has been banned most of today as well.
These players have not played against each other yet in the bracket, but I mean, after Gouda was sent to the losers bracket by Spooky, Genesis then immediately beat Spooky, and then Gouda just completely avoided that altogether, eventually taking down Spooky in the rematch 2-1. So it was a very close set, and it's always nice to get that revenge and then go back up to the top. We'll see if the bracket reset will grace us this week.
And that's going to be the bracket rather, and the bans we're going to see in just a little bit. Overall, we've seen Aphelios banned most of today. I think it's a deck that has this very scary top end, whereas Zoe Vi was already kind of this deck that was very good, very versatile in many different ways. Now Aphelios, with the changes, becoming very strong again, especially in the hand of the good players. I think Target has always been a region that on ladder has always had maybe not the most impressive win rates, but when you get into a tournament setting, when players are really the best of the best, they're able to pilot these decks that have so much decision points so well, and I think it's really the case here as well, where it's being banned so much today.
Yeah, you've got to respect, especially in the EMEA region. You know, these players love their control Targon. They put tons of reps into it when it was strong, have gone through several evolutions, right? With the Victor Vi, the Zoe Vi, the Vi Heimerdinger, Zoe Heimerdinger. It's the combination of just utility and resourcefulness in both of those regions just plays into your desire as a player to remain flexible against almost any threat and just rely on decision making and outplay potential to carry through.
On the other hand, the rest of the lineup for Genesis is just as scary, really, because it's the 2 kind of scarier versions of Your Own Arms, with the Fae package that has been very, very strong today. We saw it. Even games that seemed to be lost, all of a sudden Genesis was able to come back into it and find a turn with Your Own Arms. He was just able to create a board out of nothing and create a win condition also out of nothing with there's a lot of different options to really have a board clear against Zion, for example. We saw it. The board was cleared multiple times, and still he was able to find a way to come back and rally in.
The list is slowed down ever so slightly, but still strong. Meanwhile, Fizz Lulu has the potential to just essentially end the game on turn 3. It feels like when you have that Lulu plus the attack token with the Flame Chomper set up. Even if you don't draw Lulu, you can still go wide, and it feels like you're 1 Yordles and Arms top deck away from victory at any given time. And it's just a weird happenstance of statistics where this deck rose to prominence right at the beginning of the last patch cycle, before Riot really had eyes on it needing to be nerfed as they went into this next patch, even though it's opened up the meta so much with Sundisk and Aphelios making new archetypes and really shaking up the meta. This is still the final boss from the previous meta that needs to be dealt with. Genesis's previous games throughout today's broadcast have been a few 2-1 sets, and there is some weaknesses there that perhaps can be exploited in the right circumstances to get that 2-0.
And the final deck for Genesis will be the Aphelios deck we're talking about, a deck that is very reminiscent, as we talked about, of the Zoe Vi, and having that mainly just Celestial as your win condition, just hoping to find the right Celestial to find a win condition. The rest is all just stalling and kind of creating value, which both PNZ and Targan do very well.
And oh man, this is now when you're playing aggressive Yordle decks, you're like, okay, I don't need to worry about Sundisk. And now you're like, okay, but what about Zilean? Like, they can go wide as well, but then they resurrect their board and rally. That really messes up my Yordles and Arms swing. And if you're playing a deck that wants to go into the late game as Targon or wants to fight for the board as Yordles, you're always afraid of Lee Sin and Eye of the Dragon, right? It's ingrained in your soul.
And it will be the Fizz Lulu being banned and the Echo Zilean finally getting the respect it has been asking for months and months in some players' cases. And finally, it gets the honor of being banned in the grand finals of Fight Night.
With Echo Zilean off the table, we've got this meta's powerful card of this powerful deck of Sundisk. We'll see if you might fall too far behind, right? With the explosive Gleaming Lantern developments, potential for a rally. And if you have to Rite of Negate super early on in the game, you don't have a way to play your champions or your other powerful cards. Gouda just needs to get probably Endless Devout.
What a hand from Genesis. Double Lantern. Has a Grandfather Fae. Has really all the Fae package really working for him here. Telescope now as well.
Gouda had already mulliganed away in Azir. Even though you're able to play a 3-mana 1/5, it still doesn't do enough, right? It's not like actually taking out anything. It's just chump blocking. And the Sand Soldiers don't really matter early. We're looking for the Endless Devout and the Desert Naturalist combo, right? That massive play of getting a 2/4, a 5/4, and a 5/3 into play all at once is really what you're looking for. So Fae Sprout being cashed in first with that 1 point of mana. We get a Fae unit and then grant it +1/+1. Quick Quill does seem to be a very powerful option. With Lantern, this can get discounted. And it's important to note that when you have keywords and stats granted by an attached unit, it's not affected by Quicksand. So we're going to attach this to Grandfather Fae, giving him an extra 2/2, putting quick attack on him so he actually becomes a threat. Typically with these Fae lists, the Grandfather Fae just kind of sits there, but now he's getting out of his rocking chair and he's going to participate in a little bit of the fun here on board.
Bringing out his cane as well in the process. Going to be a menace to deal with for these poor treasure seekers. They didn't know where they were searching for that treasure. They're going to find a different kind of reward.
They stumbled through a portal into a magical forest and they're about to get lost.
Especially with a hand like this one, because the discounts are here and it's just all on clearance for the hand here for Genesis.
It's on clearance, ain't that right? Gleaming Lantern played for 1 mana, then that Fae discount carries over to the Loping Telescope if you want it. And now with Gouda having, some defense with the Waking Sands. If you're in a pinch, you've got to develop a wider board. You're more than happy to do so. We have the Desert Naturalist finally, but we need another target to get the Rock Bear. Mecha Caster, always a nice pickup. Goes for the Charger instead, though. Trying to go for more aggressive tempo. Aggressive Overwhelm unit versus 1 HP. You can't pass up that opportunity. Waking Sands. Having a 5/2 is great. Kind of holds back these lanterns from wanting to attack. Petrosite Broadwing is going to be the response to trade perhaps into this 5/2 to let the lantern still swing true.
You still have the Rockhopper that can trade into them as well. So maybe it might just be the Petrosite Broadwing into one of the Treasure Seekers and the Grandfather Fae quick attack. And just, especially with so many blockers now, it's not worth a full attack.
If you keep your board wide, you're just making the threat of Yordles and Arms, etc., just that much more potent. Ooh, I don't know if I like the Lantern here, but the Grandfather Fae is free.
Well, can get blocked and would survive the trade with a 1/4.
Yeah, I think you're more than happy to just kind of deal some freebies to the Soothsayer. I think the idea for Genesis, right, is I'm going to attack, force my opponent to get rid of some of their board, and then because I have Mare and Owlcat and Charger in hand, I can redevelop very cheaply. and then just set up for this Golden Aegis to be lethal. I also do appreciate cashing in the Loping Telescope because it's vulnerable. You don't want to give that value trade to the Treasure Seeker.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that Gouda wants to take advantage of the ephemeral blocker on that turn. And here it is. Endless Devout finally hitting the board. This is going to be massive. Not only does it set up this really devastating Rock Bear combo to set up a defensive board, it's also so many summons for Azir to get the Sun Disc potentially flipped. And if we can get Xerath into play leveled up, the Council is going to completely wall out Genesis. It forces you to set up a very, very specific line of having a wide threatening board, plus Yordles and Arms, plus Rally. And if you force your opponent to take that sort of spell-based line, negation will scoop you.
It's going to be a big swing here, but I don't know if Genesis has what it takes to win this game at this point. I mean, he needs to have Yordle and Arms, to be honest, to really provide a menacing board.
Yeah, no Tristana to continue buffing this board. No second Grandfather Fae, which we've seen from time to time. Having that massive attack boost in tandem makes it so difficult for your opponent to keep up. We can take some damage here. The Endless Devout doesn't go down just yet. Very smart pull with the Broadwing. You want to keep this alive to deny the Naturalist and Rite of Arcane.
Yeah, the 2-for-1s are huge here. The Random Negation is available as well to stop any rally effects. There's no Yordle and Arms. So, I mean, overall, I think this is still very much in control for Gouda.
Just keeping the mana open for Rite of Negation. That Fae Lantern into Mare. If Mare can get a Fae unit. Checking Azir's level up, 10 out of 13. Almost there. Blastcone Seedlings will get discounted by the Lantern, so we can set this up. Maybe try to go for the Golden Aegis.
Ooh.
Oh no, taps down under the Rite of Negation. So now we have the Golden Aegis.
That's going to be a big swing. I didn't think he would tap under rights.
I did not think as well.
You do have the Walking Sands, but maybe it's fine because you're forcing combat. You do want to clear out your board of blockers, to be honest, and get the Sarcophagus online, the landmark. But still, it was a risky play here. I mean, it's going to be a lot of damage coming through.
There is no mana for any combat tricks, so you do have some free attacks. Wow. Was that actually what Gouda was forcing Genesis into? I'm going to tap under to make you rally so I can finally trade away my Devout, level up the Azir, and then we get to play Xerath at the start of the next round and take over with the Council?
I think it wasn't terrible. And, I mean, this is it. With Genesis' hand is literally one charger, and that's it. He's going to depend on it. Well, that's quite a top
Look
deck,
at this.
actually.
Every round, the Council is going to not only heal your Nexus, but also your champions. Azir back up to a 2-5. He's a tanky boy. We need to destroy 1 or 2 more landmarks for Xerath.
All you have to hope for is that there isn't a second rally found on the top deck next turn for Genesis. That's really it. Other than that, because this Yordle Arms by itself, you're happy to just trade away.
Wow, attacks with the Azir and the Rock Bear, and just goes in and says, I'm going to wipe your board. I'm going to make your rally terrible. Your Yordles and Arms doesn't matter to me because I have Rite of Negation. The only thing you have that can really threaten me is getting rid of this Lantern and the Mushroom Ring. You cannot redevelop after this. Gouda really recognizing the things like Rally does not matter and Yordle and Arms does not matter if I force you to trade down. This is not something that Sundisk is known to do, but the Endless Devout Desert Naturalist combo gives you the threatening stats you need to force Genesis to respect your empire.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good play. If you're thinking about what win cons Genesis has and what 2 cards you could have in hand, Yordle and Arms and a rally effect next turn.
Is Gouda going to go super ham with the Quicksand here? Because then you force Genesis to just throw away 2 units, and even if they do have the Golden Aegis, you still have those blockers ready to go. Genesis really, really afraid right now, going all the way down to 4 HP. This means once the board is cleared, Xerath just needs to zap the Nexus once. But yeah, just clearing space on the board. Quick Quill returns back to the hand that was attached to Grandfather Faye, is played out onto the board as a unit, and the only hope here now...
Teemo is not it. Well, it is an elusive, but you have Quicksand, so it's not going to matter. Yeah, I think this is it for Genesis. I mean, it's going to be a scary attack. You're going to have full blockers, essentially, but you do still have Quicksand. I mean, you have our negation, so yeah, there's nothing going on here anyway.
And now that you've shown, right, that you played out a Teemo, your final card, you can't do Yorls and Arms and Rally, so Gouda's more than happy to just deny either one that you might have as your final card. There it is.
You could do both, right?
And
negation
Desert Naturalist being played out for tempo, just as a 3/4, thanks to Azir's ability. We still need one more landmark destruction, right, to put Xerath in play.
I want a landmark destroyer in my deck as well.
No Rock Hoppers, no Unraveled Earth. Very, very weird to see the Sundisk delayed this much.
Well, that's because Gouda has had to answer the threats on the board from Genesis and has had to, not play Solitaire, not play his own game plan, but instead adapt to what's happening on the board and then eventually outvalue, bleed out all the hand resources for Genesis, and then be able to take over the game at his own pace, but still while being in full control.
Beautiful. Quicksand takes away the quick attack from the Mushroom Ring, takes away Elusive from the Teemo. We get to fully block the Charger, and then the Devoted Council, once again, healing the Nexus, healing the Azir back up, so he continues to be a defensive wall.
And that's going to be lethal. There's nothing that Genesis can do at this point. Even playing your own arms is going to be just too wide, and the Shriner comes through. Genesis loses game 1 of this series. Gouda is that much closer to a bracket reset, has to win this next one, and then there's a whole other best of 3 waiting for him to try and become the champion of Fight Night, where Genesis still has a chance to just win the next 2 games and still crown himself the champion.
We've seen a lot of when people go up against these lineups that have Sundisk, you're saying, okay, well, I don't have good matchups versus Sundisk, so I'm going to just take my L and then get my my sweep, my reverse sweep, just get that 2-0 on the remaining deck. There was also a line there, and Ice-T, I see, is pointing it out, where you can just go for Desert Naturalist, destroy your Sundisk, get a Rock Bear, and then you're just going on a full mid-range game plan. I never thought I would see Sundisk just match Demacia Faye, like beat for beat on the board like that, and the Council came through.
The last now remaining deck for Gouda is going to be the Victor Lee Sin up against this Faye deck. We're going to see if there's going to be enough tools in the Victor Lee Sin to answer all the different threats from the Faye deck. There isn't necessarily any kind of board clears in Victor Lee Sin. There isn't necessarily a way to deal with all these wide units that easily, so it might be a problem.
If you try to sit back and build up your board with Ballistic Bot and Eye of the Dragon, you're always under threat of just getting traded down and rallied. Keeping Concussive Palm is a nice way to keep that under control, and who knows how many denies Gouda is going to be able to top deck and luck into. There's 3 denies in this deck. None in the opening hand, but at the very least, we do have Ballistic Bot ready to go. But sets up Genesis just going for the Blast Cone Seedling here with Impact.
No, there's nothing that can really trade into the Seedlings. They're just going to go for the extra damage instead at this point. And any unit played is going to be more valuable in the Seedling itself with the Ballistic Bot or the Eye of the Dragon.
Decides not to trade down there, not to block, because it's not going to trade. It's not going to kill the Blast Cone Seedling anyway, and you're just keeping the Ballistic Bot healthy. It's going to continue to scale up, and you get a better trade down the road. But doesn't even go for the Ignition. Wants to keep nimble, start going wide with these Daring Poros. Faye Sprout finds Grandfather Faye. I think I'm seeing there generated in the hand. And again, this generation into a card that gives you a card is what makes this deck so dangerous. Not just its overall rally and Yordles and Arms potential, but the ability to continuously have 6 units in play. And even if you have blockers, you feel like you're safe, they're still going to get a lot of damage around the sides.
And we'll see now if the Ballistic Bot does go in now with a 2 attack. Can be 3 attack if this next Poro is also played. A chance for the Seedling to trade into it with a Poké Stick.
That might be the way to go. We also have iterative improvement, so we can get another ballistic bot. Keep that going. If you have 2 ballistic bots in play, you get those free spells for your Eye of the Dragon once that arrives. And this is probably the most worrisome aspect of the current board state in hand, is that there's no Eye of the Dragon, which you really need to keep up with Genesis's, attack patterns here. Now that you've tapped under Pokey Stick, Ballistic Bot can swing in.
And no blocks. This is just Genesis playing for his own board, his own win condition, playing a more solitary game plan. Because he has the 2 pieces of the puzzle already in hand, Yordle in Arms and the Golden Aegis.
Wow. Rewarded. Holds the Owlcat, wants to float that 1 mana, start playing towards the Yordles in Arms and the Rally that's in hand. If you can get that 3 spell mana set up, it makes it so much easier to squeeze both of these cards into the same turn. And then by top decking the 2nd Grandfather Fae, we now have every Fae development gaining +2 attack. Massive threats that must be responded to. Who knows if Genesis is going to float 3 spell mana here.
And Gouda, kind of the same thing. Has the double-pronged 2 ballistic bots, the chance for double Poro Cannon as well. Ignition's buffing both of these bots as well.
And if these ballistic bots do get big enough, anything that is still buffed by Yordles in Arms or wants to swing in isn't going to find the good trades that they're looking for. Genesis does not have the means to actually answer Gouda's board without Petricite Broadwing, and is forced into a line that, while very strong, is perhaps a bit too passive versus Lee Sin. And now he gets to hit the board for free. There's no threat on Genesis's side. And now we have potential for a big challenger barrier unit to start eating your board alive.
Panel City Mayor comes down. Pretty expensive options here. Goes for the Hothead in the end.
It is a dual region card at the very least. So is playable this turn if we can get an attack. But by sniping the Mayor, we cut off that discount.
Can still play the Blastcone Seedling this turn into the... maybe just the Owlcat at this point. You want to keep the mana up if possible for both the Rally effect and the Yordle Arms next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Which you would be able to do at, turn 6. You can do both.
There's also iterative improvement in Gouda's hand, so we can iterative improvement a Blackstone Seedling to get a barrier to help block if that is the line that Gouda wants to go for. And Concussive Palm also really shuts down that line. Genesis is forced into, again, the Aegis and Yordles in Arms against a Lee Sin deck packing triple deny.
I think you still have to go for it. And if one doesn't go through, the next at least will. But Yordle in Arms is the big one. Oh, deny is just top deck from Gouda.
Ooh. And we can see that Gouda was hovering the Deep Med, recognizing that I could maybe use this to fish out another deny in an emergency. And so if you're Genesis, you go for Yordles in Arms first.
It's not activated yet. I believe that's the problem Genesis is facing now. So he can't actually go for the double play here. And either way, it's maybe for the best because he can't actually do it with deny just being top deck now.
Yeah, we've got Ionia, Fae. No, I said Fae like it's a region. Ionia, Bandle City.
Yeah, 2 out of 4.
Yeah. We didn't play the Hothead, so no Shurima. No Bomber Twins drawn.
Gouda could be going for the mythical Ignition Lethal. 20 points of damage with only Ignition.
I know, you got your opponent on a 10 turn clock. Lee Sin also going to be dealing a little bit of chip damage as well. All of these Ignitions coming through, slowly working on his level up. And this is one of the awkward aspects of these Fae lists that sometimes happens, where you don't rapidly get the region requirement for Yordles in Arms. But this deck is strong enough to maybe still just force a rally. Put the barrier on your Hothead and you get 2 strikes, and maybe your next Tristana just hard carries the game with the right keywords. Things are getting pretty spooky, however. I don't think I gotta double check Genesis's list. There's 2 copies of Ranger's Resolve, and I don't think in any of the games that we've seen Genesis pilot this deck that he's even drawn it, because that would allow your 4/1s to not feel so threatened by the Daring Poros.
Seems like he's going to go for the attack. I mean, I think you have to, just to stop the ignition train, even from the ballistic bots. If you just continue to leave this stalled out, you're losing every single turn.
Yeah, so just going to trade away 1 ballistic bot. I wonder if you care about whether or not this hothead does get multiple reps against you or not.
I'd be considering leasing with barrier, but then you have Pokestick possibilities from Genesis.
So even in the the final the 11th hour here, right, in the grand finals, Gouda did show some fatigue earlier working through the lower bracket, but I think maybe you've kind of hit your second win, so to speak, still playing very clean around everything that Genesis might have. But the longer that you let this Fae deck set up against you like this, the higher the chance is that you just aren't going to have
Noblify and Ambush has also been found. I think that's GG. Is there any card in the deck that Genesis can use to stop Ambush from connecting with the Ballistic Ball? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's only 2 copies of Sharpsight in this list. There is 1 Wallop as well, but we have Deny to stop that.
Gouda is gonna do it. He has the Poros, he has the Ignitions, he has Zilean, he has the Ambush, he has all the different ways to end the game right now. Twin Disciplines.
You can even put HP on the Ballistic Bot if you're worried about another Pokestick. But here we go. We get the pull. We get the ambush on the healthy Ballistic Bot. And we've got 13 elusive damage plus a Dragon Kick.
No Sharp Sight, no combat trick whatsoever to respond here from Genesis. And that's going to be it. All the elusive damage cannot be blocked whatsoever from Genesis. Gouda takes the game 2, wins this first series, forces the bracket reset, and now Genesis has to not just, fight for maybe a chance, but now has to fight for his life, as Gouda seems to be hungry for this win.
Gouda with the sad Poro, like, now there's a bracket reset, I gotta play even more games, because Gouda is actually going to be participating in another event, another competitive event after this one, so too bad, you're not allowed to stop playing. You're now stuck in Runeterra dimension. You have to continuously play until you can no longer.
And that will be just essentially for any viewers that are tuning in that may be a bit confused, because Genesis had not lost yet in this tournament. He had that extra life from the winners bracket side of things. He has now lost that extra life. Now both players are in equal parity going into this final best of 3. Same rules applies. The bans can change, of course. Players can decide, hey, Genesis can say, I did not expect to get 2-0'd by making the ban that I made on the Echo Zilean. Maybe I leave that deck alive, or rather open. it's not dead yet. Quite the opposite. It's a renaissance of the Echo Zilean. But maybe the bans do end up changing here.
Bans the Lee Sin.
A different outcome.
To say, okay, I'm going to lose to Sun Disc, and then I'm going to try to take down Echo Zilean. When we saw this matchup before, the Devoted Council came through. But I think at the same time, the game ended up looking a lot closer than it should be on average, just because if you get Endless Devout, it really shapes your mid-game power spike. And Genesis going for a full mulligan here, looking for something like Grandfather Fae or Fae Sprout. Petrosite Broadwing is decent, but Gouda just has, again, a lot of decent early chump blockers with Treasure Seeker and Rockhopper. Doesn't really care about what you're developing at any given moment.
Yeah, not an explosive hand by any means from Genesis. Doesn't have the Fae package. It's usually the scarier thing to look at.
Gouda also opting not to play the Treasure Seeker on turn 1. Just going to float and keep some mana open. Has the Soothsayer at the very least, but might skip that too and save it for after Azir is put into play. The Genesis build of Fae doesn't have anything like Buster Shot main decked. So just, again, the only way to truly answer your opponent's board is to get enough threat in play that you force them to trade.
Broadwing coming down, can just go for the 2-for-1 trade onto Treasure Seeker. Opting, deciding, maybe not going to.
Yeah,
ends up
Genesis
not
again
taking
setting
the...
up this wider board and just hoping that the Golden Aegis and the rally is going to come through. At the very least, we're seeing some champions this time around. We have the Tristana, who can boost the attack and impact, so you can get some more chip damage through. Gouda, I think, had Devoted Counsel in the opening hand, but threw it away. I do believe that the value of Endless Devout for this type of matchup is just cannot really be overstated.
Goes for the Seedling with the barrier, of course, due to the vulnerable doesn't want to just trade away into the 2-1, so it goes for the barrier this time instead, and couldn't use the impact anyway if there was a trade happening.
Mm-hmm. And this is what makes it really awkward when you have that Unraveled Earth in the early mid game against a deck like this that needs to develop very key units. It feels terrible to say, okay, well, I guess Mare has to come down and take this Roiling Sands out. I can't develop Tristana into this to be given vulnerable. But maybe you could go for Gnar. Even though if he's vulnerable, he's still going to get reasonably tanky when he transforms. You're trying to set up maybe a Pokey Stick.
Really considering all his options here. I mean, he wants to keep his board as full as possible to get that Your Own Arms synergy a few turns from now. That's really the hope here. So maybe just attacking now and then developing after the fact, or seeing what Gouda develops to challenge to get the vulnerable next turn.
The nightmare is you play the Mare and then they have like Desert Naturalist destroys the Ancient Prep and gets a Rock Bear.
Yeah.
But just finds the Endless Devout instead. Minion being grabbed off the Mare is very strong value. We're getting a little bit of that Tristana Minion OTK synergy up and running. And this is going to be a great thing that you can just keep spending over and over again to eat the Roiling Sands up to protect some of your more valuable units that you need to stay alive on the back line.
We go for the 2-for-1 here. Also has to consider at all times, players when playing against Sundays have to think about, am I making it easier for my opponent to have board space? Like, is this a trade relevant, or am I going to make things awkward for them if I don't end up trading this here? Or they might just, overwrite their own units because they need that space anyway.
You're killing the 2-1 because you don't want it to take advantage of the vulnerable, but then Gouda just gets the Clockling, the 2-2 in play. That can also snipe the Mare, and then Endless Devout also comes through to clean up a bit. Keeps the Clockling in reserve as a blocker. We saw this time and time again, where you can't go all in with your attacks and get punished by rallies. So we can let this go down. With no Roiling Sands in play, Genesis does now have a window of opportunity to get this Tristana down safely.
And that's going to be the plan for Genesis, hoping to get Your Own Arms ready to go next turn, potentially.
Yeah, thanks to the Mare finding the minion, we get that other region that we need. Petrosite Broadwing also giving us Demacia, so everything is ready to go. And it looks like Gouda is going to pull the trigger on this Rite of Arcane that was grabbed. But reconsiders. You'd have to give up a Mana Crystal, perhaps. You can destroy your Endless Devout if you'd like, but that can be disrupted by the Pokey Stick.
A little bit too risky to go for right now.
I think, honestly, if anything, you just play out Azir if you feel like you need to spend your mana and be efficient this turn.
But you're worried about probably the Broadwing with Your Own Arms buffs getting a kill on one of the key units. So I think that's the idea here for Gouda. He wants to wait for that first potential Your Own Arms. And at this point now, 9 mana, you can do both. You only have a 4-wide board, so it's not that scary. But you can go for Your Own Arms into Golden Aegis. And there is a Rite of Negation in hand, though, for Gouda.
Yeah, I think that if you're Gouda, you definitely prioritize the Yordles and Arms over the rally, because we've got the Endless Devout and into Rite of Arcane, which just gives you such fantastic defense to block and then destroy something and then get another blocker. Gnar developing. We need another Pokey Stick here potentially to just keep drawing. We need Grandfather Fae. We need Lantern to keep the threat levels up. As it stands right now, the rest of Genesis's hand is all spells, and this motley crew of different regions in play is not coming together to make anything incredibly threatening just yet. And now when you swing with Gnar, you aren't going to generate a Pokey Stick, you're just going to discount the one in hand.
Treasure Seeker will come down just to have an extra blocker, while still of course, not really doing much of anything with their mana, still waiting, playing reactive, keeping that Rite of Negation obviously available at all points in time.
And there's mana for Rite of Negation and potentially Quicksand to really bully out this Tristana and Gnar.
Yeah, that would be massive, actually.
But Genesis recognizes the position that they're in. I have to take this risk. After seeing the blockers being assigned in this way, I think it is safe that there is no Quicksand. But you kind of want the Endless Devout to go down. This is kind of what I was talking about. You trade away the Endless Devout. Now you can just do Rite of the Arcane at slow speed here before Yordles and Arms comes through, or a rally to give barrier to Tristana or the Gnar. And you're just going to choose Gnar so that he doesn't level up. Because Tristana gives impact, but at the end of the day, you're just like, as long as I have chump blockers, as long as I'm creating this chain of units and landmarks and summons, Azir is ready to go. 13 out of 13 we saw there. And then Preservarium is going to proc at the start of this round. Xerath is going to enter play leveled up, saying, even if you have the Golden Aegis rally, I have enough chump blockers in play where it's not going to matter, and I'm about to send you to the movies at the start of the next round.
Yeah, only the combo is really the threatening thing. Rally by itself, once a board is developed like this on Guta's side, where you have a stable board, it's really not that scary of a thing to deal with. It's more the combination of your own arms and being to double down on that with the rally effect after it.
Sundisk, again, ruling the roost when it comes to mid-range decks. You have decent spells, but also enough reactivity and value. We saw during Castman's runs in Fight Night that you have to be playing something that's a lot faster. FaZe right now, especially after the nerfs, focus too much on having to set up specific engines before they can convert. You need something that can really come out of the starting gate, like Scouts, or even Sivir Akshan, surprisingly enough. Rather than this build, unfortunately.
Pass comes in, and nothing really threatening is done there from Genesis on a turn that could have been as scariest as long as Rite of Negation wasn't active. And a big part of your own arms, I think, being somewhat put in check in this meta is the fact that Rite of Negation with Shurima has come back into the meta in a very prevalent way.
And whenever we have a strong deck, like we've seen this over and over from Ionia, right? Like the ahri kennan meta and things of that nature. When you have a deck that has a very strong, consistent win condition like this, but then you can disrupt your opponent's attempts to use their win conditions or kill you with Rite of Negation and also Quicksand, you just have this massive defensive setup and inevitability.
We have now ascended to the next plane of existence. The Sundisk has been activated. Xerath elevated. Azir. That was you, scarzig.
Consecrated?
All right. And surrender.
Consecrated.
Inputated by Genesis. And the surrender comes through. Guda, 3 wins in a row
calculated.
Now. 3 wins in a row now from Guda, able to make the bracket reset and now make it a tournament point, a match point against Genesis, who is playing a deck that, a lineup that we would consider incredibly strong going into it, seemed to be strong all day long, but now Guda is making it seem like it just isn't really a threat at all, with the fact that Rite of Negation is again, going to be there for both decks, both the Mono Shurima and the Echo Zilean as well. It just seems like your own arms can't do anything as long as that card is there.
Yeah. It's the threat, right, of Rite of Negation as well, where a riskier player might be forced or feel like they need to go for a rally at any given time. But over and over again, we've just seen Genesis unable to really put meaningful threat in play. Even when the Golden Aegis is sitting in the hand and it looks like it's a good opportunity, even if there's no Rite of Negation, Guda is just going to let it rip anyway. Save the Rite of Negation for when it truly matters, because as long as I have blockers in play, I can still just swing up into you. Fallen Feline on turn 1 is not what you want to see when you're playing a deck like this. Has a bunch of 2 HP things. You're hoping for Ranger's Resolve to come through, or maybe some Owlcats. Zilean on turn 2, predicting, can we get Hexite Crystal? Can we get a Time Bomb? Just completely bully the development here.
And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Echo Zilean has a chance to cement itself as a real 100% competitive deck. and win Gouda $100 American in the process if he's able to win this next game.
And both of these players will be invited back to next week. So we're going to be seeing more of this awesome lineup on display, and maybe even some new bonuses as the meta continues to develop over the next week. Genesis has to take the damage from Zilean. Use this Broadwing to chill. Faye Sprout finds Grandfather Faye once again, a beautiful piece of the puzzle for Genesis's development. Going to get us an Owl Cat. It's going to start boosting the attack of all the Fays. But we're so worried about Hexite Crystal, and it is indeed grabbed off of Feral Prescience.
And now this card will loom over the efforts that Genesis will have of trying to flood the board. Any moment, you know, he's going to just see it there in hand, staring at him menacingly. And the game plan's already going south for Genesis.
Everything in hand is 2 HP. Blast Cone Seedling can come down with Barrier, but that's just for the sake of keeping it alive. And I guess you float 3 mana, play towards Aegis and Yordles and Arms. Maybe look for Ranger's Resolve so you can properly set up.
I guess Owlcats are fine as well.
True. Owlcats. And Gouda, because you have this Hexite Crystal as a threat, and it's so easy to just keep 2 mana open from this position, can just punish Genesis whenever they do something that he deems unnecessary. Or, wait, I don't like that. I'm going to Hexite Crystal.
Echo is 2 out of 4. Genesis being so kind to show us where the counter is at, just in case we couldn't count the total of 2 predicts that have already occurred in this game.
Sometimes you just predict so much back to back, I lose track. We got Scrying Sands to set up a value trade. We got Quicksand to bully even further. Time Trick could be the setup here to predict and draw. Look for Echo to maybe hit the board.
From
Gouda's Time Bomb.
From Gouda's play patterns with this deck, I think his goal is to predict more than it is to win. So I just don't even count, because I know that when Echo comes down, he's going to be like 9 out of 4 already. Leveled up 2 times over.
I mean, it's this level of potentially, when you predict enough, it's basically like you're able to search through your entire deck for a specific card. And we've seen how powerful builds like that could potentially be in the past. Predict Draw indeed does find the Echo. But you can't play him out just yet, because it's a Petricide Broadwing. Gonna keep the mana open for the Hexite Crystal.
And Echo has 2 HP.
Actually, wait, no, never mind. Scrying Sands won't work, because Petricide Broadwing is formidable.
I mean, you can still level up the Echo. No, with Scrying Sands. You need 1 more predict.
Is he one? Yeah, he's 3 out of 4. You go down to 1. So then you're like, oh no, that last 2 mana is a Pokey Stick. And Gouda's been very respectful of the Pokey Sticks.
Really just finding you want a reason to throw out the Hexite Crystal this turn, if you're Gouda.
Yeah, Genesis really struggling. I think you just got to pass.
Oh, the barrier.
Has the 3-2. I guess if Hexite comes through, I mean, you're still left with a 2-1 and a 3-2. But you've got to try to force Gouda to spend this Hexite Crystal at some point. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to make the bigger plays that you want to down the road. As long as this Hexite Crystal is in the hand, it basically nullifies your Yordles and Arms.
You have to find the right negation soon as well, just to make sure you have that backup.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just considering the Echo, but I don't really think it's the right play at all.
Now that there's no Pokey Stick, but
not this turn, but there is next turn. I don't like this at all. I mean, you trade in with the Petricide Broadwing, you level up Echo, sure, but he stays at 1 HP, and then you just Pokey Stick next turn on the attack.
I guess Gouda's just going to say, well, I can just get Chrono Break, so it doesn't matter if I let Echo die.
Yeah. I think Jess is going through the same thing.
And then if you attack with the Echo, then Gouda's just, well, no, can't cast the Time Trick. It is fleeting. Scrying Sands going to take 2 attack away from the Blast Cone Seedling. Levels up the Echo, puts the Chrono Breaks in the deck, and this is going to allow Echo to smack into this thing, and then use the 0 mana Time Trick to look for that Chrono Break.
I guess what Genesis did not want is the time trick, essentially, on the strike from the Broadwing. Even if that meant he could kill the Echo next turn.
And there's Time Bomb plus Hexite Crystal. The only way this gets punished is Ranger's Resolve, but you're still drawing a card, and you're more than happy to do so. Drop Border also swinging by. Low, and it's like, normally when you look at this Echo Zilean deck, the attack power is always so low, but the fact that they're consistently able to keep a wide board and defend themselves means that you're one Chrono Breaker, one Voice of the Risen from having this board completely turn against you.
Yeah, the Echo attack comes in. There's nothing really can be done here aside from the double pokey stick, which we've seen before from exactly Genesis. Earlier in this tournament, he went for the same exact play. At this point in time, Echo has already leveled up, so there's not anything that can be done to stop this. But we can see, as you mentioned, Time Bomb into Hextech Crystal for the board clear.
Time Bomb could draw a Chrono Break if we go for that draw first, but goes for Ancient Prep instead, wants to put something on top before drawing it with the Time Bomb.
Yeah, I think there's no rush. I think you want to wait and see if there's going to be another development from Genesis or not, especially if you don't play Hextech Crystal this turn either.
Oh, Chrono Break is being offered, but if you draw it with the Time Bomb, then it's just sitting in the hand, and Echo's already gone down, so you kind of miss your timing. And you're seeing if Genesis is going to spend any mana. You're worried perhaps about Ranger's Resolve. Ranger's Resolve wouldn't stop the Time Bomb at the very least, and maybe you could play it in order to draw a card, then Hexite Crystal later on.
Finds an Echo.
These landmarks that deal damage at the start of the round are just so strong for getting around those sorts of temporary buffs.
Second Time Bomb is there, so the Zilean level up is possibly happening this turn. And we saw the power of level 2 Zilean in that loser's final against Aldi Simon.
And with the Hexite Crystal, now that Time Bomb has resolved, the 2 damage will go through Ranger's Resolve. And so Genesis is just completely locked out of using... This board is essentially, oh my wa mo, completely already emptied. Has to go for the Owl Cat. At the very least, it survives the Hexite Crystal, but then you're just left with the 3-1 in play. There's a lot of value in the hand. Telescope, Mare, Grandfather Fae.
Yeah, you can definitely replenish the board, but it's the window of time from when your board gets wiped to your opponent attacking with a full board and Chrono Break that maybe you can't survive.
And Gouda is just... Genesis is almost begging for the Hexite Crystal to leave the hand at this point. Just get this threat out of the way so that I am able to develop some healthier units that aren't under threat of this AoE like this.
I think you're not going to play Hextech Crystal even. You're just going to use Time Bomb. Or, never mind.
Oh, it does have the Hexite Crystal just to prevent a lot of damage here. And by wiping the board, you make it so that the rally isn't as effective. You're still keeping your board alive. Time Bomb can still be played after the fact to deal 1 more AoE damage and draw another card, leveling up the Zilean.
I think I would have preferred to take the damage, to be honest. And play Time Bomb now. You need to play it anyway to level up Zilean. And you cleared the entire board with the trades that were happening there anyway.
Yeah.
You take like 8.
If you have the read too that there's no Ranger's Resolve, then you can rely on the Time Bomb to wipe the board rather than the Hexite Crystal.
And essentially you have that first board clear with Time Bomb and then a second board clear already lined up because the units are so low in HP for Genesis.
Yep, so it indeed does hit. Gonna draw a card. Zilean's gonna level up. Voice of the Risen off the top. Drop Border also being picked up.
Going to be Echo into hopefully a Chrono Break next turn. That's the game plan now for Gouda. Has 7 mana to work with. Has everything he needs at this point.
And there is the Zilean level up. And Gouda can convert this very easily because now you can just play Voice of the Risen. Next round you get a fleeting Voice of the Risen. Just get this massive board. And Genesis can't develop now that it's 1v6.
I think this might be a surrender. I'm not sure there's much you can do.
Has the Blast Cone Seedling. You can block a little bit of damage here, but you don't even have good up trades, really. You can prevent 8 damage, but we have 9, 15 damage unblocked. No Pokey Stick to clear the 4-1. And Gouda finding the early Hexite Crystal and looming it over Genesis for the entire game.
Lethal's there, nothing you can do. Gouda gets the bracket reset, gets the game 1 win, gets the game 2 win, and is our Fight Night champion. He's been dominating the ladder, first and second spots in the EMEA ladder, and now does it in a tournament setting as well. So definitely the player in the hottest form going into seasonals this month.
This is another player alongside Owie that has demonstrated that if you just practice on ladder, just learn the habits of players, especially high-level players, you just get better and better as a player by playing against a wide variety of stuff, finding special techs, right, that can kind of beat certain matchups and things that people maybe aren't considering because they're too focused on the tournament scene. And Gouda's grind pays off with a 4-win back-to-back win with the grand finals reset.
And not just that, but he does it with Echo Zilean, and we said it, if he wins this game, it really does cement the deck as a deck that has to be respected. Maybe everyone was but me, but at least for myself, when I played on ladder, I never saw it as an actual threat. Now, I definitely can see the potential, especially when we have players like Simon and Gouda piloting it so well, teaching others maybe what was missing in how they were piloting it and how it was built possibly even as well. This version seems to be truly a deck that has become a mainstay in the competitive scene.
With its ability there to take down Fae, Yordles, and Arms, I mean, that's really the long and short of it. With the Fae package being nerfed and slowing that deck down, it's a lot more disruptive. And then the final piece of the puzzle is the Lulu, Yordles, and Arms. So if that gets answered, then Echo Zilean has an even more prominent spot.
We're going to see if we're going to get a winner's interview with Gouda. Possibly yes, possibly no. We do know some.
Gouda, I think, is probably rushing again. There's like more matches to be played, double booking your tournaments like a true, competitive grinder.
So there may be a possibly no winner's interview, but we will find out in just a second as our producer, Sparkling Iced Tea, is on the hunt for our winner to see if he can join us.
Ice-T is on the case. If we're going to get an interview, we'll make sure.
Like the field reporter. Just send him to Minnesota to go interview
we're going to Ice-T now in the field.
Ice-T's on the private jet GiantSlayer has given us on his way to Morocco to get some turbulence in the clouds.
World is Gouda San Diego? But he is on the path now. It's like at the end of a movie where the hero defeats the final boss and everybody like comes out to thank the hero, but they've already moved on to the next adventure and the next quest. So we'll have to catch Gouda next time, who will be invited alongside with Genesis to the next Fight Night EU, but that will be it for us today. And we will there is more Fight Night on Monday, but is it next? I think it's next Fight Night is going to be canceled for Easter, but wait, we're getting some word here. I think we might be able to get Gouda. We're going to go to a quick break, it looks like. And then we will be able to bring Gouda on for a winner's interview. So thank you, everybody who stuck around. We'll get some insight into Echo Zilean and how Gouda feels about the rest of the metagame. So stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. After a jam-packed grand finals, we are here with the ladder grinding master and now newly crowned champion, Gouda. Welcome in, my friend. Congratulations.
Gouda, I have to ask you right away, your lineup is definitely an interesting one. Echo Zilean was the star of the show, both for you and for Simon. How did you come to start playing this deck? Was it Simon that put you on it? Was it do you think it's really as good as it seems to be from what we saw today?
So how I started playing this deck is, first I was watching Simon. I watched Simon a lot, and he was playing a lot of Echo. And yeah, it seemed like a fun deck, so I created an account not too long ago on the America server, and I played the budget Echo Zilean, and it seemed to work, and I was like, hey, this is actually really good. So I just decided to test it today in Fight Night.
What rank are you on the America server right now?
I'm hard stuck. Everyone is countering my only deck. I play some, so yeah, I'm hard stuck. 300 LP.
But you are master tier. That's what I was getting at. Yes. So 300 LP master tier with the Echo Zilean, bringing the respect to the other parts of the world. What is the hard counter that people are bullying you with?
Well, a lot of Aphelios decks.
Oh yeah.
Some Mono Shurima, like 80% of the games you see Mono Shurima, and by the way, Mono Shurima is good. I just wanted to say this here, okay, guys, relax, it's good.
You proved that to
saying
us.
It's a meme.
Okay. No, I think everyone knows now that it's not a meme. You're the person that's all these memes. You're bringing them into the spotlight and showcasing how strong they actually are with Mono Shurima, with Echo Zilean as well. I want to ask you, how does it feel to take the deck from Simon and then beat him with it in the losers final?
Did I beat him in a mirror match?
No. We dodged the mirror for better or for worse. Who knows?
It would have felt better if I beat him in a mirror match.
Oh, so you want to go even further in? Simon, I think, is not going to recover.
Man. Steal the tech, use it against. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. But the other deck that you brought, the Victor Lee Sin. Have you done a lot of testing with this one? I've heard that some people think that this might be the strongest version of Lee Sin nowadays. I've heard some other Lee Sin players say that it's not that great. Were you just testing it out, or do you feel that this is appropriate?
I agree with people saying it's not that great. It's really not that great. I only tested it in like 3 normal games because I didn't want to play ladder on my main account.
You didn't want to give away the tech on the rank.
So yeah, I played like 3 normal games, and people are playing it with like Mystic Shot, and I changed it to iterative improvements instead of Mystic Shot, and it's actually insane because you can just copy the Eye of the Dragon. If you play iterative improvement, it might actually be legit instead of Mystic Shot. But the version people are playing now, it doesn't feel good. I think it can be really good after some refinement, because the deck is very new.
Okay.
Well, let's hope that no refinement happens, because I'm not a fan of Lee Sin, so keep it to yourself.
Let him rest.
Bring back Cyan. We don't want Lee Sin. We want Cyan to come back. You're the savior that we all need to bring Cyan back into the meta somehow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to your Rumble Scion build.
We do know you're playing Runeterra Academy right after this.
Yes.
Any shout outs you want to give to your teammates, or you want to tell us a bit about what that tournament might be for viewers that might want to catch that as well after this interview?
It's basically a team tournament. You play as a team of 3 in individual best of 3s. Yeah, basically that's it. I think today we're playing against 2 teams, so basically we will play each team, every one of us individually. And I want to shout out my team. I'm playing with Awi and Sukhoi. You all know Awi who is. Sukhoi is a very recently discovered player who made top seasonal. I want to give the shout out to Awi for helping me refine Mono Shurima.
I thought you were going to give him a shout out for waiting for me to finish this tournament.
I'm waiting. They're waiting for me right now.
Because I already knew he was on your team just from the Twitch chat we've been seeing the last few days.
I asked them. They were really cool about it. They said I can do it.
All right. Well, I'm glad that your teammates have been so patient so you can continue to move on to your next competitive event. Keep that grind going. I'm really looking forward to seeing you also coming back to Fight Night next time. next week. However, it again is going to be canceled for Easter, but that's okay. We'll give the players time to rest, time to refine their decks and the meta even further. And any other players you might want to have invited next week to compete against you, Gouda, as a final question? Any maybe undiscovered players you'd like to see maybe have a spotlight? Somebody you've been mentoring over in your corner?
Not really. I haven't been mentoring anyone, but have you guys invited Mike Check yet?
At some point, I think.
Okay, well, maybe reach out to them again.
We can check on Mike Check.
I would like to see Mike Check because I always see him in ladder, and it's very nice to play against him.
Mm-hmm. We'll check up on him.
Cool.
I have other shoutouts, but they already are very frequent players in Fight Night.
All right, good. Well, Mike Check will be the next player we'll keep our eyes on, perhaps recommended by Gouda himself. Congratulations once again, sir, and thank you for taking the extra time to share your thoughts about your lineup and the metagame. And now we will let you ski-daddle so that you can go and do your Runeterra Academy matches. So we're going to link to that as well in the chat for those of you who are still hungry for some more competitive Runeterra.
See you later, Gouda. Congrats.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
And that will be it for our interview. I could see the face of confusion on Gouda when scarzig said skedaddle. He's like, wait, what?
Oh, yeah, I'm using
I didn't learn
really
that
hard
word in
English words.
Not necessarily hard, maybe just weird. But that will be it from us today. As Scarzig mentioned, we will not have Fight Night EU for next week because of the Easter celebrations. I believe there is still Fight Night on Monday for the Americas region. I believe that has not been canceled. And we will be seeing, obviously, some of the best players in Americas going over there, and Blevins, and I assume Casanova on the casting desk for that tournament as well. So definitely stay tuned for that. Mondays at, I assume, midnight CET and 6 p.m.
Yeah, roughly the same times, roughly the same time. But we're going to just keep your eyes on social media. Make sure you follow this channel so that you know that when GiantSlayerTV goes live, because all the events are consolidated now. Make sure you follow Giant Slayer and Wisdom on Twitter. They always post when those events go live. But again, thank you so much for joining us today. I love the way the meta is shifting, and I'm looking forward to Gouda and Genesis coming back next time. We'll see you then. Have a good one.